manager thinks is selling items for purpose. Yet while Marvel is thinking of all these things about humanity at first, the manager is just Marvel didn't think of this and thinks of what his own position is and what's the difference. And Marvel doesn't have an authority to be it's basically just transporting the general manager. So Marvel has to think that you can just speak the first, speak the first, then take this. The portal becomes a conclusion if first comes from speak and the silence, be the action and the American utility. So everything is a useful word. You think of the discipline of treatment focus. We'll start to see the strict formula things, such like the flow and the free drive, or the engineering. What would happen if the different managers in front were if Marvel knows secrets in the future? But it's a goal and the difference. Once they get the truth, they're just living the best they can decide to do whatever they want. It becomes dark and very about synchronized. They station so they decide to put that paper and stop in the middle. One big shot of everything into the danger. So, the next one, Steamboat is surrounded by a prison ball and the river was very narrow. The river was just speaking this country. But whoever got they can't see from the ball. The pilgrims on the boat freak out, grab their rifles, and go stand at refuge. So the ship, all of them are shut the lights on the bench, scared, but the Africans are not scared. It's the lust. They're finally out there, and this is still 800 miles away from the coast. Marlowe walks up to the leader of the cannibals and says, I guess he's trying to start a conversation. And the cannibal leader tells Marlowe that Marlowe asks why they have referring to the other made the war cry on the side of the river. And the cannibal says, so they can eat them. And it's for the first time, Marlowe realizes these guys are pretty hungry. When they first got on the boat, the folks had brought this huge chunk of hiccup meat, but the hiccup meat went bad and started to smell terrible, so they threw it over the boat. And since then, they were given a currency of brass wire to trade at the stations they came across for food. But most of the stations they came across were abandoned or didn't have any food. And this whole time, they've been getting by from various scraps. So standing here the leader also thinks, why don't they just get us? I mean, they are for the European going 5-1, and then far more it wouldn't even be a challenge. But for some reason, they have Marlowe looks at pilgrims and unshaken nature and thinks people are just unhappy. But then says, under this near possible food will reduce man to his most primal instincts. But yet, one more thought of these animals on board this problem. We saw their illiteracy and child he described something closer to a kingdom. But yet, here they are, great. It goes back to what Carlos said about the shores of the river. This realization that something you consider human is it's right. It's that city of managers, captains, lawyers, order. You hear that?
吃斋念佛、诵经打坐，又有几个真的心如止水、清净无为？你看看，这大风大雪的，还要这么拼命，一定也是为了那个玩意儿。哼！你来之前，我算过一卦，你猜猜写的是啥？动不如静，有财无命。哼！既要送死，也不拦你。小西天土地在此恭迎天命人。瞧见湖中的小庙没？那里面便藏着你要的东西。趁此地的主人不在，快快取走，切勿停留。
好得很，好得很。他还记得你的味道。那猴活着的时候，只知四处求人，哭哭啼啼；死了还祸及子孙，引得你们一个个送上门来。我这大包都快装不下了。 苍金王，你法性已通，出来帮为师试试他的成色。看看这只猴子是否够格做我的弟子。
efficient.
I run with Doom and stuff.
With the final page removed, and leaves it to him if it should be published or not. The only thing that's left is a series of personal letters and a picture of Kurtz's intended, or as we would call it today, his fiance. Marlowe thinks it's best to go to Kurtz's fiance and give her these final possessions. Marlowe remarking that, in a way, this was to save himself, to finally remove this burden that Kurtz had placed on him, or the idea of Kurtz and the fact that he was now the torchbearer of his memory placed on him. He mulls over Kurt's opinion, calling him the heart of conquering darkness. While thinking on these things and how Kurtz's memory should live on, he remembers something Kurtz told him on the boat. He said one day, the slot of ivory was really mine. The company did not pay for it. I collected it myself at very great personal risk. I'm afraid they will try to claim it as theirs, though, in this difficult case. What do you think I ought to do? Resist? Huh? You want to know more than justice. No more than justice. This idea that Kurtz wanted justice weighs heavy on Marlowe, because what does justice look like? Kurtz is dead, and a wrongdoing cannot be paid back by justice. And to uphold and restore Kurtz's reputation, would that be justice to Marlowe, justice to the universe, would it be justice to Kurtz to do it? These are all things he has to start to fiance. They arrive to the house, the fiance steps out without clothes. She's in a state of mourning, and her dress is reminiscent of the women at the beginning of this journey. The women who Marlowe expected to be greeting men who would never return home. Mary stands before her fiancé, greeting one who is approaching home. He remarks that she
有了此番轮回，就别想再轻易涅槃。
Which is something clear that people know. That's death given life, demonstrating some statement, but not in the whole interpretation. In the words that she was every breath, every limb, all of them, he was there on his knees. And all the clarified what he did in his last day. He understood reason. Equally, she remembered or from his something liquid.
这回来的
whisper all around us. The whisper that seemed a small menacing leading. First whisper of the rising wind. A horn. His last word. Listen, she insisted. Don't you understand? I loved him. I loved him. I loved him. With myself together. I spoke slowly. The last word he pronounced was brilliant. In the light silence, where my heart stood still, stopped dead short and resulted in a terrible cry, like a cry of inconceivable triumph and of unspeakable pain. I was sure. She knew. She was sure. I heard her weep. She had hidden her face in her hands. It made a count flat for the king, that the heavens would fall upon my head. Nothing happened. I did not fall. I may have fallen, however, if I had rendered first that justice which was his due, and in the end, one more justice. But I cannot tell them. It has been too dark. Too dark. Arlo's face sat apart, indistinct and silent. The pose of meditating group. Nobody moved for a time. We've lost the first of the act, said the director, saying, "Where's my time? The officer and his silence, and the tranquil water lay brooding to the uttermost seemed to lead into the heart of the place of greatness." So in the end, Marlowe lost the fiance, and a lot of stuff we represented for this point now makes sense. There were two points randomly stored on
可真是熟悉。新来的。
makes sense now that this entire story is something that's actually fiance. He also is to protect the woman, right? She was so convinced, and she wanted to be convinced that Kurt slept her more than no. Something that we know is not the case, at least not in any way that matters. So the obvious abandon that Kurt's taking for the wife and children. He also made that his entire life religious scheme was used as one more than politics, to the cousin it was a musician. Even the Harlequin, who was presented by Kurtz's true nature, rejected him. He saw him as a wise leader rather than the tyrant he was. The only one who truly saw Kurtz, saw every part of Kurtz, seemed to be Marlowe. I mean, sure, people like the general manager saw the bad that Kurtz had done and objectively came to the conclusion that it needed to be stopped, but it doesn't seem the general manager considered all of the ends that Marlowe had. What it would take for a man to fully abandon his position and go on his own. Marlowe saw all the romanticism of Kurtz and also all the evil. And it seems in the end, Marlowe decided that despite his remarkability, he cannot justify the horrors he's done. The head-on pirates, the wars, the rituals. But nevertheless, he bears the memory. With that knowledge, the life of the fiancé is more complicated. And it shows us it's clearly something that weighs on him. If Marlowe is to bear the memory, and in those moments speaking to Kurtz, he decided to carry on whatever wish he had for life, while the wish Kurtz claimed to have wanted was justice. Justice is, of course, synonymous with the truth, or knowing the truth. While justice for the memory of Kurtz would be to show the truth, to give the company man the final page of the document that said exterminate all the brutes, to tell the fiancé that he actually had this surreal horror in the end, that he saw something awful and did not go peacefully, that he's not deserving of her grief and is not worth the suffering she's in now. But of course, even if he was to say those things, she wouldn't believe him. And also, as Marlowe's made reference to earlier, perhaps there was some grand Kurtz before all of this. Perhaps there was some man worthy of wisdom, of character, who spoke eloquently, who was a politician, a painter, and a musician. Maybe she, who had known that Kurtz, would never believe what had become of him in the Congo. So he tells her a lie, and in his final moments, Kurtz thought of her. Marlowe's final words in the story are interesting when he says telling her the truth would have been too dark altogether. As mentioned, the word dark, including the title, has shown up a lot through the story. It goes initially from describing the jungle to describing the condition of Kurtz. And now he says here that telling her the truth would have been too dark. Because of this, the lie is twofold. It's for one, a lie of the truth regarding Kurtz in order to make the fiancé feel better, to feel justified in her love of Kurtz. But if throughout the story we've seen darkness, as Marlowe describes it at one point, humanity without the cloak of time, then perhaps here Marlowe is also rejecting the human concept of justice, of truth. He's sticking with the narrative that's more appealing, that people want to hear. And with that, there's almost a rejection of some of the influences Marlowe's had throughout the story. From the way the Africans behaved to the way the people at the company behaved, he saw several examples of how people follow their principles and express their desires. But at the base of it all is some truth, some idea. Well, here in the end, Marlowe allows the idea of Kurtz to exist, even if it's not the reality of Kurtz, or at the very least, the fiancé's idea of Kurtz. It once again goes back to what Marlowe said at the beginning of this story. There has to be an idea, the concept of bad and well, otherwise we're just monsters. So perhaps in allowing the idea of Kurtz to exist, everything Kurtz did was something to how they experience his desires. Immediately, getting that out of the way, the depiction of something does not mean the condoning of it. If you make a movie or a book about slavery or racism, the work of art itself is not inherently racist. People say things they don't agree with, or the plot, namely the message. More so, criticism is a part of one which is Joseph Conrad's story. It's never leading to at some point in humanity. It's instead the Europeans or Marlowe with while obviously it's technological advances for this deliverance, Marlowe that's describing some feelings and expressing emotion. Instead, doesn't have to be described as favorable for a lot of projects that we use. Sure, it makes sense in instances like the workers that are dying by the the descriptions of the massive black boxes that contribute to the dehumanization of the scene. But for Steamboat, the ordinary helps when he describes his cause machine. With the simply They all tout their ideas of effort, work, and industrialization, and all because their goal is money. They want to get the operators they can. They want to get promoted where they can start making percentages at the end of it. And of course, nothing in the story reflects the madness of the company, of the madness of this whole scenario, of the violence and turmoil of the country. I believe it to be a personification of European imperialism now. He was everything. He was something that was thought of so great, people could hardly describe it. Some of these magical things. Because yeah, that's the end goal of this whole thing, right? We'll show up, we'll take what we want, and if we can't get what we want, well, then they're rebels, pushing back against a greater idea, as Marlowe's end said, against the divine work. It's this honesty that in the end makes Marlowe side with Kurtz, despite everything he knows about it over the company. And that's why the company is so fearful of Kurtz. If Kurtz had truly gone AWOL, he was just a worker that went into the jungle and gone mad. He could be written off, he could be killed, he could be captured, it wouldn't matter. But Kurtz is doing exactly what the company told him to. He's getting more ivory than anyone else. If anything, he's honest about his condition and what the company is doing in Africa. Because of that, he has to go because he's all of the greed without the facade. It's the emperor not wearing any clothes and not trying to convince people that he is. So ultimately, what does Kurtz's final moments mean? When he's laying on the couch and says, the horror, the horror. Personally, I feel that this is Kurtz witnessing the atrocities he had done at the end, because I believe that's consistent with the theme of Kurtz embodying truth, the truth of what Europe is doing here. Marlowe says that Kurtz had just mentioned he was waiting for death in the dark, and his eyes were open as if he was taking in all of creation, all of existence in his final moments. And it seems here, stripped of his ideas and his goals, he sees a clarity of what he's done. The only thing he can remark is the horror of it. To me, this is the most profound message that Joseph Conrad gives through the book. Again, this was published at the height of European colonization. The Congo Free State was still happening at that time. So if Kurtz is a manifestation of all the things Europe and Belgium and every other country had done in Africa, then to have him in his final moments stripped of aspirations, of glory, of ideas, of purpose, and instead to have him remark on his life efforts is horrible, is quite daring. It's as if to say there's a monster we are building that one day we will have to confront. And at this point, what will we have to say than to remark at the horror of it all? I mean, even down to the personification of Kurtz, you can see the symbolism. He's hailed as this grand idea, this masterful man, but by the time Marlowe meets him, he's sick and dying on a stretcher. You can see the voice, the bravado, of where something righteous once was, but it's just skin and bones now. He mentions twice that Kurtz lacks restraint. That's his greatest issue. Something indicative of the mass murder of elephants, people, and the land at the time. There's this moment earlier on when Marlowe hears that Kurtz sent the Harlequin, or we know eventually to be the Harlequin, down with all the ivory as he's decided to go back to his station. And Marlowe describes this scene of Kurtz turning around as four savages and a white man, not knowing yet that white man was the most brutal of them all, the most brutal you could find on the continent. So if that's the case, what does it mean in the end that Marlowe chose to lie on his behalf? Something that Marlowe recounts multiple times, even tests. He talks about the only goodness in Kurtz is that he was the truth. And here at the end, he rejects truth. I think it's because in the end, ultimately, Marlowe doesn't see the full picture. To himself, he almost justifies this lie in order to keep the status quo, or in order to keep those around him happy, or to give them the memory of Kurtz. It's similar to the ideas he mentions about women a couple of times in the story, saying that they need to be preserved. Their perfect view of the world can't be shattered. They don't know things, and as men, it's our job to not tell them things that would hurt them. This infantilization is comforting to Marlowe because it allows him to, for one, justify the lie he told to the fiancé, but also to remove his accountability from the story. Because despite what Kurtz turned out to be, regardless, Marlowe liked Kurtz. He liked the idea of Kurtz. He liked this visage, this idea of a powerful man. He was excited to meet him, but was disappointed when he turned out to be a bag of bones. But nevertheless, the idea of Kurtz meant something to him. It's as if in the end, this comforting lie, be it the lie of Kurtz or the lie of empires or countries or objectives, the lie was better than the truth, because the truth was too dark, too honest. Earlier in the book, when Marlowe kind of jumps ahead of the story and begins to describe this document that Kurtz had written that said exterminate all the Kurtz, Marlowe begins to dwell on the idea of preserving Kurtz's memory and says this: I had full information about all these things, and besides, as it turned out, I was to have the care of his memory. I've done enough for it to give me the indisputable right to land, if I choose, for an everlasting rest in the dustbin of progress, amongst all the sweepings and figuratively speaking, all the dead cats of civilization. Then, you see, if I can choose, it won't be forgotten. Whatever it was not common. Yet the power to charm, frighten rudimentary souls into an aggravated witch dance in his honor. He could also fill the small souls of the pilgrims with bitter misgivings. He had one devoted friend at least, and he had conquered one soul in the world that was neither rudimentary nor tainted with self-seeking. No, I can't forget it. No, I am not prepared to affirm the fellow was exactly worth the life we lost in getting to him. It's as if to Marlowe, Kurtz has to mean something. He was too much to not mean anything. And in the end, despite the moral statutes he had built up of himself throughout the story, in the end, Marlowe chooses to lie to keep the legend of Kurtz alive. Perhaps because it's easier on the fiancé, or perhaps it's easier on Marlowe. The mind of man is capable of anything, be it a ferocious truth or a comforting lie. Something echoed through history time and time again and mirrored in the pages of Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness is such a powerful novel, and there's really not a lot like it. There's so many different ways you can view and interpret the story. There's a lot of people who lean on the mention Marlowe had, that perhaps Kurtz had made some kind of deal with the devil. The devil's out here. And devilish imagery pops up throughout the book. The mention of the papier-mâché Mephistopheles, the devilish beard of the agent, the sealed smile of the general manager. There's so many different ways to look at this story, and I certainly think it's one looking into. I highly recommend you check it out for yourself if this whole video hasn't been proof of that. So I'll have a credit linked in the description if you want to check it out for yourself. Now, when books are as famous as Heart of Darkness, they're likely to lead to some adaptations. And Heart of Darkness has been adapted into dozens of stories. Some are straight up film adaptations of the book, but others have a more creative twist to it. Some video games, like Far Cry 2, fall back heavily on the plot of Heart of Darkness. As a matter of fact, the last level of that game is called Heart of Darkness, where you're on a riverboat, and Spec Ops: The Line, a game that touches on a ton of different themes, from war to military to sacrifice, draws heavily on Mr. Kurtz for the game's antagonist, Colonel Conrad. What I think is most interesting is when people take the core plot of Heart of Darkness and transport it into other times or places. Since a lot of the themes of the original novel are very dependent on the time and place that it's set in, you can move the plot to new regions and tell whole new stories. For example, there's a 1994 French-Canadian film called Wendigo, which, yes, a Heart of Darkness adaptation called Wendigo. I'm already sold. That film is about a group of Native Americans who take territory in northern Quebec, and it follows a reporter who's traveling up the Wendigo River to try to make contact with them. But I think the most impressive adaptation of Heart of Darkness, that is also, in my opinion, maybe the best film adaptation of a book of all time, is Apocalypse Now. And let me clarify that statement. I know that there are a ton of incredible films that are adapted from novels. The Godfather, Silence of the Lambs, Dune are all things taken from books. But I think Apocalypse Now may be the best adaptation in the sense that it adapts the source material in the most effective way. See, things I mentioned, like The Godfather, Silence of the Lambs, pretty much take the book story and they make it to the big screen. But Apocalypse Now takes the book's themes and changes them in just the right ways to build a whole new story that's still true to the original. And it does this by taking the plot of the book and setting it in the Vietnam War. Instead of the company going to find a Mr. Kurtz who has gone AWOL from the company, in Apocalypse Now, it's the military going after Colonel Kurtz, who's gone AWOL from the military. Captain Benjamin Willard, played by Martin Sheen, is the story stand-in for Marlowe, as he's an operative being sent into Vietnam and Cambodia to eliminate Colonel Kurtz. And he does this instead of traveling on a steamboat by traveling on a U.S. Navy patrol boat. And it adapts so many of the themes from the original stories. In the book, Marlowe mentions again how Kurtz was just a voice to it, an idea. And through the movie, we see or hear a visualization of that, as Captain Willard has several audio recordings of Kurtz that he listens to on the voyage, making Kurtz quite literally a voice in his head. Instead of stations the group comes across while they go up the river, they instead come across military bases, all falling in unique pits of insanity and crafty. If you watch the movie after knowing the plot of the book, the similarities are so on the nose. They meet a colonel at the first base they go to called Colonel Kilgore, someone who loves the war and seems to bask in the carnage of it. If you read the book, this is pretty clearly a stand-in for the general manager. But the movie has made the story so much its own that none of the elements seem out of place, and every character has their own unique identity to their book counterpart. I also think it's interesting because for most of us, it makes the theme of the story something more tangible. Most of us don't have first-hand experience with colonialism in action, perhaps the ramifications of it, but not a lot of us know people that are like still conquering lands and islands and countries, I think. But something we're all probably familiar with is war. The devastation it can have on a local populace, the feudalism of wars against people without uniform. And Apocalypse Now takes Heart of Darkness and changes it into this new tone that I think will probably connect with a lot of people in the modern age more than the book does. It's not to say it's better than the book or the book's bad by any means, just the themes of the film are probably more relevant. It's a fantastic movie that I highly recommend, especially if you know the book. It's cool to watch it and notice all the similarities between the two. Like, for example, when they finally get to Colonel Kurtz's location, instead of a harlequin who's devoted himself to Kurtz, it's a war photographer, just as eccentric, but in different cameras and film instead of a patchwork costume. Again, saying the same thing, but saying it in a way that makes sense to the setting. And the film itself is legendary in film history for so many reasons. It's directed by Francis Ford Coppola, the guy that made The Godfather. And there's so many stories of disastrous things happening on set. Marlon Brando's performance of Colonel Kurtz that has a legendary on-screen presence but had a ton of problems behind the scenes. There's a ton of different cuts of the movie, a theatrical cut, a redux, a director's cut. It's famous for a lot of reasons, and normally I would just recommend you go check it out. Now, I can do something even better. A while back, I was approached by Lionsgate, who wanted to start doing collaborations between Lionsgate and YouTubers. And yes, that's right, Lionsgate, the big movie company. For those that are familiar with the woes of the YouTube copyright system, it seems that Lionsgate is trying to establish connection with YouTubers so it's not as tedious to review their films, and, they're not being violently objecting of the digital age, as most movie companies tend to be. Well, in our conversations, I said that I was planning to make a video on Heart of Darkness, and of course, Apocalypse Now is a really cool application of it. So while I was asking if I could get the rights to use clips of the film for this video, they said, why not just post the whole movie? So, I can't believe I'm saying this, in a few days, the entirety of Francis Ford Coppola's Heart of Darkness will be on the Wendigoon channel. The whole film will premiere here, we can watch it together, and then it will remain on the channel for at least 6 months, after which point we'll negotiate deals and contracts, but for the time being, they are splitting the revenue with me. I can't properly phrase to you how crazy that is. I'm used to movie companies shutting down entire videos for 3-second clips. Now a company is approaching YouTubers and saying, hey, you like these movies? Let's do something about it. I think it's really cool, and hopefully it leads to more of this, and more so, a better relationship between movie companies and YouTubers and the digital market. For so long, copyright laws in the entertainment industry have viewed people posting even clips or talking about films online as predatory. So hopefully this proves to be a step in the right direction for everyone, and I'm thankful to be a part of that step. I'm also a huge advocate for physical media. I like collecting DVDs and VHS tapes, so I'll also have a link in the description to Lionsgate's website, where you can purchase the digital edition or the 40th anniversary 6-disc edition of the film. Now, big underline to everything, if you purchase it or if you watch it on my channel, it is an R-rated movie for a reason. There's a ton of violence and swearing and slurs and everything else you would probably hear in Vietnam during the war. So viewer discretion advised, and please watch only if you're of age. I don't need Lionsgate coming to me and being like, hey, the deal went cool, but in a lot of emails from angry moms that said they're like 9-year-olds watch the film. And all I'll be able to say is, well, I told them not to do that. And also they sat through a very long video about Heart of Darkness, so maybe cut them some slack. So look out for that while you can. Be sure to get in on the Redacted collection if you're interested, and above all else, thank you for watching. This is a book that I was more familiar with the influences of it than the story itself. And as soon as I read the story, I knew I wanted to talk about it. I think Kurtz is such a fascinating character. He's so many things at once. It's not so much that he himself is complex as much as Marlowe's framing around him is complex. I think it's an interesting narrative and one that I want to see talked about more. So hopefully it's one that you enjoy. Thank you for sticking around as long as you have. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. The support from you all has really meant the world. 2025 has been a blessing through and through. I can't wait to see where we go in the new year. So be sure to check out those links in the description and stay tuned for the film. I believe that should do it for now. Before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. You know, there's also another adaptation of this story that Marlowe's just a crazy old man above all of the stuff and just traumatize everyone listening for no reason. That's a funnier interpretation. I like that.
It's the end of days. The sun scorches the earth, and strange beings, things wearing the faces of humans, crawl up from beneath it. The searing heat traps us indoors by day, and these visitors keep us imprisoned by night. We have no choice but to stay inside, but we can't stay alone, for that is when they strike. So who do we trust? Who do we let inside our homes? In a world ruled only by dogs, will we become one of them just to survive? This is the story of No, I'm Not a Human, a story that makes you question your morality, your humanity, and your very existence. This video was sponsored by War Thunder. The game opens with the protagonist speaking to his neighbor over the phone. He has just returned from a trip and seems to be concerned.
If you and your friends came under attack from a living folktale while stranded out at a remote summer camp, what would you do? All these horrific scenarios. If you and your friends came under attack, gotta ask, if you and your friends came under attack from a living folktale while stranded out at a remote summer camp, what would you do? The season's nearly over for our group of 7 young camp counselors, but when circumstances force us to spend one more night sitting around the fire, they suddenly find themselves caught up in a dark local secret. Now, with a horrific death waiting around every corner, not only fight for their very lives, but also solve the mystery as it unfolds all around them. I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, so okay, we're trying something a little different with this video. In case you don't know by now, The Quarry is a video game. Well, sort of. It's more of a something that can wait a couple hours so that it's got to try this. the business, literally everyone is here. You was wondering how I'm able to be able to sell all these terrific scenarios, tales of unimaginable human suffering. Well, because I'm genetically gifted and the most well-built survivor. That's however, your mind, God, sure. You ever want to chance making it to the next routine upright? In the worst judgment, but if you, throughout one of those things in a major way. First, second, about ability. Experience is a unique learning process that offers interactive lessons, right with complex subjects, ranging from math to data, programming and AI. Have proven that how cultivate and improve your understanding of these topics, no matter where you are in the knowledge journey. You got smart work on ignition, guidance, turbo mode, and brilliant hands-on approach to learning. Don't be more than 6 seconds more effective than watching lecture video. That's because critical thinking skills and engaging problem-solving exercises. How do you be more what you learn? Programs based around memorization alone. Designed by an award-winning research, teachers, professionals, business, such as MIT, materials and information will be insightful and accurate. By now, most of you probably think I do what I do because I love dunking all over harebrained movie protagonists. Never equally harebrained decisions. While that's certainly part of the job, truth is, I love learning about new things. To that end, really it's helped me expand my horizons, personally and professionally. And it's all done through fun and fascinating lessons I can knock out in just a few minutes every day. That's right. Turns out you can improve on perfection. I, for one, enjoy their course predicting with probability, as the ability to anticipate and account for the future is essential when making important life and death decisions, or even answering everyday questions, like which airliner might be the most likely to experience delays due to inclement weather. Here, you learn how to manage data sets, air distribution, phase theory. That's it. Make money from the holidays. It's data. Outright mental survival. Right in modern ways. Brilliant. You need more than that. Look at the keep up the train They've been running this for the last 2 months. Not like he has a baby with them. No, he wasn't even Jacob right now. Get on the road. Get out. Yes, I know it hurts to let someone go. When you know this beautiful feeling, yes, I don't think your relationship really is the right thing to do. It's your life forever.
This is the weakest time. It's very well to say it's not.
Jacob doesn't You'll also need ammunition, so it's a good thing she found a few boxes of shells and fireworks. You know when troublesome wildlife might need a refresher on probably be wise. Meanwhile, back across, this fighter while waiting for the create a prime opportunity to do a little snooping. It also doesn't hurt that Ryan is a total pushover who turns the keys over to Dylan with barely any resistance at all. Predictably, most of what they do is unremarkable. There's a landline we can use to call for help once the baddies is down, and the great action shotgun we can use to shoot them. However, weird upon entering the order. In the closer investigation of his wardrobe reveals a hidden ultralight. can't. What's weird about it to me is the fact that it's all made like this. No one could bat an eye yet. Equipment and products. Plus, then you can use the extra space behind the closet to go over the thing about the fact that he's trying to hide it. Suggests he doesn't want anyone to know he's watching. This could be that he doesn't want people to feel uncomfortable. On the other hand, it could be because he doesn't want anyone to know what he's watching out for. What's that? Bro, what are you talking about? You clearly saw some creepy dude that you don't recognize roll up and disable one of the cameras, which you know are on this property. How could that possibly be okay with you? This is something everyone here needs to know about and needs to know about right now. And yet, when the boys rejoin the group back at the fire, neither one of them bothers to mention it. Hell, the only reason Dylan mentions the surveillance room at all is so he can make a few tasteless remarks for flying packets of birds. So right off the bat, everyone thinks it's BS. With all their party supplies assembled, the gang decides to crank the angst level straight up to 11 with a rousing bout of truth or dare, which is always a great game to play when you have immediate access to both alcohol and firearms. Eventually, Caitlin's turn comes around, and out of what I can only assume is a deep-seated urge to make everyone here very uncomfortable, she dares him to kiss either Jacob or Nick. Keep in mind, Jacob just ended their relationship less than an hour ago. Abigail supposedly had no feelings for Nick. Then again, I suppose Caitlin might be trying to help her buddy with his when in the light, it's Jacob, right? Well, apparently they'd be wrong.
He's good.
Who actually does something like that? Obviously, this results in both Jacob and Abigail angrily storming off into the night. And of course it would. You know, Nick and Emma are forced to chase down their respective love interests and explain how that totally wasn't what it looked like. Fortunately, neither of them get very far. Nick finds Abigail wandering around a particularly dark and spooky part of the forest and sits her down for a heart-to-heart. It goes pretty well. Apparently, watching her supposed friend practically make out with a guy was just the nudge Abby needed to give him a shot. Hooray! Good vibes don't stick around for too long. And just when things start getting cozy, they're suddenly interrupted by the sound of something growling off in the bushes. Nice what you got. They actually go look for it. I'd just like to make it clear that the game did not give us an option here, okay? I have absolutely nothing to do. Do I really even have to explain it? It sounds like some big, tough animal. What more reason could you possibly need to leave this thing alone? Besides, it's the middle of the night. Even if there is something there, you're probably not going to get a good look at it before it scurries off into the darkness. That's if you're lucky. Than you could have ever possibly imagined. Awesome. See, that's what happens when you ignore obvious signs of danger, not to mention the fact that Nick made everything worse by running off like that. Whatever the hell this thing is, it's clearly some kind of predator. This was apparent even before the big reveal, based on that god-awful noise it was making. Yeah, I'm not a biologist, but anything that sounds like that definitely wants to eat you. The point is, you never want to run away from a predator to compare for a mountain lion, because this will almost certainly cause them to chase you, and you will 100% not be winning that race. The key is to back away slowly while making a lot of noise, and then laterally to the beast until you break line of sight. That being said, you gotta be sure to help in this situation. Just but launching into a panic sprint like that when you don't know what you're dealing with is generally not a great idea. As for what we do next, given a choice as Abigail between running back to camp immediately or trying to help Nick. Now, ordinarily, I would choose the first option, because what else can we actually do here? I mean, just look at this thing. There's no way Abby could possibly fend it off without a weapon, and she's supposed to drag her man out of there too. Forget it. However, this situation is unique in that we're suddenly receiving cover fire from an unseen marksman, and it's a good thing too, because Abby would have been completely out here otherwise. Plus, without someone else's story to corroborate hers, there's simply no way any of the other counselors are going to believe this. Blood shooting. Unfortunately, the unseen marksman can only seem to wound the creature. While it's enough to buy Abby a clean getaway, she has no other choice but to leave Nick behind. In fact, it's almost like
that last choice didn't matter at all. Crazy. After breaking contact with the monster, kept Abby running past the hiding spot in the log, well as the flammable tree. Neither seemed like a good idea. Until we know what this thing is, what it's capable of. So our best chance of surviving is to create distance and get back to the others as quickly as possible.
Hiding in the log would have almost certainly resulted in death if the creature sniffed us out. As strong and agile as this, I can't imagine the tree would be that much of an obstacle for it. Ultimately, we must have done something right, as Abby makes it back to the fire totally unharmed. However, before we go any further,
GameCube games that NES for Christ's sake.
Well, whatever. Ultimately, Ryan does as he's told. He bolts down the trail, eventually reaching its location just as a blood-splattered hillbilly attempts to drag him off into the forest. All attempts to reason with a yokel prove futile, leaving us with no other choice. Oh, okay. Didn't know Mr. Rex was in this one. Seriously, though, I don't know if you can tell from the clip, but we aimed it right for his face, and you can even see blood fly off in the very next shot. No way someone's walking away from something like that. It doesn't matter. That range, every that's assuming that this is kill him instantly. You think it's going to be horizontal after that. That's for Ryan's part of all. Mentally on command and have more critically injured friends that just constantly or warning. Smoke. Like, humanity rate, why do you get that campfire or the other? Why are you guys you've got morons are broadcasting this thing to the entire simultaneously ruining my vision. Robert McDonald is watching you guys from the tree line with a field cannon, and you wouldn't have any idea. And sure enough, the gang stops cold, and something starts rustling around in the nearby bushes. Fortunately for them, it's only Jacob this time. And fortunately for him, we didn't fire recklessly into the vegetation. That's because we here at Nerd Explains follow all the rules of firearm safety. Rule number 1, don't be cringe. Rule number 2, if you're gonna shoot me, you better kill me. And rule number 3, never waste ammo. And that's it. Alright, so Jacob explains what he's seen so far, including desiccated human bodies wrapped in barbed wire at the bottom of the lake. And everyone pretty much just rolls their eyes as though nothing crazy has happened at all tonight. The most important part of his spiel, however, is why he's got all that crap in his face. Turns out he got snapped up in an over-engineered snare trap thing. But just when it looked like the crazy redneck from earlier was about to gut him like a deer, the strange man instead wound up cutting him free before slathering him up in whatever that is. Probably blood. Gotta say, pretty far cry from the way he was just dragging Nick off with some deliverance action. Must like him lanky. Okay, jokes aside, there must be more to this guy than we realize. Guess we'll have to find out later. Also, it's worth mentioning that we had control over Jacob during that sequence and chose not to resist the guy who was helping us because he was helping us. Still, it would have been nice if he'd at least told us why he was dumping blood on our face. Otherwise, why wouldn't anyone just wash it off immediately? Yeah, we've all used it. Anyway,
least there's clearly enough signal to get one through. It couldn't hurt to try. As for Emma, once the others are good to go, they can take one of the shotguns and maybe a volunteer or two to go back. Or you could not do that and just ride out with everyone else. You know, why did they
奄奄不乐，虽不吃的不够。猴子长脖子短，他的本事还
Yes, that's what I thought. That is literally swap out. Whatever.
Hello. Oh, my friend. How are you doing? How is life? No, I do not. I mean, I've got loads of experience on Fortnite. I used to play it all the time, but I don't really play it that much anymore. I did used to though. I have a bunch of OG skins, like from season 6 onward. I would have earlier skins, but I lost my original account. So I have skins from season 6 all the way up to, you know, I'd say, like, I think 2 chapters have passed since I last played. I have a decent account though. Probably worth a little bit of money. I do go back and play it every now and then, but, you know, most of the time, I do not. Sorry dude, I'm using my PlayStation mic, so I can't really increase my volume. The best I can do is speak into the mic like this. It might be the fan. It's really, really hot. I live in the UK, and there's a heat wave at the moment, so I have to have a fan on. So that could be kind of, you know, damaging it. Also, I'm speaking quite low. I'm kind of high right now. What are you using? Okay, no, this is on PlayStation. I do sometimes stream on my PC, but even then, I left my proper headphones at home, so I just have to deal with what I've got for the time being. I'll get my headphones back eventually, but not at this very moment in time. I don't think this is the right way to go. Pretty sure it's a massive circle. I know the way out of there. I just need to make sure I haven't missed anything. Is the game volume too loud? Because I could turn the game volume down. That might make it a little bit easier to hear me. Spoilers of what? This game? Dude, I've played this game before. This is my second playthrough, so there are no spoilers. Yeah, this isn't my first playthrough, so there won't be any proper spoilers. So, say whatever you want to say. I love this game though. It's so fun.
Ryan and Dylan. So far, their trip has been surprisingly uneventful. So much so that our dynamic duo decided to stop right out in the open. Told us about nothing but over a solid game is right. I was a little nervous when I overcompensated by making a bunch of jokes. Oh, you like jokes? Do you? Well, here's one. What's red? It's red for your feet. Fight it. Get on.
I want to say you should fight that cheap boss. Dude, I'm gonna fight every single boss in the game. If you actually have a look at, like, my previous streams, you'll see that I'm doing an every single boss run. Every time I play this game, I fight every single boss. And yeah, the cheap boss is gonna be kind of tough after I beat all the wardens, right? But, don't mean to kiss my own ass or anything, but I'm pretty decent when it comes to boss fights. I've got a lot of experience with other Souls games. Like, have you played like other Souls games like Elden Ring or Bloodborne or any of the original Souls games, like stuff like that? I played that Pinocchio game, Lies of P. I didn't really enjoy it that much, but I just wasn't struggling with any of the boss fights at all. Like, they're all just easy as shit. I managed to, like, first time them, like, quite a lot of the time. Or if not first time, I'm getting my second or third attempt. So I never fully finished that game, but, you know, I did enjoy it partly, but, yeah, it wasn't really for me. Random guy, like I got your video, my recommendation, because I wasn't funny. It's weird. Like, I stream these videos for myself. Like, I just do it to record my gameplay, because quite often I'll first time bosses or stuff like that. I regret not streaming Sekiro, because by the time I got to the end of Sekiro, managed to beat the final boss in 4 attempts, and that was my first time ever playing the game. That's, like, forever been my, like, biggest gaming achievement. the like highest declaration of my skill. Probably gonna die here. But yeah, no, I did fucking love Sekiro. Played it again recently. I didn't manage to beat the final boss within 4 attempts this time, but I did it within I did it within 30 minutes, so probably about 15 attempts. Have you ever played Sekiro? Because Sekiro is like one of the best games I've ever played. Might actually be the best game I've ever played. It's not my favourite game in the world. It's like probably like top 3. My favourite game will always be Ocarina of Time. There we go. That's the location. Very cool. No, come on. I didn't even realize I could fall off.
That's right, Martin. I'm talking to you. Dude's clearly gone completely hysterical from the shock of all like that. Why? God. Literally anything you
So far, throughout this playthrough, no boss has taken me more than 5 attempts. I've beaten every single boss within 5 attempts. Like, I know what I'm doing, my build is pretty decent, so on and so forth. I don't mean to kiss my own ass, but all I do is play video games. I'm in need. Like, I'm not employed or anything like that. I'm 21. All I do is play video games, so I am pretty good at them. I mean, I stream. I guess part of me wants to be a streamer, but I just don't know if I have the dedication to put it, to actually stream like that. No, I'm not I didn't smell like Ghost of Tsushima is an awesome game as well. I played that, but Sekiro isn't like Ghost of Tsushima. I mean, you could like say that they're similar in a way because of the setting and stuff like that, but Ghost of Tsushima is like a grounded. Well, I say grounded. Obviously, it's not grounded because he plays like pretty much a fucking immortal samurai. He's not actually immortal, but he might as well be. But no, I wouldn't exactly call Sekiro and Ghost of Tsushima similar games. If you like Souls games, or to be fair, like have you played Elden Ring? Yeah, exactly. It's just because they're both Japanese. I'm actually pretty sure that I don't know. Yeah, they are both Japanese. All Souls games are Japanese, believe it or not, and they're made by, I can't remember the company name, but they're made by a Japanese company. Yeah, I played Night Rain. You played Night Rain, but did you actually play, like, Elden Ring, like the game itself, or you just played Night Rain? Because I never bothered with Night Rain, because it's not. I will play it eventually, like if it ever becomes free or cheaper, I'll play it then. But, yeah, no, Elden Ring and Night Rain, even though they are both technically, like, one, like, they're two sides of the same coin, but they're completely different. Elden Ring is like a true Souls game, whereas Night Rain's a multiplayer. play the classic one. When you say classic, you mean Elden Ring. They say it's so hard. No, it isn't. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, it's a hard game and it's meant to be a hard game, but at the same time, like, you can make it easy for yourself. The original Souls games are hard games because they don't really allow you to. I mean, obviously, if you sat there grinding for hours, you could make yourself OP enough to fight bosses easily. But, yeah, Elden Ring, like, for example, for Elden Ring, you get to decide how difficult you want the game to be. When I first played it, I found, I think it's called like a Bloodhound Edge, like one sword you can get really, really early on, and it just carried me through the entire game, and I absolutely obliterated bosses. Like, Melania, for example, I fucking ruined her, and she's supposed to be the hardest boss in the game, and I did it on like my third attempt. People were watching my stream and they were so, because I was like destroying everything, they were so excited to see me come up against Melania. But then when I actually fought her, I beat her pretty much instantly, and everyone was really disappointed. Which made me a little bit sad, but I can't help my skill. You know, Jesus Christ, I'm expecting this guy to be so fucking tough. This guy. Yeah, you should play Elden Ring, dude. I mean, if you like this game, then you'll probably like Elden Ring, because you can get overpowered in this game. Here's a question. When you played this game, did you beat Erlang? Like, he's like the secret, like, true endgame boss. Erlang Shen, I think his name is. He's supposed to be the brother of Wukong or whatever. He is a seriously hard boss. Like, he really gave me trouble. I was there fighting him for like an hour and a half before I eventually did it. I bet you didn't fight him, did you? I really recommend doing it because it'll make you a better at gaming, and two, it's just a fun fight. Have you not beat this game yet? You're only on chapter 3. Well, when you get to the end, I recommend fighting Erlang. Just Google it, because there is, like, obviously ways to miss it and stuff like that, but yeah, fight Erlang and get the chance. It'll be in like chapter 5 or chapter 6 or whichever. Just fight him, trust me. It'll be hard as shit and you will struggle, but it'll be worth it. Right, okay. And it's your first time playing this game. Well, I know spoilers and whatever, but like, look into Erlang. Yeah, Erlang is a secret boss, but he's also the hardest boss in the game. Look into it and make sure you fight him, dude, because it honestly is so worth it. You get like cool rewards for it as well. If you plan to do a New Game Plus playthrough, then obviously, yeah. Oh god, I didn't realize that was, well, I was dead. If I just ended up right back at the start. Alright guys, I'll see you next stream. See you, dude. Nice stopping by. Hope to see you again. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Have a good day, bro, and enjoy the game. And look into Erlang. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Have a good day, dude. See ya. A piece of bucket in them. Take care, dude. I'm gonna go eat food anyway.
What matters is that he's rapidly becoming a liability. Who knows when he's going to have another Hannibal Lecter moment? And with that newfound strength of his, Duke could probably tear someone in half like a phone book before the rest of us even knew what was going on. Look, I'm not saying we take Nick out back and tell him about the rapper. Not yet, anyway. For the sake of finding help for everyone, including him, you might want to consider just leaving him somewhere safe, coming back for him later, or maybe never. The problem is going to be Abby. Even in spite of all that creeper action earlier, the poor girl's still madly in love with the guy, so it's unlikely she'd be willing to leave his side. You know what? That's just fine with me. Good luck, Fred. Maybe try not to look so malicious. That being said, you'll probably be a bit more open to keeping your distance after this happened. That's the end of her. Nope, she's actually fine. Like, literally fine. No broken bones, no ruptured organs. She didn't even get the wind knocked out of her. You know what else is weird? Apparently, Ryan decided to leave the shotgun lying on a random spot on the floor halfway across the room from him, which is coincidentally right next to where Abby just bounced off the wall like a dead cat. Fascinating. At any rate, it seems this is meant to be some kind of big decision where he chooses between smoking Nick on the spot or giving him a taste to come to his senses. Although, if that's the case, the devs probably shouldn't have started us off in combat mode, because there's no way we're passing up another opportunity to shoot something. Expecting that, but at least we know where the creatures came from. People, or they were anyway. Whatever the case, we clearly crossed over into some bad, crazy, paranormal type stuff that defies all scientific knowledge. So that's probably bad, especially since that shotgun did literally nothing besides put them off. Although, I guess it did drive them away. Means they can probably still feel pain. We can kill it. That is excellent. And speaking of pain, it seems Emma's finally dragged herself out of the water just in time for it to start pouring rain. Lucky for her, the campfire from earlier is still lit, despite no one having fed it for about an hour at this point. Still, she's definitely going to want to find actual shelter ASAP, not only to get out of the cold, wet environment, but also to get there. Creatures crawling all over the place. She's fresh out of firepower. Apparently, she used up the last of the spare mace during her encounter in the treehouse, and as for that stun gun she found, seems the hunk of junk didn't like getting wet. Good riddance, I say. The best part about those things is they fit neatly into a trash can, where they belong. What nerd, you say? Surely a small handheld shoving device is better than a fist, right? To that, I say, no, it's not. You're probably thinking that they work like a taser, where sufficient prone dispersion on the target would cause neuromuscular incapacitation. This is simply not the case. Stun guns like the one that Emma found are nothing more than a simple paint compliance weapon. They're barely even serviceable as that. I've been to parties where dudes have stood around zapping each other with those things for fun and laughed while being shot. Granted, they were drunk at the time, but a motivated attacker with his adrenaline pumping is probably not even going to notice it when he's busy burying his thumb into your eyesight. This brings me to point number two of why these things suck. You have to maintain direct physical contact with your attacker in order to use it effectively, meaning the whole time you'll be well within range for him to stab, grab, punch, otherwise swallow you. And that's assuming you can even get close enough to use it at all. Oh, but knives require you to be up close and personal, and you carry more of those than credit cards. Yeah, but with a knife, you can quickly slash an opponent's artery and then retreat to a safe distance while they get really, really tired. Hell, even your fists will impart lasting physical injury on someone if you strike them in the right place. Plus, each moment of time only lasts a fraction of a second, after which you can maneuver around them or deliver follow-up blows to other vulnerable areas. No, it's not a good tool for someone who doesn't know how to fight, because if they don't know how to fight, they sure as hell won't know how to deploy that thing in a way that doesn't get them immediately down. Just about the only use case I can see for these things is making that scary zapping noise right off outside the bar. But if it doesn't work to de-escalate the situation, it'll only cause it to escalate far beyond the point that you're prepared to deal with. And besides, you know what else is scary? Secret claiming near-permanent vision loss after getting blasted in the face with a Moglite OKW. So, in conclusion, don't use a stun gun. Use a real gun. Can't get a real gun? Get pepper spray. Can't get pepper spray? Get a bright flashlight. Can't get one of those? I don't know. Maybe consider a chance to blow cow. I, for one, carry all three. You should too. Lecture over. At any rate, the good news is that we were able to find that pack of fireworks before heading back up to the lodge. These could be useful, creating a distraction in case we need to sneak by something or someone. Sure enough, not long before Emma spots a couple country boys screwing around with one of the creatures they caught. Although by the looks of it, they have their hands full at the moment. Gotta say, props to Emma for quietly observing these two calls from concealment, not immediately calling out to them for help. After all, no one else is supposed to be on this property tonight. While they certainly don't appear to be aligned with the creepers in any way, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're on our side. I mean, how would we know that they're not secretly or cover government assets sent here to contain and speak to research assessment, eliminate any witnesses? Yeah, probably not, but still, we don't know their intentions. At least for now, we should keep our distance. Fortunately, Dylan couldn't have possibly known that another one of the monsters would probably suck for this entire time. Now that she's figured to press her instincts by taking off running, only imagine she's in for a gruesome, gut-wrenching death. Let's watch. Really the good guy think he grabbed those fireworks things. Emma's just lucky that the guy that works for the home ring instead of a conventional fuse. Otherwise, no way he would have been able to set them off for any full cage. That said, I can't believe he didn't get them out of his pocket. Here's hoping she's got more than just one. Anyway, now that she's free from her pursuer, Emma finally makes it back to the lodge, only to find it completely deserted. Honestly, I'm not sure what she was really expecting. The way things are going outside, I'd probably assume everyone else was already dead. One thing's for sure, I wouldn't let the dark, spooky interior scare me into abandoning what is probably the best hiding place in the entire quarry. Sure, the main hall isn't that great, but there are plenty of sturdy rooms that you can post up in and barricade until help arrives, or at least until sunlight. But no, apparently, Emma thinks the run-down, inoperable van with paper-thin glass windows is the best place to hide inhuman killing machines with immense physical strength. Guess we'll find out here in a bit. For now, we're forced to check back in with Caitlin, Ryan, and Abby, even though I'd rather just pretend that they all got eaten. Apparently, this is mere seconds after Nick transmogrified in front of God and everybody after Abby dosed him with a 12 gauge. As you can probably imagine, he's still pretty shaken up about it.
I killed him.
No, clearly you did not. If you ask me, that is exactly the problem. The last thing we need is another one of those gangly freaks running around out there. And of course, we also don't need some trigger-happy cyclops homing in on the sound of gunfire and pounding on the pool house door, which is exactly what happens next. However, based on her calls for help, it doesn't seem like she's she didn't what's her name out with keyword seems. For real though, why on earth would we trust this chick? The only other option we've seen so far tried to attack her. And of course, that's despite the fact that she gunned down a seemingly innocent girl not 20 minutes ago. Kick rocks, lady. We've got enough problems without bringing in a loud call. I mean, sure, maybe Casey Hackett stuck into one of those things that this man put her down. She's just a cold-blooded killer who will shoot us in the back and she did. The fact is, we just don't know. Her identifying herself as one of the counselors at our dojo means absolutely nothing as far as I'm concerned. Unfortunately, we have Dylan with us. Despite all the crazy we've been through tonight, he's completely dishonest the second he hears our name. You are, I say you punch her, moron. Fuck kill. But of course, are right. Absolutely in utter control. Let's see all the time. I guess we're just gonna let this happen. That being said, I think we can close on this issue without leaving ourselves wide open for attack. Instead of swinging the door open and risking a load of buckshot to the face, we should have had Ryan back off behind a nearby corner. Cover the door while Dylan locked it. We would then instruct the stranger to slowly open it herself and toss her weapon on the floor, at which point she would enter with her hands up or catch another hole in her head. Simple as that. Getting back to our hero, it is here that they meet Laura Tierney. Boy, did she have a story for them. It all started 2 months ago, the night before Camp opened.
Laura and her boyfriend are Max driving up early for reasons I never cared to explore. When out of nowhere, this jumped out in front of them, causing Max to panic and swerve off the road. Not gonna lie, I would have just hit it. Tripping the wheel like that is exactly how you end up rolling over and crushing the gas, especially in an SUV. Luckily, this time around, they just plowed through the fence down a nearby hill without getting so much as whiplash. Their vehicle, on the other hand, seems to be another story. According to Max, that wild ride in the woods was jacked up. I mean, it looks just fine to me, but whatever. In his car, so maybe he knows more than I know. Either way, the most troubling part of this ordeal is what they almost faced. Laura seems to think you a person, although if that's true, I gotta wonder why in the hell he'd be army crawling out in the middle of the road this late at night. I guess it could be someone else who wrecked out here and dragging themselves back up to the road for help. Like, dude, maybe stick to the shoulder so you don't get yourself a pizza. Whatever the case, Laura decides to take a look around. Max tends to work on the engine. That's when things start getting a little creepy. If that hag is still walking around out there, we didn't hit her nearly hard enough. What about we just mind our own business and start never tell a living soul about this incident for as long as we both shall live? Sound good? But no. Laura decides she's just go wandering aimlessly into the dark, creepy woods by herself with nothing but her phone light in a forward disposition. Also, Max absolute skull for letting her go alone like this. And no, I'm not suggesting that he goes off with her. I'm saying he should do everything within his power to stop her with this, up to and including carrying her back to the bar. Or it is, by all accounts, a very stupid idea. Simply put, if someone is out there, they clearly do not want our help, or else they would have come out and asked for it like a normal human being. And if she's thinking they're too incapacitated to do that, well, okay. Y'all clearly saw the creepy old man sulking between the trees earlier, and there is no way Lord did not see her as well. Whoever, whatever he is, I'm sure she's doing just fine. Let's leave. Fortunately for everybody involved, Lord doesn't make it all that far before the trees start speaking English. Just got off so easy right there. Normally, this level of brainlessness can result in immediate death. And again, this is technically from the game's prologue, so they probably don't want to give up the good stuff just yet. This also means nothing probably would have happened had we failed at the series of swiftly easy button prompts to keep Laura from braining herself while running full tilt back to Mac. That doesn't mean we're letting her slip. In fact, we're calling it right here. 100% first try quick time events playthrough, no guides, no do-overs, blindfolded on the Guitar Hero control. This is happening. Where was I? So, yeah, the lovebirds decided it's time to leave. Didn't you know it? There's another problem. It seems the Jeep slipped into some soft earth on the way down, and now they don't have enough traction to back up to the road. In enters Officer Lurch. Apparently, he must have spotted the break in the fence, put two and two together, and it's a good thing he did too. Based on what we've seen from Laura so far, he probably would have insisted that she and Max go hiking through the pitch dark forest instead of simply walking back up to the road, praying for a passing motorist. Anyway, after winching their vehicle onto the pavement, the cop, who's actually the county sheriff, pulled them aside for a few questions. Chief among them being, what the hell happened? Why are you two driving around BFE in the middle of the night? Now, I'm sure some of you out there would immediately start spouting off about road pirates and the Articles of Confederation, but the dude did just help them out. I don't really see a reason to be hostile right now. After all, they haven't done anything wrong, so why waste the energy being evasive? Well, okay, we did kind of gloss over the part about maybe running over a person as we swerved off the road, but I mean, it is pretty dark out. Can we really be sure that thing crawling around the road was a dude, not just like a woodchuck or something? No point to getting him all worked up over nothing, right? Besides, the sheriff doesn't seem all that interested in their story anyway. Right now, the only thing he's worried about is making sure they don't continue their way to Hackett's quarry. But of course, he refuses to explain why that is. Instead, he wants them to stay at some dumpy motel for the night and get there in the morning. It's also worth pointing out that the man's last name is Hackett, like the camp's host, Chris. Since they're almost certainly related, one would assume that they share some kind of rare genetic abnormality that prevents them from providing good reasons for the things they tell people to do. Obviously, Laura and
deserted summer camp out in the middle of the creepy woods, the same creepy cops creep up and creep on you. And yet, I know Laura and Max, that's the bro. Given they were sent there by the local sheriff, maybe they can work something out with the motel owner. But you know what? Fine. They've come all this way. Might as well swing by on the off chance something's out there. Then, once they're finished standing outside the empty lodge like a-holes for a few minutes, they can slink on over to the motel and try again in the morning. Ultimately, this is exactly what they do. Well, they stop just short of leaving for the motel because, naturally, Laura wants to have a look around. Now, just in case Mr. Heck is hiding in the basement to avoid dealing with any overzealous counselors who showed up before they were supposed to. Although, if you ask me, the reason she's so bound and determined to make this work is because they sold the box was entirely her fault to begin with.
Did you actually even talk to Mr. Hackett, or did you just leave a message?
This is the difference. Well, if he did check his voicemail, he would have called you back and told you not to come, wouldn't he? Jesus, it's like a toss-up between this chick and Caitlin for the title of the most insufferable camp counselor. Although, I'm sure we'll have plenty more contenders by the time this is all over. At any rate, it sort of looks like they might actually come to their senses and get back on the road. Or spots what appears to be someone locked in the lodge's storm bunker thing. Only, just like the old lady in the forest, whoever it is, clearly wants nothing to do with her. Man, don't you hate it when all the people you're trying to help completely ignore you and actively try to get away from you? It's almost like they don't want you or need your help at all. They just want to be left the hell alone. I mean, for all she knows, Mr. Hackett works the wrong kind of mushrooms. He locked himself down there to sweat it out before the counselor showed up. Whatever the case, Laura's savior complex simply can't bear the thought of not getting directly involved. And so she calls for Max to grab some tools that they can use to break the block. So, yeah, here's an idea. How about before we commit to breaking and entering and potentially thrusting ourselves directly into the middle of some kind of human trafficking ring, why don't we simply get back in the car, drive until we regain cell phone service, and dial 911 to let the professionals handle this? Whatever's going on here, this is not your typical Timmy fell down the well type of situation. If there's someone trapped in that thing, it is 100% because someone else trapped them in there. Probably the same person who drives that random other vehicle sitting out in the parking lot. In that case, I highly doubt either Max or Laura is properly equipped to deal with potentially armed kidnappers until some kind of violent encounter occurs. Now, that being said, I still chose to have her use the hammer to smash the lock instead of quietly popping it with the wrenches. As from my perspective, whatever she saw down there did not look human, or at least not completely. In fact, kind of resembled one of those creepy crawlies from The Descent, which itself is another story where someone dumb gets her and her friends into serious trouble because she neglected to properly inform them about what they were walking into. The point being, I wanted to make sure the character I was in direct control over had something she could at least try to use to protect herself once things inevitably went horribly wrong. I mean, I guess that's kind of cheating the Nerd Explains form out of it, but it's my show. This is happening. So once down in the bunker, Laura begins searching for any sign of whatever it is she thinks she's looking for, while Max sits by the exit and waits for her to come to her senses. Good luck with that one. Jake literally walks up on a blood-stained dog collar beside a freshly munched human rib cage and barely blinks. I mean, if that's not enough to send her sprinting the hell out of that pit, I don't know what is. Then again, maybe she was just holding out for something like this.
I think our imagination.
No, how could this have possibly ended poorly? Thankfully, whatever pounced on Max left him alive, at least for now. Although he's definitely going to need to see a doctor, judging by all the blood loss. That said, I'm not seeing any gushing or spurting coming from his wounds, so it's possible all his major blood vessels are still intact. The only question now is what to do next. The game gives us a choice between lugging his injured body up the stairs, all while making ourselves extremely vulnerable to follow-up attacks from the mystery thing, or leaving it for dead, proving definitively that all Laura's deeply misguided compassion is nothing but self-gratifying nonsense. Oh, God, I don't know which one I really want to pick, but it also occurs to me that Max still has the car key, since whatever this thing is seems a lot faster than they are. Simply hightailing it out into the forest probably is not going to cut it. Problem is, we don't get a third option, fish the keys out of his pocket before callously abandoning it. So I guess we'll just have to take him with us. Good thing we brought the hammer. Unfortunately, like so many other decisions we've made thus far, it doesn't really matter. Their new best friend almost immediately follows them up the stairs and drags Max screaming screaming back down into the depths. As for Laura, she doesn't make it much further.
But this look like the armature motel to you!
I wouldn't know. I've never seen it. Seriously, though, this is what he gets for wanting to get out on the map and assuming that they would listen instead of simply telling them to follow him. Anyway, if it wasn't obvious enough by the fact that he just jabbed our girl in the neck with a tranquilizer needle, come to find out, Sheriff Hackett is heavily involved in whatever's going on here. As future Laura goes on to explain, the shifty lawman hauled them both back to the station where he keeps them locked up for nearly 2 months. Keep in mind, he never bothered taking Max in for medical attention either, although, strangely enough, dude seemed to make a full recovery less than 24 hours after the incident. Gee, I wonder what that's all about. False imprisonments aside, it could always get worse. Hackett never even tried torturing them once during their interrogation. He always made sure to provide regular access to both food and water, as well as hot showers and freshly laundered clothing. I mean, how exactly is that any worse than being at summer camp? But of course, some people just can't appreciate anything. Sure enough, not long before Max and Laura begin noodling on an escape plan. To that end, they come up with 2 possible courses of action. They can either try to get on his good side in the hopes that he'll soften up and let them go, or wait until he lets his guard down and swiftly beat his to death. Both of these are, of course, ignoring the fact that the only way they're likely to get the drop on him in the first place is by gaining his trust. So, a hybrid approach really is the best option here. After all, you can't stab someone in the back if they won't turn around. Not easy, at least. For this reason, we decided to go with option A. Not that it probably even matters which we went with anyway. Still, whatever our heroes intend to do, they better start working on it fast. Something's clearly wrong with Max. If his hypothesis about this whole situation is correct, he could rapidly wind up becoming a major problem for the both of them.
I'm just saying, maybe it was a werewolf.
Werewolves? Seriously? Yeah, I'm sure that would have hit a lot harder without the sudden texture popping. But the dude's got a point. The very idea is utter insanity. Full moons causing invincible monsters to come out who can then turn others into the same monsters through infectious bite wounds. Clearly, this is the work of none other than Macabre. My God, it all makes sense now. Just think, we haven't seen a single ghost in Hackett's story this entire time. That explains why the Chupacabras are actively targeting people. They must have been forced to adapt after completing their natural food source. That means it's only a matter of time before they begin to arm themselves with automatic weapons and expand their reach out to the Mojave Desert. They'll have to act quickly. But of course, even if Max hadn't so wildly missed the mark with his ridiculous werewolf claims, doubtful Laura would have accepted this reality without concrete evidence. It turns out, Sheriff Hackett is all too eager to provide. 1 month after their initial encounter, the small town of, Hackettville once again finds itself bathed in the soft glow of a full moon. But Jandy Taylor clearly sees as the perfect opportunity to educate his guests. After handcuffing Laura to a nearby radiator, he provides her with only the instructions to stay back from the cell door or leaving her to it and stepping out for the night. Meanwhile, Max's conditions begin deteriorating rapidly. With each passing second, the ailing man looks and sounds less and less human. There's only more shoopy. For her to stay back. The good news is that the ferocious attack broke the one flimsy pipe keeping Laura in place, allowing her to quickly scamper off to the nearest bathroom and assess the damage done. Something tells me a little antiseptic gauze and ibuprofen is not going to cut it. Although, on the positive side, now Hackett's going to have to take her in for treatment, or else she'll almost certainly die of think about leaving Max behind for the night. We also kind of forgot to look for them ourselves. So, whoops. Seriously though, given the opportunity, why wouldn't she at least try and go for help? After all, he has no way of knowing Hackett's long-term plans for them. And while providing this little lesson in cryptozoology does suggest some desire to bring her into the fold, he could just as easily change his mind and initiate Order 66 should things take an unexpected turn. Point being, this could easily be their only chance to get out of this nightmare. In that case, I'm taking the first opening I can get, flagging down a passing motorist in hopes that this whole county isn't in on the monster match. Then again, it is the middle of summer, so it's not entirely out of the question. She might be able to walk through the night to the next closest town and try to find someone who can help her. Once that's taken care of, she can contact state or even federal authorities to go back and liberate Max, assuming he hasn't already been disposed of. The way I see it, that's still a better chance than he has right now. Ultimately, poking around the dump this guy calls an office turns up little in the way of useful information. But Laura does manage to walk away with one of the syringes full of go-to-sleep juice that he used to subdue her back at the quarry. Naturally, this is a huge win for Team Good Guy, especially knowing that she can effectively hide it from her captor using a loose brick in the wall of her cell. First things first, however, let's see if we can't find a little drink liquor that we can use to spice up the concoction. You know, mix things up a little. With her search concluded, Laura heads back to her cell and comes out for the night, awakening in the morning to find a freshly blood-splattered Hackett admiring her first aid skills. Honestly, she probably shouldn't have done such a great job dressing the wound. Now he's definitely not taking her in for treatment, although I kind of doubt that there was ever a legitimate chance of that happening anyway. As for Max, it seems he must have snapped back into human form at some point while she was still asleep. It's unclear just how much he remembers from the night before. Lucky for him, Hackett's got it covered. Evidently, he set up a camera feed to capture the young man's chewification, which now that I think about it, could have been something he did when Max got infected over a month ago. You see, back when the two of them first arrived at the station, we were given a brief glimpse from Laura's perspective, showing Max transform in the neighboring cell. Well, why the hell couldn't Hackett have just set up a camera to record his transformation then? Sure, maybe he didn't have enough time to catch him turning into one of those things, but could have at the very least caught him turning back into a regular dude at the end of the night. Doing so would have helped Laura and Max understand the true nature of the situation from the very beginning, likely made them more amenable to whatever he has in mind. Instead, he let them rot in a crappy cell for over a month, thereby all but guaranteeing that they'd come to see him as nothing short of the world's biggest piece of shit. While being left to wonder what on earth was going on, it seriously wasted an entire month of everyone's time for no discernible benefit. And before you say they might assume the footage is fake, do you honestly think a small town sheriff's office would possess both the means and the resources to create a 100% lifelike 3D rendering of a full chupacabra bursting out of a man's chest in a single night? Well, actually, they might be dumb enough to believe that. Either way, it was stupid of Hackett not to at least give it a try, is what I'm getting at here. And apparently, the man hasn't gotten any smarter since, because right after handing off the iPad, the very next thing he does is sit down with his back against Laura's cell, drown his woes in brown liquor. Now, some of you might be thinking this would be an excellent chance to nail him with the knockout needle and go for his keys, but unfortunately, Laura didn't think to stash it on her person somewhere after the pat-down. That said, even if she were able to deploy it effectively in this situation, there's a significant chance Hackett would pull away after feeling the injection, or even simply lug forward, flung out with keys slightly out of reach. Like it or not, you've only got one shot at this. You'd better believe that any amount of goodwill that they build up with this guy will be completely obliterated by the time he wakes up. And as for making a move on the man's service pistol, sorting things out the hard way, we'd run into the same problem of him getting too far away before we could put it down, at which point we'd be stuck in here until question mark, or worse, until someone on his side shows up to check on him and decides to get a little payback. There's also the fact that most police officers carry their sidearms in retention holsters, designed to make it difficult for an untrained person to draw from and off anyone, like right behind them. Can't quite tell what kind of holster Hackett's running right now, but given the circumstances, it would probably be better to err on the side of caution. Besides, it seems Operation Brown Nose is starting to have the desired effect, as the inebriated sheriff is currently spilling his guts about his involvement with the monstrification play. No point in interrupting the guy while there's a chance that we might learn something useful, right? For the most part, it's all a bunch of cryptic crap about his family being trapped at the bottom of a proverbial well. But eventually, he turns over for a sheet of paper that explains everything, albeit in the most ridiculous way possible. Alright, let me stop you right there. In my experience, anything that rhymes is almost always bullshit, or maybe a half truth at best. Unfortunately, this is all we really have to go off of at this point, so I guess we don't have a choice. Anyway, it basically says the monsters are bad, they don't like water, and you can only kill them with silver, pretty much standard chupacabra stuff. As it concerns Max and Laura, that last bit is especially important, as the only way to lift the curse once you've been infected is by killing the one that bit you. Even then, only during a full moon while they're in creature form. Oh, yeah, there's also some stuff about what to do right after you've been bitten, but it really doesn't seem all that important, so we'll just forget about that. So, yeah, it seems all they have to do now is track down the thing that got Max, force feed him a couple lumps of sterling. Sounds easy enough, right? I didn't think so. Even Hackett says he's been hunting the same one for years. Hasn't hardly seen shit. Then again, he's probably a moron, like everyone else we've run into so far. That might have something to do with it. Case in point, he believes first-year animal science student Laura is somehow the key to ending this debacle. What he really needs is someone with proper manhunting experience. After all, the easiest way to handle this by far would be to find the OG shoot while he's still in human form, and then keep him locked up until the next full moon. At that point, it would be like shooting fish in a barrel. As for Max and Laura, their goals might be similar to Hackett, but not necessarily the same. I mean, for starters, they don't even know for sure whether the one that bit Max is the same one that he's looking for. By the sound of it, Hackett's got at least a few family members tangled up in this mess. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's covering up the fact that it was actually one of them that roped our heroes into this. And sure enough, later that night, the sheriff receives a visit from Tris, who proceeds to make it quite clear that he was the one that they ran into under the lodge that night. Not sure why they'd be loudly discussing this matter within earshot of the captives, but it's a good thing they did. Not Tris, though. With their target identified, the results to put their plan into action. To their credit, it's actually a pretty good one. Granted, yes, faking illness to get the Guardians yourself is just about the oldest trick in the book, but in most cases, the ambusher hadn't spent multiple consecutive weeks earning their captor's trust leading up to that point. Furthermore, Hackett has expressed a sincere interest in keeping Laura alive for the purposes of helping his family, so it makes sense that he'd be concerned if she suddenly fell gravely ill. You know, say, from a serious infection related to her untreated monster injury. All that's left to do now is scrim the attack. Bullseye. Like all that striking stuff they get it off. But of course, you just know these brainiacs find a way to screw that up. You can tell where I'm going with this. Yeah, they forgot to take his radio off. Dude literally still has his entire kit on him minus his claws. I'm sure he can get another one of those. No, for real, what the hell is wrong with you people? Right now, Hackett should be handcuffed behind his back to the cell door with duct tape over his mouth. And maybe even a hole in his head. Sure, his story is sad and all that. Boo-hoo. The man kept us locked up here for 2 months. No way it was that spot. Well, whatever. At least they had the foresight to look around the office for some silver bullets before charging straight into the quarry with only a single max worth of unverified ammunition. Luckily, Hackett seemingly just finished hand loading a batch of silver buckshot ahead of its next full moon. Although, we definitely cut into one of those shells to make sure before we trust our lives to it. Now we just need to find the shotgun. And no, I'm not talking about that sawed-off, side-by-side piece of garbage left lying on the bank. I mean a real one, preferably a two-bed auto-loader with redundant pump-action stuff such as the Manelli M3, just in case the hand loads can't reliably cycle the action. Surely the county sheriff has to have something better than this little goblin lying around. Like, I guess it could make sense for a passable backup in case our primary goes down. But if we're going up against a stupid, strong, goat-sucking super beast like Max turned into last month, I'd want something with a stock, sights, and a decent barrel length that I can use to reliably perforate him further away. Also, and I don't know who needs to hear this, but apparently there's some bass-ackward spud lore floating around about shotguns somehow becoming more powerful after you cut them down, and that's not how it works. To a point, the longer the barrel length of any firearm, the more pressure can build up behind the projectile. More pressure means more velocity, which means more power. Something this short would be plenty lethal. Don't get me wrong, but a piece with a standard barrel length still gonna hit a bit harder. Period. Now, spread, on the other hand, is a slightly different story. Sawing the shotgun down below any choke features on the barrel will effectively turn it into a cylinder bore, Cylinder bore is what you're gonna find in your typical police or home defense shotgun anyway, so it's not like having whipping up a wonder weapon here. But hey, beggars choosers, right? Maybe the dude sold off all his good stuff to load up on silver shot and sleepy sauce. Who knows? It's far from the worst firearms-related decision that we'll be seeing here tonight.
I feel like it's anything you're missing.
Excuse me? How the hell could you possibly know that? Sure, standard hollow points might not be enough to put old Chris down for good. But by the sound of it, the man's got family in the area that will almost certainly try to protect him. Like the crooked law enforcement officer you idiots just left down in the basement. Knowing this, we should bring along all the firepower we can possibly get our hands on, silver bullets or not. In fact, we should even look around a bit more to see if he's got some kind of patrol carbine or something that we can bring along as well. Of course, before we go anywhere, there's still a pretty significant issue we're going to have to address first, this being Matt. We know the only way we can lift his portion of the curse is by wasting Chris while he's in creature form, which we can only do at night. Problem is, the moment Chris changes over, Max will too, meaning he's pretty much just a liability at this point. In that case, I think we need to completely reevaluate our timeline here. What if instead of leaving tonight, we lock Max back in his cell where we already know for a fact he can't escape? From there, we'll make sure the sheriff is properly restrained and separated from his equipment, at which point we'll hold up until morning when we know Max's condition won't be a problem. Oh, but then what about getting rid of Chris, you ask? Well, here's the thing. Tracking movement is kind of something mankind's really good at. We've literally been doing it since before recorded history. So, how about we wait this one out? Head back to civilization where we can look into constructing a suitable cage for Matt, and then we come back out with even better weapons and planning and try again during the next full moon, or the one after that, or maybe even never. I mean, think about it. Matt can only turn into El Chupacabra an average of one night per month, which they will 100% know about ahead of time. That means all we have to do is find a way to keep him contained a whopping 12 nights out of the year, and he'll pretty much be able to lead a completely normal life. Plus, if the whole silver bullet thing also applies while he's in human form, the dude will basically have superpowers. It's a win-win. And yes, I understand what we consider to be a full moon can last days, but in this situation, it seems to only be the first day of the phase that causes transformation. Whatever the case, if keeping the dark secret under wraps proves too difficult to manage over time, it would be beyond easy to present irrefutable evidence of his curse to the entire world, which will almost certainly result in him being studied, potentially treated by some of the best scientific minds in existence, or at the very least, an extermination squad being sent out to the quarry. Still, maybe there's a way to cure it without killing anybody. We can't know unless we try. And besides, the people who put all that crap in the poem probably still thought that diseases was caused by evil spirits, so it's not like they could have accounted for everything. No, it's not a complete plan, but I gotta say, it's better than blindly driving out to Hackett's quarry and running around blasting anything that moves. And furthermore, Laura's plan to keep a Max on the island because it's surrounded by fresh water is hardly what I'd call containment. Just ask Emma, or better yet, just ask Laura. Turns out after she smoked, who she thought was Chris out by the pool, she recklessly went back out to the island to look for Max while it was still dark out. She'll never guess what happened next. Look at that. The rhymes lied again. Or maybe she just shot the wrong Hackett. I get she couldn't have known. She was definitely aware going into this mess that there was likely more than one of them running around. Now, Laura has even less time to find Chris than before, as the struggle with Max left her wearing a nice little love fight that will undoubtedly cause her to chupify as well. In hindsight, it probably wasn't such a great idea for us to have her show it to the other. And given she's all about begging them for help right now, it seemed better to be upfront about it, rather than risking them finding out later and potentially turning on her. Either way, she probably should have backed up a bit before the big reveal to keep Ryan so effortlessly yoinking her sawed-off away.
We don't have much time.
What's all this we stuff? As far as the others know, no one they care about was attacked by Chris. And as for Dylan, it seems to me he must have been bitten by the one Laura wasted out in the pool. After all, dude hasn't shown any of the same symptoms that Nick did before he went feral, so that must be the case. I mean, how else could you explain it?
It's a bite with which your face cleave limb from torso with great haste.
God, well, whatever. We can't know for sure that's what actually saved him, all right? The poem didn't state how fast the affected limb had to be removed. Either way, that's all in the past. What matters right now is that we have a known chupacabra attempting to lure us from her hiding place and join her on a wild goose chase. worried it might be used as evidence in your trial. Well, what about the still living sheriff you left back at the station who knows you attacked him? God, what did Max Terra took out of your brain too? Nah, screw this. Killer Ryan. Squeeze Trick and do this for you right now. It's the only way for sure that you can stop her from doing anything dumb. People's lives are at stake. But no, Ryan doesn't blow her head off. In fact, he even gives the shotgun back and agrees to go with her. Not to help her kill Chris, mind you, but because he thinks he'll be able to prove to someone so insufferably stupid that he doesn't have anything to do with it. Oh, and if you think the insanity stops there, prepare to be amazed, because Ryan decides the others need to go back to the lodge to try and get the van running, so they can get somewhere safe, you know, like where they are right now. I mean, yeah, it's not the perfect hiding place, but this lame green straight up asking you to go tromping to the dark, spooky campground full of monsters so they can all huddle around a busted up van for an indeterminate amount of time. Meanwhile, all any of them has to do to make it out of this nightmare is simply lie low until sunrise when literally all of the danger will be gone. No way everyone could possibly be this dead. It's just not possible, okay? The government must have been testing some kind of IQ annihilator bomb in the area, and now the fallout's drifted over here. That has to be it. There's simply no other explanation. Okay, we now join Ryan and Laura as they make their way to Chris Hackett's family home, which is apparently just a short walk away from the camp. Oh, and in case you're wondering, it's not like they just figured that out by going to his office or something. Turns out Ryan knew exactly where it was this entire time. Yet the thought seemingly never crossed his mind that they should go and ask for help. Obviously, taking a midnight stroll through the woods to get there wouldn't have sounded like such a great idea once they knew about the monsters. But why in the hell would Ryan have brought this up back when he and Dylan were ever so casually walking out to the radio shack? What, did he not want to bother them or something? One of their friends just got savagely mauled out of the woods. For all they knew at the time, Chris or whoever could have loaded Nick up in a vehicle and sent back help for the others once they got into the hospital. At the very least, there might be another landline that they could have used. As for whether or not they would have actually made it without getting pounced on themselves, that's a completely different story. Although so far, Ryan and Laura haven't seen nor heard anything even remotely dangerous. Well, except for Laura herself, that is. Matter of fact, if I'm Ryan right now, there's no way in hell I'm letting this chick walk behind me. She can keep the shotgun. That's a deal breaker for her. But I'm staying a solid 5 yards back to give myself a good head start in case those goat cravings kick in. Ultimately, Laura and Ryan make it out to the Hackett's property line without any trouble. However, it's not exactly clear how they're supposed to actually get to the house itself. That said, I get the feeling we probably shouldn't be taking the direct approach anyway. All those coils of barbed wire running along the fence line give off serious get off my property vibes. And while Chris Hackett himself would likely recognize Ryan walking up the driveway, no telling whether his relatives are the type to shoot, shovel, and shut up without hesitation. There's a bunch of shape-shifting monsters running around after all. And of course, this is all beside the fact that Laura knows exactly how far the man's family is willing to go to protect him. Did she honestly think that they'd let some visibly armed stranger walk right in and blow his head off? No way. She wouldn't even make it up the porch, much less to the front door. The way I see it, the only chance they have of getting inside this dump alive is either by cutting their way through the fence and sneaking in quietly, or stumbling upon some kind of secret passageway. Fortunately for our heroes, fate intervenes before they have to find this out the hard way. That is a lawsuit waiting to happen. You think maybe it'd be a good idea to cover up the giant hint of death with something a bit more robust than just a few rotten planks of wood. Plus, from a security perspective, this is a massive gaping hole in their perimeter, so the cavern below appears to run directly beneath the property. I mean, at least they could have done is filled the water with ill-tempered and mutant sea bass in case the infiltrators got created. Oh well, I guess as long as it doesn't lead to a completely unsecured trapdoor in the living room, not such a huge deal, right? That would be crazy. Speaking of crazy, Laura's condition is rapidly getting worse. Should I say better? As Ryan points out, the bite wound in her forearm has suddenly healed, along with her missing eyeball. While I'm sure the return of depth perception will be a useful asset going forward, this also means they don't have much time before she pops like a balloon. Until then, all they can do is press onward through the crumbling old mining tunnels in the hopes that they still lead back up to the surface. Although, judging by the sound of angry chupacabra noises echoing from further up ahead, I'm thinking thinking it does. Oh, yeah. There's also the fact that this place still has functioning lights, despite the mine having closed like a century ago or whatever. Clearly, this passage is still getting some kind of use, and yet both Laura and Ryan continue loudly spouting off half-baked quips as if it's totally impossible that they might run into someone or something. And sure enough, passage eventually lets out into a makeshift prison that is very much still in use. Turns out this is where the hunters dragged Jacob off to after trapping him out of the woods earlier. He's not the only one. Gotta say though, the freak down at the end seems a lot more docile than any of the others that we've encountered so far. Perhaps it simply resigned itself to its fate as the Hackett's new plaything. Or maybe it's something else. Hilarious also, especially since there was a bright yellow sign right above the door that reads "Danger, Electricity." At any rate, it seems Jacob has grown quite tired of his new accommodation, which is to leave. Understandable, I suppose. We'll do the guy a favor and spring him to help pad out our numbers. After all, never hurts to have another meat shield we can toss at the monsters once things get dicey. Question is, how do we go about this? According to Jacob, the guys that trapped him down here operated the doors using a breaker box on the opposite wall. Seems a little overcomplicated given the simple lock would probably suffice, but whatever. At this point, I'll take anything to break up the monotony of these idiots stumbling around and trading crappy one-liners all night. Unfortunately, whoever set this contraption up wasn't nice enough to leave us the instruction manual, so I guess we'll just have to wing it. Now, let me see. Switches are numbered 1 through 4. The doors only show 3, 5, and 7. In that case, I'm thinking we just have to add the switch numbers together to get the sum corresponding to whichever door we want to open. So, 1 and 2 is 3. That opens the door next to Jacob. 2 and 3 is 5. That sets him free. Boom. Simple as that. Okay, alright, full disclosure, we actually just started by pulling switches in numerical order to get the first one to open, and then we totally guessed on the second one. Not even joking here. That's exactly what happened. Got it on the first try, too. As for Jacob, he's finally wander aimlessly through the tunnels until he either finds a way out or falls and breaks his neck. Either way, I highly doubt he's going to wind up fixing the van at any point, so I guess that decision didn't matter either. You know, for a choose-your-own-adventure game, this one really sucks at giving you actual choices that alter the plot in any meaningful way. Game Pass only for sure. Anyway, now that that's over, we can finally get on with our search for Chris, which brings us to an unsecured trapdoor leading up to the living room. Who could have seen that coming? By the sound of it, the sheriff somehow found a way out of the easily escapable situation Laura and Max left him in. Came crying home to Mama, currently in the process of tearing him a new one, failing to prevent her granddaughter Bailey from catching a forever nap back at the pool. Jeez, now I see why the sheriff goes through so much trouble protecting the family secrets. God, this lady's a tyrant. I'm not going to play the audio here because I just don't feel like it, but I'm sure you can find it on YouTube somewhere if you're really that interested. It almost makes you feel sorry for the guy. You know who I definitely don't feel sorry for, though? Laura. She's just so annoying, stupid, and leaves me completely unfazed whenever bad things happen to her, especially where they're 100% her own fault. Kind of like the way she makes a really loud noise while eavesdropping on the conversation, and then completely fails to react after the Hackett's above very obviously heard it. Oh, great. And now she just compromised Ryan's position down in the tunnels by calling out to him. Obviously, the dude knows to run away after watching you get yoinked, you pilot. Second thought, the guy's not exactly the brightest crayon in the shed either, so there's probably a good chance he would have just stood there like a lemon asking her what was wrong. Alright, we'll put a pin in this one for now. The game is clearly trying to create a sense of suspense by cutting back to the rest of these halfways. What the writers fail to realize, however, is that you actually have to care about the characters in order to worry about what happens to them. I'm honestly just fine with this. Turning back to the clock a bit, we find the Three Stooges just as they arrive at the van, which strangely enough seems to be a rocket. You know what that means. I wish. It turns out it was just air freshener. Probably would still sting like a if she got him in the eye. I mean, at least Emma was smart enough to arm herself with something. Although she's still apparently too dumb to think about locking the door. Sure, it probably wouldn't stop one of the cheaper thingies from ripping her out through the windshield. Why make it any easier for them? Well, that was fun. Guess now we can focus on getting the van started. After a brief look under the hood, Caitlin concludes that it's missing the rotor arm, which she knew this entire time because, once again, she was the person who first suggested its removal to Jacob back before this whole mess flapped off. In that case, all they need to do is find him and they can finally GTFO. That is assuming he still has it, and they don't all get themselves brutally killed in the process. Or, just hear me out here, let's just do what I said earlier and go hang out in the lodge until the sun comes up. Sure, we still might have to deal with the Hackett's crazy family, but at least we don't have to worry about getting violently torn to shreds by a Mexican boat monster. Besides, maybe Jacob will turn up by then and we can get the part from him without having to risk our lives for it. If the dude is still alive out there, it only makes sense that he would try to get back to the van, so that's probably our best chance of meeting up with him anyway. But no, Caitlin and company just have to take something as simple as this and complicate it to the point of insanity. To that end, they decide to split up, which, as we know, is always a good idea in situations like these. Team A, consisting of Emma and Abby, will hunker down in the storm shelter and engage in pointless drama for the benefit of no one, whereas Team B, made up of Caitlin and Stumpy, will take their only weapon and hoof it on over to the nearby junkyard to maybe have a chance of finding a replacement rotor arm on one of the old vehicles there. Now, here's the best part. Before she left to go find Chris, Laura gave Abby one of the silver shells just in case she ran into Nick again. I'm not sure why she felt Abby would be at greater risk of encountering one of the creatures compared to everybody else. That's beside the point. What makes this so hilarious is that Abby still has the silver shotgun shell, but she's missing a critical component to put it into use, namely a shotgun. Meanwhile, Caitlin has the double barrel Ryan was using earlier, but she doesn't have any ammunition capable of downing one of the monsters. Keep in mind, she was standing right there when Abby got the shell, so she absolutely knows about it. And since we've already established that Abby has no way of using it herself, why on earth wouldn't Caitlin simply ask to take it instead? Or, alternatively, why not give the shotgun to Abby and send her out on the unalived mission? After all, she's already proven that she's not afraid to pull the trigger if push comes to shove. Whereas Caitlin totally choked, lost control of her weapon the first chance she got. What you bet she ends up losing this one too? Also, of all people to lend a hand, she picks Dylan? Are you serious? If anyone should be down in the bunker right now, it should be him. Both Emma and Abby are capable of digging through crap in a junkyard. And, at least in the case of the former, we know for a fact she can be trusted to hold her own in a pinch. All this is to say, they have not set themselves up well should things go south in the junkyard, which they almost certainly will. But once again, it's entirely out of our control, so all we can do is sit here with jaws clenched and watch as these two morons march blindly into the unknown. Unfortunately, their horrible deaths will have to wait. As we now jump back to Laura, who's currently being dragged across the floor by her hair. Not sure why she wouldn't use the sawed-off in her clearly unrestrained hands to simply blow the old crone's face off. But I suppose she might be worried about wasting precious silver ammo on unworthy targets. In that case, it sure would be nice if Laura had another firearm that she could fall back on that was specifically intended for dealing with human aggressors. And I wonder where she could have found one of those.
Well, I guess nothing using here.
Ultimately, the ensuing struggle ends with our hero desperately fighting for control over the weapon. And since we know that disarmament in situations like this almost always results in someone being shot by their own gun, the belligerent grandma leaves us with no other choice. This goes to show you that firearm retention saves lives. Sometimes also takes them. Get training. As for the remaining Hackett's in the room, the sight of their wife and mother being violently disfigured by the point-blank shotgun blast leaves them both temporarily stun-locked, just long enough for Laura to make her escape. However, things don't go quite so well for Ryan, who had just been hauled in by Billy Bob at the worst possible moment. Now he has a hunting knife in his wrist. Lucky for him, he manages to slip away via the nearby dumbwaiter before the others can finish him off. Believe me, wouldn't have taken much. All they'd really have to do is yank that massive hog sticker out of his side and watch him bleed out. This is why we chose to ignore the following button prompt to remove the knife. The blade itself is likely stopping up the flow of blood. Not only that, but based on the length of the object and the angle at which it was inserted, it's likely that one of Ryan's lungs was punctured as well. In that case, pulling it out now could potentially create a sucking chest wound, which, if you didn't know, gets its name because
fact that he's still alive, while remarking that the alternates have taken everything. Davis then said he can't be bothered or scared because then he will people look to. Perhaps the reason David managed to survive this encounter is because he wasn't truly afraid. Maybe Matt has to take over the individual, at least to some degree. Davis remarks that people want to know where their loved ones went, but that he has no clue where they went. Again, leading to the question of where's Adam. Davis says that it took something from me, and no one can know what it's like to see a perfect copy of yourself walking away. Now, this is one of the most revolutionary things in the entire series. We knew because of Intruder Alert that there was some way that these supposed only non-physical creatures through the TV had to kidnap children. So whenever we figure out the children can imagine an alternate and then it comes to life, that's not right. But we have always assumed that the doppelgangers cannot take your position until you're dead, right? And that the most they can do is just try to look like you. That's why if you see something that resembles you, run away and hide, because the thought has been it's going to kill you so that can fully take your position. But as we see here, it's a perfect copy, and it already fully took Davis's position. But Davis is still alive. This means that the alternates don't even need you gone in order to take your place. Of course, it's easier to do so. As they said, there isn't room for the both of us, but it can be your perfect copy without you even being gone. So I went to Alex with this because, I felt pretty confident in all my theories from the first video, and then you don't have to be dead to have a perfect doppelganger. So I panicked and was crying and screaming and throwing up to him. And he told me simply, go back and watch Metaphysical Awareness Disorder. The reason he said that is because I brought up the point, if the alternates don't need you out of the way, then why did they try to get you to end yourself? Again, he told me to check out the MAD video and be on the lookout for a statistic. That statistic, according to my opinion, is the fact that 97% of people who encounter MAD end up taking their own life. However, that final note is that 3% of people reverse the delusion. I believe that MAD is more of a side effect to these alternates' control. All they need is to get into our world. If they can do that through the television and convincing you to take yourself out and then take your place, that works. But now, as we see, they can also get a child to do their bidding without the child even knowing it. So maybe MAD is just a side effect of these creatures that are already in our world, giving someone forbidden knowledge and then copying their visage and walking away. However, the 3% that reverse the delusion is interesting. Perhaps the reason these alternates still want you to be very afraid, even though they could attack you, as seen in this episode and previous examples like Caesar's mom, is because if you overcome that forbidden knowledge, you may be able to fight back or reverse the delusion that the alternate has created. Again, this is new information, and I'm just theorizing with the pieces that I have and the breadcrumbs that Alex has given me. But perhaps if one overcomes MAD, there is a way to fight back. And maybe the alternates know that, and that's why they still want you gone. Maybe Adam knows that. Maybe that's why he wasn't afraid. Who's to say? I'm just excited. There's so many pieces. I don't know how it fits yet, but I'm spitballing and throwing stuff together and using glue to put the puzzle pieces, and hopefully you all can figure out whatever all this word vomit is. But I think it's neat. At the end of Every Day Gets Brighter, Davis says that he's determined to kill him. Again, going back on the idea that perhaps if you can overcome MAD, you can take your place back. And again, if there's not room for the two of us, maybe you can be the one victor. I also want to mention, I was talking to Alex about this series, and I was like, hey, isn't it weird that the intruder from Mark's childhood never showed back up in all the recent episodes? And Alex was like, oh, you haven't seen the latest video? To which I noticed in Every Day Gets Brighter that this guy is the intruder from Mark's childhood. And I cannot properly convey to you the amount of torment and personal hatred and respect I have for this thing. Because for those who don't know, this is my one claim to fame in the entire Mandela catalog. I originally used the picture of the hoodie police sketch for one of my conspiracy iceberg videos, and Alex saw it and then used it as the intruder image because of that. So I technically created this piece of torment in my life. Just like Adam brought the alternate into his world, I brought this thing into my world. And now, as I'm trying to put together all the puzzle pieces, I believe I understand how doppelgangers work. I believe I understand how intruders work. Pretty sure I've got the false shepherd down and all of that. It's this one guy in a hoodie who lives in people's stairs like he's Harry Potter that I can't figure out. And then sure enough, after I've put together everything, that I'm pretty confident how MAD works, pretty confident how the imaginary friends work, and all of that, there he is. There's his stupid face. It looks creepy, and it is terrifying, but I'm more upset than scared. Because here he is at the end, just to stand there and be like, haha, forgot about me, idiot. And the worst part is that I invented at least the look. Alex has all the credit for the writing, but he looks that way. That smug face and that smug hoodie, and I did that. And it drives me crazy. Because he's the one, I feel like if I can figure him out, a lot of the stuff is going to link together a lot easier. I could be wrong, it could be not at all. But just because I conjured this dogma into my life, I feel like he's the problem. And I did it to myself, and I can't blame anyone else. The series is really good. I just hate it. Let's get into it, starting with Interlude. Interlude is another one of the short episodes that occur between the larger volumes of the Mandela Catalog. Interlude opens with a series of pictures of houses in the Mandela County Police Department. This is very similar to the framing we saw in Volume 3. We also get a logo from the Bygone Paranormal Society with a subtitle that says Production 2007. As we'll learn, 2007 is when the society began. We then see that someone named Sarah is sending Adam videos from the Mandela County Police files. We don't know this yet, but Sarah, as confirmed by Volume 4 and the website, which is something I'll talk about in a minute, is the sister of Mark Heathcliff. If you'll remember, Mark was the first victim of the alternate attack that we ever saw all the way back in Volume 1. Mark died in 1992, and his little sister Sarah would grow up to one day begin a society specifically tasked with investigating and trying to destroy the alternate presence. Which is so interesting that the little sister of the first victim we ever see in the entire series would one day grow up to begin the organization that is the main opposition to the alternates. The idea that the sister who lost her brother to this alternate invasion would be a fugitive from the law because she wants to take down the things that killed her brother. It's just like little elements that put together a complete picture of this world that I love. I'm a fan. Anyway, Sarah's sending these police files to Adam. And these files begin with a message from the Department of Temporal Phenomena. Now, we still don't know a ton about the Department of Temporal Phenomena, although it's my guess they're not to be trusted, or at least all of them aren't to be trusted. Specifically, the department says that an unforeseen threat has been eliminated in reference to the alternates. Now, this could be a message that because people are destroying their television sets, because alternates use it as a gateway to travel into our reality, that because of people's compliance, the alternate threat is going away. We know from the events that we're about to see that it is not going away. So the department is either misguided or in with the alternates. We then see a slide that says, in the beginning, before we see a chart of alternate assimilation. As we know, alternates mimic the form of people in order to replace them within reality. However, what we didn't know up until this point is the different levels of this assimilation. We knew that there were different types of alternates. There were those that were a perfect match to humans and those that were a very imperfect match. But now, for the first time, we see specifics of that transformation. The first thing we see is a flawed assimilation. It looks like this is what happens whenever an alternate tries to mimic a person but doesn't get all the features right. Kind of like a printer running out of ink midway through a copy. After that, in the middle of the graph, we see a complete assimilation. This is supposedly what the alternates want, to be a perfect one-to-one copy of the human they're trying to mimic to the degree that it is unidentifiable. So at the beginning of the graph, we have what happens whenever there isn't enough assimilation. In the middle, we have the perfect amount of assimilation. Then on the far end, we have what happens when there's too much assimilation, or as is described here, overdriven. And for the overdriven, we see a nun and the thing that Adam saw in the house in Volume 2. This is the creature that appeared in front of Adam and whispered to him before we had the text displayed that described metaphysical awareness disorder, or what we believe to be the disorder people have who survive an alternate encounter. How relevant is metaphysical awareness disorder? And were people like me kind of leading others astray on what it meant at one point?
Metaphysical awareness disorder is huge, and feel like everyone looks over it. That's all I'll say. I feel like nobody mentions it, especially with some recent stuff. It plays a huge part, but nobody talks about it. That's all I'll say. Write that down. Write that down.
So it seems here that this overdriven alternate has taken on too many details of the nun it tried to mimic. You can kind of make out where these features came from. The white face of the alternate surrounded by the black shroud kind of looks like a nun's headdress. But obviously the details of it have been applied and twisted in a way it was never meant to be, hence overdriven. But if that alternate is a mimic of that nun, then what was it doing in the house with Adam? The screen then cuts and we hear screaming as we see a red outline around the window of Adam's house. We then see a shot of the church that Mark went to in Exhibition. Exhibition being the video that showed the final days of Mark's life and the fact that in his final moments he tried to go to a church for some reason. And then finally we see an image of just the nun with the text next to it reading a messenger. Now, I've got a pretty good idea as to what all this means, and as a matter of fact, I think it's one of the coolest developments in the entire series. And if this is going where I think it's going, we're all in for a real treat. However, none of my ideas around Interlude will make any sense unless you see Volume 4. So keep everything I just mentioned in mind, the text that says in the beginning, the overdriven assimilation, the picture of Mark's house, as well as the picture of the church, because they're all going to come back in a big way whenever I make some big, crazy, harebrained conspiracy theory that, again, Alex is going to destroy whenever the next episode comes out. But for now, I feel smart. So while I'm feeling smart, I guess, we're going to move in to Volume 4. And as we move into Volume 4, there's a few questions I want you to keep in mind that we're going to try to answer as we get through this. The first one being, as mentioned earlier, especially in Volume 2, Adam is special. We see in Volume 3 that he was responsible for the death of his parents because he allowed the man in the TV to become real, killed him, and eventually killed Lieutenant Davis's partner, Weaver. Now, of course, Adam was an infant and didn't understand what he was doing. However, that means that Adam is inherently tied to these creatures. And whatever metaphysical awareness disorder or whatever these alternates' grand scheme is, has to somehow correlate with Adam. So why is Adam special, and why doesn't he remember whatever the alternate said he was supposed to remember? The second question I want you to ask yourself is about Thatcher Davis. If Davis was such an important figure in the community, and supposedly one of the only people who can stop the alternates, then why did the alternate in the police station at the end of Volume 3 assimilate him, but allow him to live? And then finally, the final question that arises from Interlude. If this hooded figure is an assimilation of this nun, and this nun is known as a messenger, then she's a messenger for what? And while you're busy trying to put all that together, let's get into Volume 4. Volume 4 opens with a storybook drawing of the 7 days of the biblical creation. We have the normal steps, like God created the light, the water, the land, until while showing the land, whenever the trees begin to sprout out of the earth, we see in the background that false Gabriel, the main antagonist of this entire series, appears behind a tree in a flash, before disappearing, leaving the tree as a dead husk. We then see Adam and Eve, and all appears fine in the story, until one night after they go to sleep, we see text that reads, "Awake, my son." We see Adam wander through the darkness of night until he sees the false Gabriel off in the tree line, waiting for him. And as Adam approaches, the fog dissipates to reveal an apple lying on the ground. After this, we see that Eve wakes up and is terrified that when she stares into the night sky, the man looking back at her isn't the Adam she once knew. We then cut to the modern day with the title card for Volume 4 as we hear radio chatter of people discussing technology and again, as you know, in the world of the Mandela catalog, technology has been outlawed as it allows alternates to seep into our reality. We then hear a phone call from Dave Lee, the owner of Mandela Tech. In Volume 3, whenever we saw the video recording of Stanley, the face in the television that made Adam materialize an imaginary friend into the real world, the tape was prefaced with a message by Dave Lee to Lieutenant Thatcher. It seems that Lieutenant Thatcher has been bringing these videotapes to Dave. Dave has been repairing them and then giving them back to Thatcher. So it seems that Dave is privy to the alternate takeover, or at the very least, the alternate's effect on technology. Dave is on the phone with a man named O'Brien, who seems to be the leader of a church band. O'Brien says that everything's going great at church and asks Dave how the business is doing. Since Dave owns a tech shop and technology has now, for the most part, been outlawed, business is doing about as expected. O'Brien seems sympathetic to this and tells Dave that if he ever needs a job, he'd be happy to hire him at the church. Dave says that he's not religious, but O'Brien says it doesn't matter, and that the church welcomes anyone. Now, if you've been keeping up with the lore of the Mandela catalog, church is not a good thing, because all religions have been replaced by this ultimate takeover. But I'm jumping the gun there. We'll get back to that in a minute. In the meantime, while all this is happening, we see someone else at the tech store with Dave start going through a box of VHS tapes. We'll get confirmation as to who this is in a minute, but I'll go ahead and tell you now that this woman is named Evelyn, and she is the ex-girlfriend of Adam Murray. So, Evelyn is familiar with the Bythorn Paranormal Society and at least some level of the alternate's influence in the world. I mean, considering the television is now outlawed, I imagine that a lot of people are aware of the alternates to some degree. While going through the box of VHS tapes, she finds one that has a note on it reading, Dave, same old procedure, drop off when you're done, Thatcher. Evelyn, definitely curious as to what this tape might be, steals it for herself. Also, while we're on the scene, I just want to mention how much I love how the series has progressed all the way to live action segments now.
You know how it is.
Oh, we got boys. We graduating. We moving up in the world. You see that? We went from pictures of real people to like shots of real people and whatever, and then like short, like live acted out clips. And now we got our man Alex as Dave, the OG, on camera. And I also love the aesthetic of it. It's not just like, you know, he set up a camera and did a video, although I'm sure that would be great if he wanted it to. But it has a very like Sin City vibe to it. Like everything we're seeing is almost dreamlike. It's in a world that shouldn't be. And I think it's really cool. Anyway, I'm just nerding out. Moving on. We then see Evelyn sneak into a back room at Mandela Tech, where it appears that, despite them being illegal, Dave has kept a television set for himself. There's also a sign leaned up on the wall that says the only CRT TV in Wisconsin. And while this may lead you to believe that perhaps since Dave owns a tech store, he has a sort of permit to keep this one television set, keep in mind that this sign is laying in the back room and not out front with all the others. What I gather from this is that for a while, Dave was allowed to have a television, but then the state effectively told him to get rid of it. So he is now hiding it in the back with a cover over it, along with the sign that used to hang out front. Also little touches, like everything being 70% off in the store because Dave's going out of business, and the empty parking lot to indicate that there's no customers. Great stuff. So Evelyn begins the video, and we see that it is the toddler stress assessment from all the way back in Volume 1, which makes sense because the toddler stress assessment video related to the alternate takeover because it was being shown at the same time children were being abducted by alternates. And again, Dave and Thatcher are trading back and forth videos that have to do with alternates. However, this is very not good for Evelyn, because if you'll remember, the whole reason televisions got outlawed is because if someone views an alternate through them or allows alternate influence to come in through the television, it can cause alternates to appear in the real world, which is very not good. And now, Evelyn is watching videos related to alternates, which is very not good. We then see that the person scribbling this is Lieutenant Thatcher Davis. We see Thatcher look through several cabinets before remarking that there's no food. Again, Thatcher is in hiding, and it seems living off scraps. We then hear an interview from Bythorn High Daily News of Sarah Heathcliff. We hear in the video that in 2007, Sarah was the founder of the Bythorn Paranormal Club. Again, love the idea that the sister of the guy who kickstarted this whole series is the one who is leading the series into its future. In the video, she says that she is looking for other people to join and to please email her if you're interested. And one of the people who email her is Adam Murray. We also in this time see pictures of both Sarah and Adam that say currently at large. Again, members of the Bicorn Paranormal Society are wanted because they are investigating the alternate invasion. And on July the 10th of 2007, we see that Adam became a member of the Bythorn Paranormal Society, which at the time, since his email says Adam Murray 88, he would have been 19 years old. Adam and Sarah also announced that they are now turning the Bythorn Paranormal Club into the Bythorn Paranormal Society, meaning it's no longer just a little high school club. It is now an investigative group for people of the region. Again, this is all back in 2007, before they became wanted. The events of Volume 2, whenever Jonah died, are in 2009. We then see that on July the 14th of 2007, only 4 days after Adam became a part of the BPS, he takes Sarah on an investigation that he scouted out himself. What is this paranormal encounter that Adam scoped out? A police crime scene. So Adam takes Sarah, a girl he just met, to an active police crime scene and plays an audio lure, which is just noises of people screaming, and as he does, hands of alternates begin to pour out of doorways down the hallway. If you remember, alternates' eventual goal is to assimilate humans, and they most often do that through human suffering. It's the whole, there isn't enough room for the two of us, and trying to make people go crazy. So Adam is so gung-ho about finding these things, and doesn't care what he has to do it, that he went to a place where someone probably just died to an alternate, and then plays noises of people screaming so he can get footage of their hands coming out of the walls. Sarah takes this about, as you can imagine. Sarah is furious and says she's never going out on a job with Adam again, and that if he wants to keep doing these investigations, that she'll run everything else, but he's got to find a new partner. As we know, that partner was Jonah. And as we also know, it didn't turn out well for him either. With all that in mind, we then cut to 2 years later. 2009, just after the events of Volume 2. As a matter of fact, we cut to right after the events of Volume 2, with Adam driving home without Jonah in the car. When Adam gets home, we then get a point of view of his computer screen. There's also a lot of questions about what is and isn't allowed in the Mandela catalog, because we've heard from previous stuff that screens and televisions aren't allowed, but now people can just message on computers. Well, from the audio that we heard at the title card at the beginning of Volume 4, we hear what sounds like people on the radio mention that this new digital technology makes their family feel much safer and seems to be more usable and less dangerous. It seems that what was outlawed was analog technology, so old television sets or anything that was not modern digital tech. So it seems that now people are allowed to have things like computers, even though televisions and, as mentioned in Volume 2, things like a GPS are still banned. For the
of the Earth's
It leans back into my theory that the government doesn't know what they're talking about, that they're kind of just picking and choosing what is and isn't allowed. What is the status of technology in the Mandela catalog?
There is kind of a difference between the analog and digital laws, I guess you could say. I suppose that's really the much to say about that. That's no.
Okay. Okay. All right. So basically, there are the stuff that's been outlawed is the stuff that they know the alternates to exist.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the first thing that Adam does when he gets home, remember, a few hours ago, Jonah died. The first thing he does is delete Jonah from his contacts. We see throughout the series that Adam is obsessed with getting to the root of what these alternates are and is willing to do whatever it takes to get footage of them. But when it comes to caring about anything or anyone else, we also see Sarah and Evelyn and Adam's recent messages. Evelyn asking if they can talk it through before then sending another message and asking for closure. Again, as mentioned, we're going to see that Evelyn and Adam are exits. Adam ignores this and begins to talk to Sarah, asking if she wants the good news or the bad news first. Good news being that he got some cool footage, bad news being Jonah's dead on the side of the interstate. Adam almost lies and says that Jonah bailed. However, he backtracks and instead decides to tell the truth, albeit passive aggressively, as he says, Jonah bailed and I'm pretty sure he's dead or something. Sarah is, as you can imagine, upset by this and tells Adam to call her. During the phone call, we find out that Adam was walking back home and came across the abandoned car and supposedly Jonah's lifeless body, and Adam got in the car and drove away. This man is irredeemable. Like, legit, this guy was just walking along the side of the road and saw his friend's lifeless body on the ground and thought, man, I get a free car. Sarah is mad and says that Adam has to make a video to tell everyone that Jonah's gone. Adam gets mad and hangs up, and Sarah sends him a message saying, no wonder Evelyn left you. Which, if it was anyone else, I would say that message would hurt his feelings. But I don't think Adam has many of those. We then cut back to Thatcher. While we hear a narration from him, we see things like a Mandela County population trend, showing that in 2009, Mandela County is down to 1,075 residents. Again, all in effect of the demonic takeover. While Thatcher is talking about the alternate takeover and how he feels partially responsible for it, we see things like a mountain of missing persons files. Specifically, Thatcher feels responsible for Ruth Weaver's death. We also see that in the lobby there is an in remembrance sign with pictures of Ruth and Thatcher's faces. Again, further showing us that the general public believes Thatcher to be dead. On the website for the Mandela County Police Department, there is a mention that the website will not be kept up after 2004. Now, while this could mean that, technology was getting banned and they're not going to continue to contribute to it, but it could also mean that the Mandela County Police Department shut down. And that would make sense considering the population of Mandela County got to be so low that it would make more sense for surrounding counties to just begin policing it rather than have a dedicated police force for that one town, if they even have the manpower for a dedicated police force. So I think that because of that, and also because of events we're going to see here in a minute, that the police department is abandoned and Thatcher's just living in the remnants of it. We then get what was, for me, one of the most brutal scares in the whole series, as whenever Thatcher goes to bed, he sees something in the closet at the end of the bed, and if you look closely, you will see the face of Ruth Weaver's alternate, but the alternate doesn't do anything. It just watches him. It seems Thatcher is living in a perpetual state of fear. We then come back to Dave Lee and hear in a phone call that he has fired Evelyn because he can no longer afford to keep her at the shop as Mandela Tech is having to shut down. At least that's the reason he gives Evelyn. We see as this phone call is being played that he finds that she saw the television set and that more importantly, she used it to watch one of the tapes. Now Dave is shocked and horrified by this because he understands the gravity of what can happen if an alternate enters the world. So while he tells Evelyn the reason she has to leave is because he can't afford to keep her anymore, The actual reason is because she needs to stay far away from any kind of television at all. This is further emphasized when Dave said that he has a friend who used to work at the police station and he'll put in a good word for Evelyn, effectively hoping that Thatcher can keep her safe because she's opened up her mind to alternate intrusion. And this is even more emphasized when Evelyn straight up asks him on the phone why he had a TV set and what was on the tape, and Dave promptly hangs up. After this, Dave calls O'Brien and says he's going to take him up on his offer to work at the church. See, Dave was trying to maintain some aspects of technology, like the television set, in order to try to fight this alternate takeover with Thatcher. However, he now sees that because of this crusade, he might have gotten Evelyn killed, so he decides to stop it altogether. We then see what happened in the moments after Thatcher's alternate encounter in Volume 3. We saw Thatcher fire the gun and the alternate stand on top of him, but now we see that in the moments afterwards, the alternate mimicked Thatcher's voice in order to call off the surrounding police officers.
This is Lieutenant Thatcher, Davis. Seems like I made a mistake. Everything's clear here at the station. Calling off all units. Over.
We then hear the alternate mock Thatcher in Thatcher's own voice. He tells Thatcher that dead or alive, he's no use to the people he's serving, and that he's just a man without a purpose. Until the alternate finally calls Thatcher a scared boy with a gun, before it switches to Mark's voice and says, "Sound familiar?" In other words, the alternate is saying that Thatcher is just a scared kid with a gun, just like Mark was right before he died, the first victim of the alternates that Thatcher couldn't save. What a brutal existence that Thatcher's leading. Not only is he, effectively in hiding in what I think is like the basement of the police station, but he has to live with alternates that are just watching him at all times. And then he hears them in his own voice talk about the things he's insecure about, like the fact that he's without purpose and everyone hates him. And then it calls him a scared boy with a gun, and then it's like, yeah, like that kid you got killed. Remember that? In the voice of the kid that died, because he was also a victim of the alternates, so they can use the voice and memories of the child that's dead because of Thatcher to torment Thatcher. There's all this information about alternates giving people information that's not pushed to be known, or the fact that alternates can push someone to end it all just by talking to them for long enough, tormenting them with words and fears. And after seeing what they're doing to Thatcher, I believe it. We then hear a reading of a letter that Thatcher is writing to Ruth Weaver. In the letter, he says that he wishes he could talk to her, wishes that he could still watch movies with her, but he can't because she's gone, and he still feels that it's all his fault. And Thornton Baker, Thatcher's actor, does a fantastic job at portraying this. That's all we get of Thatcher for this one, but I feel that Thatcher is going to continue to adapt throughout the series, and I have a feeling he's going to become our hero. Who is the protagonist of the Mandela Catalog?
I would say probably Thatcher.
Yes, I knew that was Maybe not the protagonist in a traditional sense. Like, I don't think the story will revolve around his narrative crux, although it might. I don't know where Alex is going to take it. I have a specific theory for how I think that's going to happen, but we've seen that he has the tragedy, right? Like, he started kind of on this pedestal of wanting to help people, but now he feels responsible for the death of his partner, not being able to help Mark Heathcliff or the other people in Mandela County, and he's let it eat at him. He just sits in the darkness in this slump as literally the monsters from his past surround him constantly. And I think that he is shaping up to get a redemption through action, through overcoming his fear, and through fighting now what he couldn't then. And I think he's going to become our cowboy. I have a lot of hopes for Davis. I think he's a cool character. Like I said, Thorne's a great actor, and I'm excited to see where he goes. However, for this episode, I think the much more important development that we see is that of Adam. We then see Sarah's computer screen as she's messaging Adam and asks if he's done with the memorial video for Jonah. Adam says that it's done to make the video. Sarah doesn't care. So Adam sends her what he has, and it's comedically low effort. So then Adam sends the correct file which opens with a narration from him and a logo that says Bythorn Paranormal Society 2007 with the 2007 crossed out and 2009 written next to it. And as Adam is reading about Jonah's death, the screen says, remember to rate 5 stars and subscribe, which means Adam is the ultimate apology YouTuber. He got his friend murdered, or at least was complicit, or didn't care with the fact that he got murdered. And he's like, yeah, my friend's dead. Anyway, 5 stars. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Click the link below to follow me over. What a chat. Adam also lies in the eulogy he's reading, as you can imagine. But he also gets some digs at Jonah. He says he brought a lot of positive energy to an otherwise serious organization, which is not a compliment. He also says that Jonah died peacefully, surrounded by his loved ones, when in actuality he was strangled to death by a demon on the side of the highway, which is as far removed from peaceful as you can get. During this playback, the video cuts to what seems to be altered footage. We see the inside of a house with overlaid images of Thatcher's drawings of alternates. A door opens and the camera pushes through. And as we see the in remembrance background, a picture of Evelyn pops up on the screen that says special guest, Evelyn. If it's not readily apparent, this is the alternates manipulating Adam's footage. We then hear a playback of a call from Evelyn where she says that Adam used to be a really nice guy up until he started doing the investigations of Jonah. She says that Adam was always a skeptic, which is why it was so surprising that he became part of the Bythorn Paranormal Society and became so obsessed with these investigations. She says they got into a fight over it and that Adam told her horrible things she wished she never heard. It seems that after he began his investigation and obsession with alternates, that Adam changed from the person he was into something else. And that when Evelyn, or should I say Eve, looked at him, wasn't the man she once knew. The image in the frame then cuts from a picture of Evelyn to a picture of Jonah's car on the side of the road from when Jonah died. And we hear Adam saying, supposedly over a phone call or an argument with Evelyn, that he never said that, and that it is messing with his words. He says that the computer or something else is changing what he's saying, and that he doesn't seem to be in control of what other people think they hear from him. And as he begins to say this, it begins to echo, and other versions of his same voice begin to argue over top of each other, before Adam screams over all of them and tells them to stop and shut up, before saying, get out of my head.
It's messing with my words. I don't know what's going on. It's not me. The computer, I swear. I'm not stupid. I know that. The computer, I swear. With my words. I'm not stupid, all right? I don't know what's going on with my words. Shut the fuck up! It's messing with my words. I've had enough of you. It's messing with my words.
Clearly, there's something wrong with Adam, right? We know that when he was a child, his parents were killed by an alternate, and he came into contact with one. So there's at least trauma, if not something supernatural, that affects him from back then. But this seems to be beyond what we know. If it is metaphysical awareness disorder, which we just know at the moment to be information that's not desired to be known, then how is it pushing him to the degree that there are multiple voices within his head and other people are hearing him saying things that he didn't mean to say? And everything else to do with his personality. We assumed that his cold, uncaring nature to those around him was probably because of the alternate attack when he was a child, but to the degree that he doesn't care about his friend's life and is willing to leave him on the side of the road just for the sake of getting footage of these creatures, it seems to be more than just trauma. It seems that there's something deeply wrong with Adam, and whatever is wrong with him is about to come to the surface. We then see the introduction for a computer program called Face Studio 2. As explained to us by this very creepy program, Face Studio 2 is a computer software. It takes 3 images of a person's face and then contorts that face to say whatever you want. It seems to be some kind of early generation facial mimicking software. But as we see, it's another tool of the Ultimate's manipulation. For one, it not only asks for pictures of yourself, but also for your personal information, which will be stored in Face Studio 2's database, or in other words, the demonic hive mind. It also says that with Face Studio 2, you can customize your face, or in other words, make it morph and twist into figures that we often see with alternates. Near the end of the introduction, the program even says that it's great that digital technology has come through and saved us all, before it's cut off while saying the phrase, do your part in creating a better reality. See, again, as mentioned earlier, alternates would come through analog tech. So it's believed by many that digital technology will be a new way to progress society without having to, be possessed and killed by demons all the time. So the alternates are finding new ways to gather people's information, like their names and faces. And Face Studio 2 is one of these examples. As the program itself says, good thing digital tech has come through to save us all, because the alternates are pretending like digital tech is safe. So you can definitely trust it with your pictures and information. And if you needed any further confirmation that Face Studio 2 was an alternate ploy, then watch what happens immediately after. The video cuts to footage of Adam Murray's house on the night of his parents' murder and the night he allowed an alternate, or his imaginary friend, to come into the real world. As we see this footage, the program appears and says, "A mess of tangled limbs danced around my bedroom. I held my breath and waited for it to stop. I was too scared before it begins to glitch out." The face contorts into a stretched shape before the program finally cuts out. So we saw that this was Adam Murray's household from the image of his mother and the television static. And if alternates can steal the faces, voices, and memories of their victims, then whose memories were these? The program was reciting. We then see Evelyn make her way into the Mandela County Police Department per her conversation with Dave earlier in the video. I believe this outside shot of the department further confirms my theory that the police station's abandoned and Weaver's just living in the remnants of it, because the front of the building seems to be grown up, and I believe the entire place to be derelict. This is further confirmed whenever Evelyn walks into the police station, and despite the power being on, it seems that no one's there. And also to support my theory, whenever Evelyn steps into the room, we see several recruitment posters behind her, indicating that whenever the police department did shut down, just before that, they were trying to get members to come on. Because, again, everyone was either dying or leaving the county. We then see a phone call between Dave Lee and Thatcher Davis. In this phone call, Dave tells Thatcher that he's done, and it's time for him to move on and quit chasing these ghosts of the past. Thatcher, who's been living in a basement for the past 17 years, as you can imagine, doesn't agree with this. Thatcher argues, saying that he needs Dave to continue these investigations, but Dave says these investigations are pointless, and Thatcher just needs to let go because he can't fix the past. It is interesting because there's not a clearly defined right or wrong opinion between either character. Because, like I mentioned, I do think Davis is going to rise to the occasion. I do think he's going to become a or the hero of the series. However, it's because he's currently in this state of misery that he will one day overcome. We can assume that where he's at right now is not a good place to be. And on the other hand, we have Dave, who allowed someone, Evelyn, to get hurt or caught up in this whole process of chasing alternates, so he decides to stop it now before anyone else becomes an unwilling victim. And while that in itself is noble, at the same time, how could you not fight the alternates for the massive evil and tragedy they're causing the entire world, or at least Mandela and the surrounding counties? How could you not stand up against them? But at the same time, considering they're so monumental, what are fixing videotapes going to do if all it's going to do is hurt yourself and those around you? So how could you stand up against them? There's a lot of interesting thematic points happening in the series, and we'll talk about some of them at the end. But I am interested in the direction that Thatcher's character is going to adapt. And I think maybe we're seeing hints of that with characters like Dave, when he says things like, "You need to learn to accept things that you can't change." We then see Evelyn just waiting around the empty police station until Thatcher comes back. And while there, she decides to go looking through some files. In the meantime, Dave Lee goes to church to accept the job from O'Brien. Dave calls O'Brien to tell him that he's there, and O'Brien sinisterly says that he'll be right out. However, as Dave is standing outside, the sky begins to darken, and And in the reflection of his glasses, we see that the false Gabriel has appeared. And for the first time in the series, the devil speaks.
You were so close, David. You had it all figured out. The stage was set for you.
You were so close, David. You had it all figured out. The stage was set for you, yet you still managed to follow the shepherd. Dave is confused and asks if this is O'Brien, but the false Gabriel says that he is a fool and it's only a matter of time before he moves on to his cop friend, or Thatcher. He even remarks that it seems that Thatcher is an easy target, which, considering how he's been living, he probably is. Dave says that he's confused and asks what the alternate meant by saying the stage was set for him, and how could he accomplish anything? And the false Gabriel replies,
You've already done all of my bidding for me.
think about what we know about alternates when it comes to technology and videos. They're able to distort and manipulate technology in order to bring themselves through into our world with things like the intruder, or convince a child to let them manifest themselves, or just begin to enter someone's thoughts through technology itself. So with that in mind, think about what Dave and Thatcher have been doing. To them, they've been trying to put together clues and figure out what these alternates are all about. They've been gathering data from things like the toddler stress assessment video and several other clips that we've seen in the volumes of the main series. But all they've been doing is rebuilding the alternate's gateway. While they think they've been smuggling technology and hiding from the law in order to fight the good fight, all that they've been doing is making sure the alternates always have a way into our world. And as was seen with Evelyn watching the toddler stress assessment video, it seems that it's still working. Which, what a heartbreaking scenario for these two. Like, Thatcher's been living in hiding for the past 17 years, doing everything he can to fight the alternates while living in constant fear, only for it to be revealed that all he was doing was making them stronger. And Dave, rebuilding these videotapes and what he thinks is putting together evidence, is actually just making sure that these pathways are still alive. It's because of this revelation that in the following moments, Dave drops to his knees and clutches his face, realizing that a lot of the terror that's still happening in the Mandela County is because of him. This also answers the question of Thatcher Davis. Why, whenever the alternate came up to him and attacked him and began to mimic him, did it not just kill him? And why is there an alternate in his closet watching him every night and doesn't just kill him then? It's because they don't need to. If anything, they need to keep him alive, because Thatcher is working for them even if he doesn't know it. But now, Dave was ready to quit, and he called Thatcher and said he's not making any more tapes, which means now they're no longer useful. So after Dave's realization of what he's done, the false Gabriel kills Dave. Now, we had some other mentions in that conversation about things like the shepherd, and we'll talk about that at the end. After this, we cut back to Evelyn going through the police records. Under the file labeled Murray, she finds the divorce agreement of Adam's parents as seen in Volume 3. And underneath the divorce agreement, she finds the toddler stress assessment review, and that the assessment was performed on a young Adam Murray. See, all the way back in Volume 1 of the Mandela Catalog, we saw a video called Toddler Stress Assessment. The purpose of this video was to test a toddler's responses to certain stimuli, both visual and audible. However, while back then we just thought this was another creepy way to show how alternates can react with our reality, now it's showing us that that video was what Adam saw as a child. We see that Adam was tested on September the 14th of 1992, 1 week before Mark Heathcliff's death. More importantly, we see that Adam scored 0 across the board. In other words, he reacted to nothing that a child should normally react to. This is undoubtedly because of the things he saw and heard from the alternates night after night on his parents' TV. The message in the review says, "Dear Len and Judy, your son Adam did not react to any audio or visual stimuli during the assessment. This may be a result of A, lack of basic intellectual capabilities compared to other children his age, or B, the result of the recent phenomenon occurring with children his age. Because remember, whenever the alternates did attack, it affected thousands of children, and thousands went missing. We see cuts of the words on paper interlaced with cuts of Evelyn's eye, worriedly reading through them. And as she's reading this, someone turns off power to the police department. Evelyn is confused and thinks that it might be Thatcher, so she goes up to the hallway to look for him. As she peeks down the hallway, she sees something move around the corner. And then when we come back to Evelyn, we see a hand reaching for her from behind the door. The only way I can see her being alive is if that was a fake out there at the end. But if we just see Evelyn in Volume 5 and she's like, "Hi friends, it's very good to see you," kill it, shoot it. That is not Evelyn. Burn it right now. We then come back to the conversation between Adam and Sarah, only this time from Adam's point of view. Before Adam can respond to Sarah, he gets a message from a spam account that says they've been trying to reach Adam Murray. As Adam begins to reply, the stranger's profile picture becomes an image of the intruder. The screen tears away as we're taken into a video of the intruder speaking to Adam. For one, the effects of this scene aren't perfect. The intruders are an amalgamation of people's faces, and to see this broken clay bottle with an eye periodically rolling forward and then back into its skull, as its mouth and facial expressions don't quite match, as it tries to mimic what it thinks humanity is, it's perfect. And it's here that we get the most important dialogue in the entire series today. The alternate begins by telling Adam that when he was a young boy, the television would comfort him. More specifically, the alternates acting through the television became his friends. The intruder asks Adam, "Do you remember my face?" We see a quick flash of Stanley, the face that made Adam think of an imaginary friend who came to life and killed his parents. He then says, "Through contorted flesh and broken bones, I made myself known," as we see a quick flash of the face on the television from Intruder Alert. This line about contorted flesh and broken bones is the same line we heard during the Face Studio 2 segment from the program as it was speaking over the footage of Adam's room. The intruder says, "Do you remember my touch? I cradled him in my arms, my sweet boy. I took him away. Do you remember that night, Murray?" Now, of course, the intruder's talking about Adam. Everything up until this point has been about the night the intruder came into Adam's house and made himself physical and killed Adam's parents. But what's this part about the intruder carrying him away? We've understood up until this point that Adam manifested the intruder into our plane of existence and that his parents were killed and that he probably had some physical interaction with them because that's what gave him metaphysical awareness disorder. But other than the brief mention in Intruder Alert that, distraught at the sight of her missing infant, that the child was gone for a brief period of time, we always just kind of assumed that Adam was still there, or he was at least gone for a little while before being returned. So what's the intruder mean that he carried the boy away? The intruder continues and says, "When you stare into your mirror, you see the same monsters from your bedroom, don't you?" We see a quick flash of the face seen in the house in Volume 2. He then says, "Your skin is not your own," before he gives us the 5 most important words in the Mandela catalog. You're not the real you. Every time that Adam looks into the mirror, he sees the same monster that was in his room that night. But not because he's tormented by the memories of it, he's tormented by the presence of it. We thought that all those years back in 1992 that all the children who disappeared were taken away from some time before being delivered back to their families, and that whatever these children saw surely traumatized them, and that must be what metaphysical awareness disorder is. However, it seems those children who were taken away never came back. Instead, an alternate was put in their place, which means Adam Murray is an alternate. He just doesn't know it yet, or at the very least, is having trouble remembering. See, we never knew what the alternate's plan was, but now it seems we do. They kidnapped thousands of children and replace them with themselves, to grow up and one day influence and take over humanity suddenly from within. While I'm sure they have the resources and strength to physically fight whoever they want, it seems that they're more interested in influence and control from within. And it seems that Adam was one of those victims. The real Adam Murray is most likely dead, killed by the alternates whenever he was dragged away from his house in 1992, or perhaps being held somewhere by them for some unknown reason, but most likely dead or close to it. The Adam that we know is one of these alternates set to take a child's place. So while we've seen all of these details of Adam, all of this cold, callous nature he has to friends, and this hyperfixation he has on alternates, it's not a human who's lost touch with humanity, it is a demon who's trying to gain touch to humanity. And it seems that Adam is a sort of sleeper cell, as he doesn't even know that he's an alternate. He hears these other voices in his head that he can't explain, and other people say that he said things to them that he didn't mean to say. Well, he's aware that there's something wrong with him. To some degree, he didn't know the extent of it. He didn't know that he was never human to begin with. But if you'll remember, alternates are mimics of the face, voice, and memories of the people they steal. So that means this young demon, who we call Adam, was embedded in the memories of his infant and his family. And as he's grown up, he's tried to accept pieces of humanity. He's tried to have relationships. He's tried to build friendships. And while he's not good at it from what we've seen, it's incredible that he's even trying. They did the right thing. Perhaps none of the alternates in hiding know that they're alternates. Maybe they all just think they're people who have some weird disconnect from humanity around them, only to one day be activated for whatever the false hero wants. Or maybe, like I said earlier, Adam's special. Maybe he's different. Maybe he has, for some reason, tried to fall back in with humanity despite his nature being the complete opposite of it. Back in Volume 2, whenever Adam encountered the alternate in the house, the alternate said that he is a fool for following the shepherd. Again, we'll talk about the shepherd in a minute. But the alternate says to follow my voice instead, and says, wake up, Adam, don't make me wake the others. See, at the time, we figured that he was telling Adam to just give in to the alternates. And when he said wake the others, that he was talking about waking other alternates, like the alternate itself that was confronting Adam. But what he was actually saying is Adam is an alternate who has forgot his purpose. He doesn't wake up. He is going to wake up all these other alternates who have either forgotten their purpose or have just been dormant as a sleeper cell. It adds levels of complexity and intrigue to the series that blow my mind. And it's also been incredibly well hinted in the background, but up until now, we didn't see them as hints. But looking back now, they're so obviously hints. Like, for example, look at this character design of the alternate that the intruder says Adam sees every time he looks in the mirror, and the same thing that he saw in the house back in Volume 2. And now look at a picture of Adam. It's very clear that the alternate is just a distorted version of Adam himself. And again, going all the way back to Volume 1, if you remember the Think principle from the Department of Temporal Phenomena, remember that K stood for Know Your Place in Reality. And while this is applicable for people who are facing doppelgangers, think about people who are experiencing metaphysical awareness disorder. The thing that we just thought meant that you were traumatized from experiencing an alternate attack. And as we see with Adam, it means you are an alternate. In other words, it seems that Adam forgot to know his place in reality. So that is by far the biggest bombshell we've had in this series. You're not the real you. Everything that we know about how the alternates work, to what Adam, arguably our main character of the series, is going through, is because he is not a human fighting the alternates. He is an alternate who is being both tethered to what he wants to be or what he thinks he should be with humanity and his true calling as an alternate. But despite having this inert desire he can't explain, doesn't make sense for himself to be so invested and obsessed with these alternates, he still somehow pushes back against them because he's continuing to follow the shepherd, which we'll talk about in a minute. But he's still pushing back despite being so drawn. And with humanity, he is pushing back despite being so drawn. And with those 5 words, he became one of the most interesting characters that I have ever seen in internet fiction. And we'll talk about my theory around him in a moment, but for now, let's finish out Volume 4. We hear in a voicemail from Sarah that despite her anger, she still cares about Adam and wants to make sure that he's okay. Again, we have a physical drawing of his alternate nature and his human nature pulling in both directions. Finally, we see a gray sky as bright red letters appear, the same red letters that denoted the speaking of the false Gabriel in the first video of the entire series, Overthrown. The message says, "I deceived him, the Mandela Prophet. We have their prayers and their records. It begins today." The Mandela Prophet might be Adam, but I'm not sure about that yet. I'll talk about that in a second. The other thing that the false Gabriel just said, "We have their prayers and their records," is again denoting the fact that the alternates have taken over all of religion. So anyone who prays to what they think is God is giving their faith to these creatures. And as shown with Faith Studio 2, people are physically giving over their bodies and information to these creatures. So it seems that with the public giving their spirit and form, the alternates are ready to attack. We then see 3 images of Adam Murray in the same style that Faith Studio 2 recommended earlier to give your information to the program, confirming for us that Adam isn't part of the alternates game. And with that, we have the end. The Mandela Catalog, Volume 4. So that was a lot, especially there at the end. Let's try to break some of it down. Whenever the false Gabriel says, "I deceived him, the Mandela Prophet," I'm pretty sure that is referring to Adam, because it seems that Adam is their front runner, or at least their first pick, to lead whatever kind of attack or underground uprising the alternates plan to have. The reason I say this is because back in Volume 2, whenever Adam was at that house, the alternate was trying to convince him to wake up before saying, "Don't make me wake the others." So why wouldn't the alternate just wake the others? I believe for some reason they want Adam specifically. Maybe he's the one best positioned in the Bythorn Paranormal Society, or maybe once again, Adam's just special. So it's for that reason I believe he is the Mandela Prophet, the one that the alternates want to pave the way for whatever this attack is. I also think that's what it meant whenever the final message said it begins today, because the last thing we saw today was the intruder finally confirming for Adam that he's not human, he's not the real him. So now that Adam knows that, they can move forward with the next phase of their plan. So now that begs the question, is Adam going to go through with this plan? He certainly might. If he's been an alternate for all this time, and the other alternates are just now activating him, then there's no telling what he might do. He might immediately flip and begin to help them spread their influence across the world, or at least Mandela County. And if that is the direction the series is going, then Alex has done a fantastic job at making a great antagonist, or at least a supporting antagonist alongside the false Gabriel. But as we've seen, Adam is a lot more complicated than just a sleeper agent. And to explain my personal theory on Adam moving forward, let's talk about Interlude. So remember how in Interlude it was showing us the different levels of assimilation an alternate can have, and it showed us the overdriven assimilation? Well, a lot of you might have recognized that the overdriven alternate we see next to the nun is the same alternate that is shown as Adam's mirror reflection, or Adam's true form. So how does that make any sense? How can the nun be this alternate, but also be Adam? Well, I, as mentioned, have a pretty good source, that source being Alex Pfister himself. So in my attempt to be sly, I messaged him and was like, "Hey, just, theoretically, as a joke in Minecraft, would it be possible for an alternate to assimilate someone and then be placed in someone else's shoes?" And Alex said yes. So it is my theory, and I believe this will be revealed in the next coming episodes, that an alternate came into this world the normal way, the way we saw from the first volumes of the series, by either convincing someone to end it, or by physically attacking them and assimilating, as we saw in Thatcher. One way or the other, this nun was killed, and an alternate stepped into their place in reality, but the assimilation didn't work quite right, as we saw it was driven. So then, years later, whenever it came time to begin this phase of the plan where they kidnap all these children and replace them with alternates, because I don't imagine these demons age or need to be the physical form of a child or what have you. Whenever that time came, this alternate is simply the one who stepped into the place of Adam Murray and gathered his face, thoughts, and memories. And that's really interesting because as Adam grows up, he begins to physically take on attributes of his true alternate form. It's not that the alternate in the mirror looks like Adam, it's that Adam looks like the alternate of the nun. But when I say that Adam's a complicated character, that's exactly what I'm talking about. See, whenever we saw that nun, we saw that it was a messenger. We'll talk about a messenger for one in just a second, but we see that this nun is somehow important and interlude. So then an alternate takes that nun's place, and from what we know, probably brings on the memories and thoughts of that person. So what is a demon that has the memories and thoughts of a nun, of the complete opposite of a demonic entity? So that alternate lives for a while and then gets placed in the role of a child who has, again, very non-demonic thoughts and ideas, and then begins to grow up in a community of friends and people who care about him, people like Sarah and Evelyn, who want to make sure that he's doing okay. What is a demon who's been so ripped apart with the ideas of humanity that he doesn't remember he's a demon anymore? I mean, we clearly see that parts of the young Adam's memory were maintained. The audio about the dangling man around his bed that is mentioned by both the program in Face Studio 2 and The Intruder are both memories of the young Adam Murray. So the alternate collective, at least, still remembers the human that was Adam. So I'm sure alternate Adam remembers the human that might have been Adam. And between that and the memories and ideas of a nun and whatever else is mixed around in the alternate brain that is Adam, I'm sure he's got a lot going on. I mean, as we saw from that whole phone call recording that Evelyn had in the corrupted memorial video, we hear that Adam thinks these other voices in his head can't be controlled and they just come out of nowhere. All of these competing ideas and concepts he doesn't even know about. He didn't even know he was an alternate up until now. So now that he does know, what's that going to change? Will he pick one side or the other? Will he maintain this kind of straightforward approach, not picking either? Will he make his own path? I don't know. I'm so excited to see where Adam's character goes from here. And then for my last theory, I want to talk about what I think is going to be the most crucial and coolest factor of the Mandela catalog moving forward, the shepherd. The shepherd is a concept that has been teased at a lot, but we still don't know a ton about. The first time we hear it definitively mentioned is in Volume 2, whenever the alternate says, "You followed the shepherd, you are a fool," to Adam. Now, from what we know now, Adam is an alternate, and he seemingly hasn't been following anyone other than his desire to go on these alternate investigations. So what does this alternate mean whenever he says that Adam's been following the shepherd? And furthermore, in Volume 4, the shepherd gets mentioned again whenever the false Gabriel is talking to Dave and says that despite everything being laid out for him, Dave followed the shepherd. Now that also doesn't make sense for the shepherd to be a lone individual because, for one, Adam and the combination of Dave and Thatcher, which is what the false Gabriel mentions. He says that Thatcher and Dave do not follow the shepherd. Or he mentions them in a connotation that it's not implied they're on the same level as the shepherd, or whatever. Dave and Thatcher are not the shepherd, and Adam's not the shepherd, but how could they both be following them when it doesn't look like there'd be any overlap for them to follow a single individual? And whatever this shepherd is, it is in clear opposition to the alternates. My theory is that the shepherd is God, or at least some aspect of God, if that's an angel, or a religious leader, or something similar. Not a religious leader in the sense that we've seen so far, that churches and religion itself all goes towards serving the alternates. I mean, actual, true, original God before overthrown religious leader. Think about it. If the alternates are demons, if they are effectively just the legion of hell which I think we pretty well established they are, then to turn against them and try to find out information about them or destroy them would be to go against hell, which naturally means you're allying yourself with the army of heaven. And while we saw in Overthrown that they were overthrown, and there's a mention of the white text in the sky that figures of the Bible have been committed to a sort of solitude, that doesn't mean they're dead, especially not in the modern sense. If they were chained up or locked away for some long period of time, what's to say they're not active now? And as this plan of the alternates is going into effect, I think we're going to see whatever the shepherd is. We're already getting hints about it. Whenever we see the overdriven assimilation in Interlude, and it shows the nun, it refers to her as a messenger. Not the messenger, not that she's some standalone, religious figure that everyone looks to, but that she is a messenger. And a messenger of what? I think the shepherd. My prediction is that in the next few episodes of the Mandela Catalog, we are going to see either God, an angel, or some powerful force stand in opposition to the alternates. I think that presence might be the reason that the alternates haven't outright just began massacring and taking over groups of people, because they still fear the return of the shepherd. And I think at the very least, even if it's not directly God or an angel or some other heavenly being, I think we are going to see a supernatural entity that calls itself the shepherd stand in physical defiance of the alternates. And I, for one, cannot wait for that to happen. I am pumped. With all the elements that Alex has thrown together, from the character building of individuals like Thatcher Davis, and the supporting cast of Evelyn and Sarah, and then to see Adam being touted as such a complicated and multi-layered creature, effectively, that is both human and demon in equal parts, and to see or wonder where he's going to go in the future, and then these implications of a greater world and a greater war happening beyond us, and to imagine that all of these horrible things, the intruder, the false gabriel, that all of them that's caused so much fear and misery, are still fighting something known as the shepherd, something we don't even know what it is yet. It's so good, and it's such a great time to be a part of this series. And as someone who really began his channel, or at least began the early days of his channel, off the Mandela Catalog, and to get to know Alex and to see him grow as a creator, and see all of this happen, it is incredible. I am so pumped. I'm so pumped to see where it goes from now. I'm so pumped for him to make future videos about it and destroy my theories, which will be fine, because I'm sure whatever he has in mind is better than whatever I have in mind. And I just, man, it's so cool to watch it happen. As you can tell, I'm into it. I'm obviously a nerd for it, but really, to Alex and the cast and the editors and the artists and everyone who's putting this together, thank you. It really means a lot to get to watch this series happen and get to be a small part of it, analyzing and talking about it to people at large. And again, to Alex and everyone else who gives me the time of day, thank you so much. It's really cool. The Mandela Catalog is so fascinating to me because out of all of the analog / digital horror / YouTube horror series, it's the only one that really strikes me as being completely and fully about the characters. The writing for it sets it apart from everything else in its category, and I believe is one of the main reasons that the series has the dominance it currently does. Sure, the scary visuals definitely hook you on first viewing and are one of the highlights of the series, but when I think of the Mandela Catalog, I think of characters like Adam and Thatcher. And it's for that reason I can't wait to see where the series goes from here. Because it's one thing to be scared in an internet horror series, but it's entirely different to care about it. And I truly care about the Mandela Catalog. I think Alex Kister has done a fantastic job at crafting the world and characters that he has, and hopefully you do too. But regardless if you care about the Mandela Catalog or not, even though you should, you've made it this far, and I just want to say thank you for watching. The Mandela Catalog is a fantastic series, and please, if you've watched this video, I'm begging you, go to Alex Kister's channel, link will be in the description, subscribe, leave him some likes, some comments, he certainly deserves it. It's amazing to see where the series went from just being made on his iPhone, that became this kind of cultural, moment that everyone on the internet, or at least on the horror side of the internet, flocked to now a series with characters who are talked about, theorized, discussed. It's really something special to see, and I'm certainly happy to be a small part of that. I'll be covering more episodes of the Mandela catalog as they come out, but please, if you support me, which I greatly appreciate, show Alex some love as well. My interviews with Alex Pfister and reactions to new Mandela catalog episodes are over on my second channel, Win the Game, so head over there if you're interested. Link will be in the description. Thank you all so much for watching and sticking around this far. Like I said, this is not my Halloween video. This is just a sort of appetizer for the Halloween season. I'm really excited with my plans for the Halloween video. I'll not be out by Halloween. The Kaczynski video will kind of be my Halloween video in a weird way, which I guess makes sense. But what I have planned for my Halloween video, I'm very excited for. Hopefully you are too when you see it. So we'll see how all of that goes. For now, I'm working on one project at a time. Hopefully you guys understand that when the final projects come out, that they'll be worth the wait, or at least I hope they'll be worth the wait. We'll have to see. I guess you guys will be able to tell better than I will what the quality is, right? But I'm working on more stuff. Hopefully this holds you over until then. My wedding was incredible, and thank you guys for the opportunity for it. It really does mean the world. I understand that the reason I'm able to take off the amounts of time that I am and have the luxuries I'm able to treat myself and treat my wife to is because you guys watch my videos and show so much support with things like merch and just watching my videos, just viewing, commenting, liking, all that is the reason that I'm able to have the luxuries that I have. And I don't take that for granted. So thank you guys for the life you've given me. I can never say thank you enough, but sincerely, thank you. I believe that should do it for now. More projects, more videos on the way. Again, one last time, if you want this shirt or this hoodie, you've got 2.5 days left. So go to the description, get them while you can. But I believe that should do it for now. New videos on the way. But until then, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
A young boy grew up with all of the hallmarks of what tends to make a killer. He grew up in extreme poverty with an abusive, drunken dad and a very restrictive mother and a controversial religion. Everyone in his family refused to look into him when he started killing small animals for fun. Over time, he would grow into a self-proclaimed symbol of hatred with a disturbing following.
What do you get when he makes cheesy CGI and practical effects, generic zombie tropes, random words thrown together? Randy from Under Zero, a pregnant woman, Danny Trejo, a waterborne zombie virus spread out through San Francisco, and the shovelware and movie form production company only known as the Asylum, whatever this is. Released in 2012 directly to the Sci-Fi Channel, 1 year after director Nick Lyons' also creatively titled movie Zombie Apocalypse. Really thinking out of the back of that one. We've experienced their peak cinematography with such classics as Zombies 1 and 2, Sharknado 1 through 8, and Aquarium of the Dead. But how would things fare with the same production budget, with a more solid story setup, a more built-up cast of characters, and, for once, a not-so-stupid zombie scenario in a setting straight out of Call of Duty Zombies' Mob of the Dead? Today, we are discussing Rise of the Zombies. The movie starts off guns blazing, or I guess you could say rotting flesh blazing. Zombies in the midst of attacking the greater San Francisco area, showcasing just what we are in for in terms of effects, characters, and overall tone. We got decent practical gore mixed with cheesy CGI, blatantly obvious zombie dummies getting thrown around, primo CGI zombie splatter, and a group of people driving hastily through what looks like a pretty normal and sunny-looking San Francisco. Does it really look like a zombie apocalypse is happening? There's none of that fake smoke, random zombies everywhere, or fires or anything, while they're intentionally driving into singular zombies on the street. You're looking to get your car wrecked doing that. Their goal, to get to the world-famous decommissioned prison island, Alcatraz. How do they plan on getting there with no boats? Maybe they'll use the mandatory in a zombie apocalypse pregnant woman as a flotation device. They act like this is all wide-scale chaos as they scream and holler as they're driving around. Literally, it's clearer than a normal day in the California tourist destination, but whatever. With no imminent threat in view, the driver decides he needs to go full speed down the famous winding road of Lombard Street like he was trying to make a mayonnaise-flavored Tokyo Drift. All so they can get in a wreck as soon as possible to, I guess, mirror Dawn of the Dead 2004's intro in the dumbest way possible. Remember how the blonde chick in the 2004 movie panicked and drove down a hill because of panicking people and undead everywhere? It made sense there, but in this, let's just have a dude happily drive down the sharpest turns in the United States. Yeah, nothing could go wrong. But the way the car whips down the hill, like that green screen car crash that people use for "lol random, is this real" memes? You know what I'm talking about, this one. The driver insta-kills himself while everyone else just sits there coughing and looking at their injuries going, oh, I thought you guys knew it was zombie apocalypse. But man, this bone sticking out the arm cost the effects department like 25% of the practical effects funding. We gotta show that off. I mean, check out this post-production smoke coming from the car. How else can the viewer know that the car is totaled? The only one that even thinks to get up and get out of the wrecked car in the middle of a zombie apocalypse is the pregnant woman, while the one dude just sits back and lets himself get ate out by the slow-moving, flesh-craving, rotting people. You know it's going to be a cornball fest when you can even hear one of the zombies saying the word under their breath. The pregnant woman hear one of the zombies saying the word under their breath. The pregnant woman runs downhill alone, completely unharmed from the wreck or being chased by the undead. Good thing she gets the plot. Armor perk for being preggo in a zombie apocalypse. Hopefully, she doesn't trip and fall and roll downhill like an Indiana Jones boulder. That would kill off a decent portion of zombies that would just randomly sit in the street. Honestly, I would have preferred that being the movie. Then we get a transition to Alcatraz, where we can see two women watching some kind of video on a laptop from a virologist completely explaining every single detail of this particular zombie virus. Now, the zombie virus being a waterborne pathogen introduced to the nearby population through the Berkeley Water Treatment Facility, but because of budget cuts, anything that could have prevented it was ignored. So, Inspector Gadget here says he is working on TSL-12, a proteins inhibitor infector suppressant composed as a cocktail of HIV and cancer suppression medications. I tried to say that all in one breath. Sorry if I sound out of it, I'm a little sick right now. But this medical concoction has shown some results in one of his lab monkeys. Kind of reverse hybridizing the origin of the cancer drug that broke out in I Am Legend and how the rage virus started in 28 Days Later. Not gonna lie, that felt like a huge word salad that he was saying of giving the virus some realism. It sounds like he just Googled a bunch of scientific terms and just threw it all together and saved you more at the room store. The monkey is there for you to stare at mindlessly while he explains all this medical jargon because we probably won't understand, and because we need something there like how a kid needs to watch a clip of Subway Surfers attached to whatever you're watching. It's basically that. But what is important to know all of this is that the full infection rate is a maximum of 30 seconds. If you get bit, you have up to 30 seconds before you completely turn. While I'm all for learning and knowing what the disease is from the start and what it does, it's weird for it to already supposedly have a cure that's being easily watched online. I can't look into it too deeply. This is supposed to be just dumb, mindless fun that has Danny Trejo's face on the cover. Side note, I do love the fact that the font they use is the exact same one I use for my videos sometimes, the 28 Days Later font. It's simple, easy, looks good for zombie-related material, and most importantly, it's free. Then it suddenly becomes season 3 of The Walking Dead up in here. People holed up in the island prison. It looks like the prison from Walking Dead. I mean, just even the lighting. In case you missed the explanation from the doctor just a minute ago, Mariel Hemingway tosses yet another word salad in her own special way.
Protease inhibitor, which means we should be seeing an endoplasmic reticulum proliferation.
Aren't these just buzzwords that dumb people use to sound important?
This girl got a career in mumble rap coming. I just know it. The doctor here goes on to describe how a black matter, a colonial microorganism, is seizing control of cells and the nervous system. But in order to understand it fully, he needs a fresh, live sample of a zombie's flesh. Not like they aren't dead already, but they need it living, technically. They were testing on a group of zombies that they had contained in a room in the prison when someone, in the middle of the night, snuck in and burned all the zombies to a crisp. That someone being the Brujo himself, Danny Trejo, sitting outside with the meth dealer from Sons of Anarchy. Yes! What were you thinking? And Randy Hickman.
Puts the lotion on its skin, it does as it's told.
Which, have you seen Ethan Suplee recently? Dude looks nothing like he did back then. Look at him now. Truly a Giga Chad. I know he probably doesn't like being remembered as Randy.
Yeah, he would be funny on fire.
But his acting in this movie is literally just Randy. Danny admits to killing all the zombies that were quarantined as they posed a threat to everyone there. If they broke out, everyone was dead. Especially with how stupid the people act when zombies are around. You're going to see that throughout the movie. Dr. Hemingway says their samples could have helped find a cure. It's his fault that they can't find a cure now. There is some back and forth on whether the doctor should use the only raft on the island to go inland to look for the vaccine research said by the doctor, or for the 3 guys to call for the Coast Guard to get reinforcements. They just need to get their communication working. You already have this woman on a computer. You can't send out a signal through that. If they are all walled up on Alcatraz and all of San Francisco is zombified, I'm pretty sure any kind of armed forces would have already swooped in and taken out all the zombies. But nah, we gotta wait on Randy to phone it in, both in emergency services and line delivery.
You had to put those bodies to rest. Those used to be people.
2 random people are walking on the beach, I guess checking the perimeter of the island, when a horde of zombies just randomly washes up on shore. It doesn't seem like they floated. Did they just walk across the ocean floor like those of Land of the Dead when they jumped in the river and walked along the bottom? Apparently, this is such an ambush of the undead that the people get bit despite tons of warning and plenty of time to run. They just sit there and let themselves get bit. The 4 main survivors atop the island all start pulling stormtrooper aim levels of shooting at the zombies. The people down below have no survival instinct whatsoever or a basic fight or flight response in this movie. I can already tell. It's going to be happening a lot just so we can get gore. I mean, that's fine, but I do like my people to have some kind of brains, and I think the zombies would too. One of the people does get bitten, and suddenly the group was able to one-shot him from so far away in the head. It does does suck that all the zombies that were on the beach just get off-screen killed, but whatever. The whole prison goes into lockdown. You know what that means? We have to have the main characters and then a half a dozen extras just randomly running around in the background of the prison for half a minute. We don't have to have a destination. Just run over there, then run over there, run over there. That whole thing looked like it's chaotic enough. But somehow a horde of zombies just busted their way into this former maximum security prison. You guys didn't fortify this place. You just crumbled the second these slow-moving framelets washed up at the front door. Scott Pressler haphazardly shuts the jail door and just bats at the bars while they slowly open it in front of him. He gets stuck on if he should stay grifting in his spot and then does the weakest run I've ever seen in my life. Also, he can die to the flushing boards. It's not like long hair on a dude slows you down. I have long hair and I can run twice as fast. While Scott Pressler gets his back blown out by a horde of dudes, T-Bone Dog rolls up to just watch. It's this back and forth of him just staring at all of this in disgust until the zombies finally notice him and say, "Hey, the doc of the booty, the sweet of the juice." The big black dude waits until they give chase. It didn't work out for the skinny white dude. Why would it work for your fat ass? Never mind, he outran them. This dude must be built like Coach. The group fires a few rounds at the zombies to whittle their numbers down. They had firearms this entire time, but just don't use them when someone's about to get smorgasborded. This woman gets pinned by a zombie and they just have a one-on-one tickle fight. Stop, babe, stop. The men have the action scene of all time. Danny Trejo goes into Fallout 4 VATS mode and pops one zombie in slow mode. Although the angle of the hand and gun is funny to see as he transitions in the shot to show how he positions the zombie perfectly under his gun to pop them. Doesn't make sense, but whatever. Danny then targets another zombie's chest and miraculously gets a headshot instead. Another zombie gets shot in the face by a rifle with the gray hole in his forehead. One of the zombies doesn't even try to fight one of the survivors. No teeth, all hands on this bitch. Dude misses a swing and gets bumped in the face to get pull-off headshot. Apparently, all it takes is beating them in the head once or twice with just a little force to kill these zombie types. That or slitting the such throat. If we are leaning this hard into zombies, we could have at least stuck to the golden rule of
Removing the head or destroying the brain.
but in this case, he slightly damaged any part of their head. The dead fold quicker than TV reviews his fiance. This action scene gets a bit nauseating with how it's shot while faking out them getting bitten. Cord approaches the cell door as it closes. Instead of it slamming shut, one zombie eases himself to the ground and just wedges himself in the doorway. Obviously, the thing's going to get ripped in half. That's what's going to be going for. And I'm all for the guts and gore that's going to be preceding it. But this was just awkward. Like they couldn't commit to the bit of him getting bisected or risking the actor hurting himself falling to the ground. So he just gently goes to the floor, even though the door doesn't even close. It just stays slightly ajar and pretends to squeeze him and rip him in half. While the effects are neat, I need some girthy weight to the metal pinching him in two. It just feels lazy, especially since the door is not actually shut. So it's just weird, man. This scene also kind of shows how the direction of the zombies is all over the place. On one side of the skirmish, you have the women coming in with dead running at full speed going blah, 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 after them. And then on the other side, where the door was not closing, you have the undead just waiting outside like they're waiting for their number to be called at the CMB. Like, literally, Trejo runs over there and they all just look at him like they're going to bite their tongue at saying some kind of racial slur at him instead of attacking. On the topic of inconsistencies, though, the zombies range from decently good-looking rotters with foggy eyes to generic spirit Halloween makeup effects. It's jarring at times and pretty funny to see the differences in how good the zombies can look and how bad they can. Thankfully for the survivors, the zombies always position themselves to be easily headshot. With edits that are like half a second, that's just a flash. It's really jarring. The zombies corner T-Bone Dog, and just like T-Dog in The Walking Dead, he gets buffeted by the dead trying to save everyone else in the middle of prison. Just more calories for the zombies to dine on in his death. The doctor dude leaves his cell to go grab a weapon, and one zombie with some kind of bladed weapon in the head without even trying. If only everyone else did the exact same thing. The one guy that is in a cell has his roommate turn into a zombie right behind him, and it is so quick to bite his shoulder. We dang 6 times before just throwing them out. So which is it when it comes to these zombies' heads? Are they durable as hell or super easy to squish? Make up your mind, disciple. He starts convulsing and then his veins darken in seconds. I do like seeing turning effects like this, even if they are dorky as hell. The rest of the zombies are going nuts, but are largely subdued, as T-Bone Dog asks to be shot before he turns. Rip in peace, homie. When everything calms down, the doctor's wife zombifies in the cell as the gang cleans up the prison. Genuinely, this feels like we got thrust into the zombie attack at the prison part of The Walking Dead, and is acting like we are invested in these characters like we've known them for 3 seasons. Meanwhile, the woman holding a beach ball in her dress scavenges for food in the middle of San Fran while just 2 zombies are barely walking at her. You're telling me a horde of zombies went out into the ocean searching for people, but they're not roaming one of the biggest cities in America? Okay, sure, the girl is playing single player, or technically co-op, while the prison argues with each other in multiplayer. Some survivors of the attack contest that they have to leave via the only raft. Others, like Trejo, state that they should stay put and wait for the National Guard to come in. The youth elect to leave the old people behind. The doctor says he will stay behind to continue his research and gets handed a pistol and grenade. I hope he doesn't pull a World War Z with that. They say the zombies just kind of float on the currents of the ocean to wash up on the island. Like they are coordinating all of this to literally go with the flow. Why would they go into the ocean anyways? Wouldn't they be searching for people to infect and eat? What would be in the ocean? But hey, whatever gets the ball rolling, they head out to the beach at dusk, and another horde miraculously starts attacking from the ocean yet again. Their grand master getaway vehicle is that rinky-dink life raft. For what? 1, 2, carry the left dead, 8 people, maybe even more to get on this little thing? That shit would not work. Did they just not have a boat within their means of budget for this film? You think there would at least be one boat left behind by the Alcatraz Preservation Museum or whatever? What if those drifting zombies out in the ocean have a boat exposed and prick this thing? Are you just boned? Regardless, they drag it to the water and kill the mini-horde that the AI director spawned, with no casualties in the group. While they green screen on the boat with a dark, foggy background, one of the women says she felt something bump her ass from the bottom of the raft, causing everyone to stare at the separately filmed water. Their first thoughts were to ask if that was a dolphin or shark. Sorry, wrong movie. Aquarium of the Dead's over there. But you know, these zombies are apparently Dead Island riptides floaters. But why do the aquatic creatures become the first thing that comes to your mind? Suddenly, a group of 4 zombies just pulls the weasel out of the water like they are standing in shallow water. How did they manage to do this? Grabbing the young girl and dragging her in to eat her, getting a buffet under the sea. How do they have this kind of leverage in the ocean's depth and current? They are floaters, not mermaids. How did no one save her, and how was it this easy to yoink one of them? Whatever, it's scary, and we needed someone to dive out in the water because it's unique. That moment gone, they text their brother to get over it, and Randy yells, "Come on, let's get out of here! You're on an inflatable raft. You can't run away. What else are you gonna do? Let's splash some more?" The rest of the night apparently went fine with no floaters as they get to the shore near the Golden Gate Bridge. They are disappointed the food they brought in Ziploc bags is soaked and mossy. How to get this mossy in that short amount of time? I mean, you could have double-bagged it, bros, but whatever. At least this father's journal is intact to show this old woman. Wait, hold on. Wait, there is an old couple, there's an old dude and an old woman. Where the fuck did they come from? Okay, there's more characters I didn't even know existed. They move on to look for supplies. The doctor, back at prison, goes up to his dead wife that's in the jail cell to show her pictures of their son. He tries to communicate with her and even to feed her. She looks at this Purina wet cat food and literally waves him off. If you're going to try to sway her back to the living side, you're going to have to offer her something better than what the cat barks up. The dude stayed behind on this prison island to research live samples of flesh, but is now suddenly becoming Day of the Dead's Dr. Logan, trying to find the humanity within the minds of the dead. Apparently, there is a cure just inches away that a doctor is doing with monkeys. You're just going to sideline that to feed your dead wife this slop? We cut back to the Golden Gate Bridge, and I love the fact that they did not even bother to film a low-traffic part of the day on the bridge or bother editing out all the cars on the bridge itself. It reminds me of that shitty zombie movie trilogy I directed and filmed in college, where in my 3rd film, I was so tight for time, I had like 12 hours to playing characters said there was nothing but death out there.
Look, I never have an idea. Wanna know who's out there? Nobody. Death.
Except, I didn't have money or resources. You have asylum money, which, you spend a decent portion, but you get a return on investment just throwing out slot movies. But at least they can use a backdrop that looks like the skybox from Wet Dry World in Super Mario 64. Almost the same quality, too. The doctor gets his act together and does more research noting black masses all over the internal organs of the zombies that he has procured, stating that it's either the organism itself or the blackness is a byproduct of its inclusion within a human body, nullifying the brain but seizing control of the nervous system to puppet the body mindlessly. The city group finds an inoperable car and a rift happens. Danny Trejo attempts to take the group to Petaluma via foot. Dr. Hemingway says she has to go to downtown San Francisco to find a vaccine. Trejo just wants to survive, but apparently now she believes this vaccine that was barely mentioned is fully made after viewing one video of it working on that chip. At first, most hesitate at the idea, but then Randy stares at the ground, then looks up and says, "We're going to get that vaccine and save the world." And everybody but Trejo gets behind him, except the meth dealer, the old woman, and the dad. The meth dealer has a heart-to-heart with this young woman. She says she should have died 2 months ago when this all started. Wait, 2 months? How has it been 2 months since this zombie apocalypse started? Y'all didn't barricade the waterfront, nor did the zombies display any kind of floating behaviors at all. You guys were not prepared for this, and the Prego lady that is still out there holding her baby turd in like she is Porcupine Rouge. No wonder she looks like she's got a beach ball up there. That baby is going to pop out like a damn human cannonball. I digress. The meth dealer hands her a gun. Apparently, it's customary in this universe to hand a magically spawned pistol to a person that you are separated from. She gives him a 4-leaf charm necklace in return to remember her. Wonder if these traded items will come into play at all later on. Trejo stoutly says that these people that are going to San Francisco are messing up going there and probably will never see them again.
Yeah.
Bro, they better not try to kill Trejo off. The movie poster has his face all over it. The dude's a badass, not a dumbass. He has his moments, but I would be with him too. I'm not heading to downtown San Francisco on this hero mission on a vaccine of a kooky guy talking with the chimp. We go back to the prison. The doctor takes note of the guy that turned earlier. He has an electric prosthetic hand and notes its sporadic movement due to the guy's dead anatomy, and then the mutilated hand underneath exposed to the device was not rotted or deteriorated in any way. Now, this is a really interesting development that this hand that was exposed to this technology, it did not rot. Really interesting to have this new element not seen in dead movies before. He then rips a piece of the zombie's cheek off for a sample, and it pisses the dude off, making him a little cheeky. The group makes it to the Golden Gate Bridge, and we get this one-piece level pacing of them staring at the foggy monument back and forth for 40 whole seconds. I'm not kidding. It's just, it goes Randy, bridge. Girl, bridge. We know there's a bridge there, but they gotta pad the time out to reach that 9-minute mark. Trejo's trio of him, father, the meth dealer, and the grandma, that is a quattro, not a trio, find a rich person's abandoned house. Perfectly untouched. 2 months in, and a place like this would have been ransacked by looters, undead, and scavengers already. But let's ignore that. That's pretty common in these post-apocalyptic zombie movies. The meth dealer guy calls out to them ahead of time, and Danny Trejo and the dad freak out and almost shoot him. They can react to a familiar voice saying, "Hey, I'm here," with this kind of precision and readiness. But when zombies come around, that reaction time is going to be that of an IGN game viewer. The doctor takes the sample and notes the same black masses over the blood cells, but gets interrupted by the sound of his zombified wife calling out to him. Oh, wait, that's his daughter. Okay, unless that's what she calls him. I'm not going to get into the love life, especially, no, that's just not feeling, man. She acts like she knows him, doing this little, "oh, we're going to touch hands," and then lunges at him. Who could have saw that coming? Listen, Doc, you should probably continue your research with the limited food and resources you have instead of wasting time and almost getting bit. We get back to mean, literally, look how this is done before we ship back to Randy's group. Randy's changes get a toss it onto this bridge. You would think it would look more like the Left 4 Dead 2 finale, but it's just some random scattered cars with not a single zombie anywhere to be found. In fact, all the vehicles look completely clean and untouched. To make sure we know it has been 2 months since the apocalypse started, the young guy pulls out a half-eaten sandwich with painted on molds and a singular non-moving maggot. Yeah, that's what we needed to make sure we know society has crumbled and humanity was turned into cannibals. That's the only thing. Yeah, on that note, we cut back again to Treco's group, where the contorted zombie girl wakes up. Her arm stays behind her head. The apocalypse started, the young guy pulls out a half-eaten sandwich with painted on molds and a singular non-moving maggot. Yeah, that's what we needed to make sure we know society has crumbled and humanity was turned into cannibals. That's the only thing. Yeah, on that note, we cut back again to Treco's group, where the contorted zombie girl wakes up.
Welcome to Bite Size Reviews, where we discuss short films of zombie movies you may or may not have seen and talk about what they did right, wrong, and everything in between the teeth. Link to the movie in question is in the description and pinned comment below. Today we are back for more with Left 4 Dead, the movie, an Italian non-profit fan-made film by Mexican Standoff Studios, directed by Daniele Bellucci, dedicated to bringing the characters of Left 4 Dead 1 to life in a wholly unique storyline. Going forward, try to keep in mind that this was a passion project by fans that spans the creative process of over 8 years, starting in 2008, facing many financial, casting, and production hurdles, all with a non-profit motive until finally released in 2016. The film was also originally shot by Italian actors, and while the actors did their lines in English, it not being their native tongue, was al costo I picked it up to voice actors sent in their lines to sound more authentic to the original survivors. It was really a joy to watch for just about any Left 4 Dead fan. I'm all for praising it where it needs to be praised. But that also doesn't mean I won't be critical about what's written or shot in some areas. Because boy, howdy, does it
some good parts and some hilariously bad parts. So, let's get right to it. The film starts off with a dream sequence for Zoe, scared and alone in a blood harvest-looking forest, as she hears a hunter scurry around and roar. Using sound effects straight from the game, which is a nice touch. I'm glad they're using sound effects directly from the game. As we all know, the hunter's most notable trait is leaping long distances and powerful pounces. But for a fan-budget movie, making an action like that look decent would be quite an endeavor and probably just a blurred mess. So instead, we get the sound of the hunter pouncing by as Zoe darts around to look for it until it suddenly appears and proceeds to just run at our heroine in a very kind of larking way to wake her up amidst the survivors. Which the casting and likeness for Zoe and Lewis was decently done. While Phil has gained a few pounds and a lot more hair, and Francis, well, Francis looks nothing like his European counterpart outside door of the vest, donning an appearance more like an Italian greaser. Beggars can't be choosers, and again, it's a fan-made film, but I feel like they should have at least shaved the actor's head, make him more like Francis, or, how they portrayed him in promotional art. But we do have to keep in mind throughout this non-profit movie's production that staff and actors did have to be switched out due to budget issues. So the guy portrayed here is not the same as the Francis in the movie, but I still would have preferred if he shaved his head to look more authentic. You can make the argument that this is an alternate timeline months after the first infection where Bill survived. But still, Lewis hands a half chocolate bar to Zoe as we see some decent props of pipe bombs and pills scattered about, leading to the iconic safe room door in graffiti. I am liking the set design the movie has put out so far. It cuts to the foursome walking in the outskirts of a destroyed city at night, or at least I think it's not. It's obvious this was filmed at a brighter part of the day, and a darker filter was placed over these scenes. Would have rather just have this shot at whatever time of day it was, instead of making it hard to see what's going on with what you have shot. I know most of Left 4 Dead 1 is during nighttime, but this filter is not doing it for me. Now, the director did acknowledge this. He reached out to me and told me the crew wasn't allowed to record at their shoot locations at night by the location owners themselves, and admits that many people are going to have a hard time seeing what's going on. The objective of the survivors here is to go to Astoria, as Francis says,
We are going to Astoria. It's a little fishing town. My brother, he lives up there. He has a boat.
although I find it strange that they are just now deciding what to do and recounting the plan out in the open with all these Left 4 Dead zombies and infected just scattered about. And speak of the devil, here comes the horde. Or at least I think. It's kind of hard to tell with how dark it is. They shoot at a small group before they just press on normally to find a well-lit school amidst the utter great darkness that is the rest of the city. Interesting to see a place so well lit amidst a zombie apocalypse. And more so the fact that he would want to go there in the first place, considering it's basically a horde beacon. Every infected in the city would flock to this area because of his life. We then get to the title card. Don't hit me, so, this is the survivors months after the Green Flu outbreak in an alternate timeline, since we get a flashback dating back a few months. The first of which, of course, is Zoe, whose canonical backstory was being a college student who spent most of her time watching horror movies. So, they at least stuck to their source material, and I do appreciate them having Night of the Living Dead playing with Army of Darkness and Dawn of the Dead posters on the walls. Although I do find it cheeseball that we get a hooded dude that turns out to be her boyfriend sneaking in her window to feign the whole Hunter-Zoe dynamic this movie likes to put up there for a little bit. She stuffs her stalker boyfriend in the cupboard as her father comes in to say he's leaving to take her mother to the hospital and is just going to leave Zoe at home by herself. I do appreciate at least a slight reference to Zoe's canonical backstory from the comics of her mom being infected, but I would much rather have had what the comics had provided, where the stranger comes in, bites mom, mom gets infected, mom bites dad, and having the gripping choice of Zoe having to mercifully kill her dad. I realize this would be a much more costly and difficult scene to shoot, but I'm not the biggest fan of her boyfriend putting on a second hoodie to obviously give him the image of the hunter. The film could have easily just had the scene of her boyfriend crawling in the window to give the not-so-subtle foreshadowing of Zoe having a predisposition against the hunter, but having a second?
I know one thing. I'm grabbing cheeseburger
Coach, all you think about is Rick. Hold up now. I got something for you. I'm gonna be a one-man cheeseburger octopus. Now, what would the 2020 election be like if it was held in the limited timeline, where the Green Flu took over in 2008? Who else would the remaining survivors vote for other than the only viable candidate to lead us in peace and harmony, and most importantly, to bring back barbecue bacon cheeseburgers with a large array of fries, orange soda with no ice, and a piece of hot apple pie? Only one man can and will. For a limited time, I'll be selling these Vote for Coach shirts until mid-November. Available in 2 different types of shirts for both guys and gals. In black and white, with either Coach's purple and yellow color scheme, or the original blue and red palette, all for $20 less this whole time. Also, the comfy hoodies at $29.99, and you can get them 50% off with the code M3BarsCH or merch at checkout. Not feeling very voting, or you're sick of politics, or you don't like me making fun of this election? We also have Coach without all that fancy coloring and a little red on them for a full-blown poster to admire the one-man cheeseburger apocalypse. Link in the description and pinned comment below, or just go to teespring.com/stores/wild-such-merch. Like I said, they won't be around for long, so get them before they are gone forever. Let's get to the lore already. Known as Green Flu or infection, the virus that ran rampant and infected a majority of the American population could be spread through contact, the air, the water, basically in any form the disease can be spread. Depending on which network you're experiencing the virus that is due to mutations, a rabies-like pathogen, a pathogen basically in terms that I can understand is a cell or group of cells that can cause a disease, and that is capable of infecting a majority of the population in just a 2-week period. CDA, the Lefford Universe's version of the CDC, classified the green flu as a level 4 biohazard. Now, how severe is that? In real life, the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, has 4 biohazard levels. Level 1 for non-infectious bacteria and cell cultures like chickenpox. Level 2 for mild diseases difficult to combat with aerosol in a lab environment like HIV, hepatitis, and Lyme disease. Level 3 for diseases that are severe or fatal but can be treated with vaccines such as West Nile, anthrax, and tuberculosis. And level 4, the worst of all, severe or fatal diseases with no known vaccination or treatment like Ebola and the disease we're doing analysis over, the green flu. For you Texas, it's basically like an F5 tornado on the tornado scale. Described by a doctor in the Sacrifice comic series, this virus defies anything we've ever seen. Sometimes it's airborne, sometimes it's not. It mutates daily. We're trying to cure it, and we can't even pin it down. Hence why at one moment it can be airborne, and the next be only susceptible through direct contact. Now with the disease that can transform a person into a homicidal zombie-like being, why refer to it as the green flu? Well, in order to prevent mass panic, the government would have to downplay the severity of the situation and could up to avoid panic, which did little good towards good. Maybe the flu exists in less states. It has clinics already started in maybe 2 of the major cities of Philadelphia. The guys it's always sunny. Probably the first people infected. Cities gone in less than a week, and special transportations for getting there in 15 minutes. And a whole 3 weeks reached me across to Georgia. But I'm getting away from the point of this video. I'll be making videos explaining where the infection came from and how to prevent it. So I can cover labeling the disease. Let's examine what it actually does and how it can be prevented. The infection has its basic guidelines. Get bit, your body suffers from the disease, and then when disease takes over, it can be infected individual or physically aggressive. The common symptoms suffer not only from mind-altering symptoms, but also threatening the skin, yellow eyes with bare pupil or iris, hair loss, and a weakened or weakening body structure to the point that the tar can decapitate them with a single blow. What emotions inside them is the warped sense of reality of the common when we see through their perspective. All non-infected survivors appear as hellish monsters in a fever dream, which may explain the hostile head-on behavior, while others picture infected who tend to have more hunting change in body size, although it can be assumed that there is some sort of weight loss due to starvation. If there is starvation occurring, then this is indicative of a mutated hypothalamus in the brain. Furthermore, an infected patient would not feel hungry, thirst, feelings, or fatigue, nor have a regulated body temperature. Noticing breathing in the air that lacks some of the statement, it also renders common sense to be thrown out the window and animalistic senses take over. Which is why climbing any circuits is a breeze, but opening a door, well, that's scary. That about sums it up in common infected. Or yes, if you're uncommon infected, you're purely different because of the closed environment or the environment they're in. On the one hand, again, all frozen, spinning mud, because you're in a circle. And of course, clowns that became the same. Now, as for the special infected, there isn't a solid foundation on how they mutate into such unique, deadly creatures, but we do have some context clues to work with. One that might be obvious is sex-related mutations. Besides the presence of the differences, the most notable difference between males and females is sex hormones like testosterone and estrogen and progesterone, which can alter the gender-specific special infected microcreatures that dictate, jockey, and charger for males and splinter and butcher females, with the only exception of the time being the rumor with both genders available for infection. But gender specifics can only be a partial determining factor into the mutations that lead to the special infected. Another factor could be multiple virus strains, hence the extreme differences between special and common infected, and the differences in strengths, weaknesses, abilities, and traits that differ between each one. The extremely low frequency of special infected is another problem with this idea. According to the pie chart below, roughly one-third of the infected population becomes a special infected. Within that third, there are 7 different special infected subtypes. Assuming that each subtype is a separate strain, the average infection rate for the special strains is 4.8%. That's 33.33% divided by 7. Now, multiple virus strains of the same virus species typically have diminished infection rates. In this case, you have 7 strains infecting at a rate of less than 5% and 1 strain infecting at a rate of 66%. To put it simply, where we can understand it, if this is a multiple virus strain, then in theory there should be more special infected. Yep, I just got statistical all up in this biatch. Besides statistics, we also have the most popular theory as to why there are differences in special infected. One of these differences I refer to them as genetic and biological variances. From various substances already present in the body, that could be a huge reason. So basically, what the person looks like before the infection is what their habits and the health of any other diseases they were experiencing beforehand. Let's go over some of these theories for each special infected. Smoker mutations may refer to someone who is or was a heavy smoker. However, cancer may grow tall in the victim's lungs, triggering her improved exhalation or filling the respiratory tract with steam. Such a mutation could lead to interaction with elevated levels of lactic acid in the muscles and bloodstream, which can result in heavy exercise. And the jockey mutation may stem from someone who is confined to a wheelchair with dementia. The obvious regenerative properties of the infection could indicate a restoration of spinal cord function, giving the infected person the ability to walk again. This would explain the hunchback appearance, or the emotional mania or viral brain damage, hence why the jockey is walking maniacally at Fake mutations are possibly related to bodybuilding supplements. High levels of creatine, human growth hormone, and anabolic steroid could possibly release large protein damaged by the infection. But it could also decrease the myostatin in the body. This protein is responsible for the suppression of muscle growth. What that basically means is without that protein, your body isn't telling itself to not make the muscles bigger. If left uncontrolled, muscle mass would increase exponentially to the point where complex muscle movements are lost and or limited, and only basic movements like climbing, thrashing, slowly growing are possible. That's why the tank is so bloated out. Now, the charger mutation are similar to the tank and could mean that the charger is a hybrid version of the tank. Some steroids are used as a fixing chemical that rations both on one side of the body, and adding an infection with a low concentration of steroids could have created the charger. It could also be that he's just suffering from gigantism, or my favorite theory for the charger is he really likes to jack off if you look at him. On to the last theory, the liver mutation probably relates to ethylpyramidal compounds in fatty tissue and cholesterol in the bloodstream, which would also explain the large amount of bile that produces. Bile is also opens up to be largely hollow. The space previously occupied by fabrication had been broken down and converted into a single enormous sack for containing and producing valves. So basically, you got that later. Spitter mutations may be, in fact, due to bacterial ulcers being infected, which means basically it's just like liver, except with stomach acid being hijacked, resulting in spitters being able to create large amounts of acid. The spitter's saggy skin and awkward walk may be caused by the acid leaking into other bodily cavities and breaking down tissue, which is why she really has no mouth, and basically most of her body is just corroded due to the stomach acid that is flowing throughout her body. And last but not least, the witch mutations, which I have three different factors I want to quickly cover of why a woman will become especially affected known as the witch. The virus backing on mental disorders like ADHD, anxiety, and depression, with serotonin imbalances leading to stuff like political depression, as we can see an example of in the passage with the bride witch, who may have been left at the altar due to the infected type, or her husband leaving her at the altar. Now, the witch is also most known to be sex-linked to female sex hormones, so that might be a reason that she's pushing the woman not to be sexist or anything to counter that. And also, obviously, the woman may have been at risk of becoming infected, hence why she is so skinny compared to common infected and especially witch. Now, without the fabrication related, the other things that would cause her to cry and be irritable, which will be very much seen, and also why she is also walking around drinking these many digestive carbohydrates, such as veganistic sugar. That's why we see so many witches in the heartburn campaign for president too. I can't explain why she doesn't have hormones. You're gonna have to come up with one theory on that, because honestly, I think that's just the creators trying to make her look badass and look terrifying. So if you have any theories of why she has claws for hands, let me know in the comments. Now that about covers the main introduction, and if you're not bored just yet, we've got one more thing to cover. But how can a group of 7 survivors can be immune to it all after being clawed, beaten, bowed on, and scratched? Well, it's purely hereditary. For you kiddos, that means you get it from your parents. A crash course in genes, randomly through an X and Y chromosome, while women are purely on an XX chromosome change with the mother and father passing on dominant and recessive genes to their offspring that determine their physical, medical, and even mental characteristics. And in the sacrifice, it is explained that immunity is passed down through the father's genes. The most common theory to explain is that the gene that makes people resistant is a recessive allele on the X chromosome, so in this case, that's where there's Michelle's, and any other female survivors. She must have gotten an X chromosome with the recessive gene from both her mother and her father. So her mother was not resistant, meaning that she only had one X chromosome with the gene. The dominant gene on her other X chromosome would have operated the recessive one. As explained, the father was resistant, making his death a bit more of a tragedy. This would also explain why there are more male than female survivors, and why it's so important to look up their parents while they're living. Now, the theory of the original infected fabrication sequence isn't too far-fetched, given the body's simple genes and exceedingly complicated chemistry, but this simply may exceed the theory. In the last parts of our nurses on the 4th floor of Mercy Hospital, Professor Martin Harvey showed that while life has escaped seeing multiple outbreaks of agents working to inoculate the grass, this quarantine has replaced several times by infectious overgrowth, with signs of physical or external in the hospital building regarding our nearby. This seems to be a trend, even though the efforts are to expect that food first and then get infected, or even make them the initial victim of the infection. However, this may simply be a consequence of our shortage of anesthetics, as they failed to do so, but may have led to the inevitable spread of the infection here at Mercy Hospital. The use of cows determining babies truly magnified the case. See the pictures in a report printed in Virtual State on the website UK.gov.uk, which aka any other continent where most computers were used. This is backed up with the Dutch report of 100 cases, declaring the rate of capture 76 cows being put back to captivity. Cows, including scant numbers still missing, indicating that rabies tests were performed on the animals. Rabies tests are performed by removing the carapace of the animal and inspecting the brain for any traces of injury and trauma. Although these cows are not vigorous, scraping off the flesh of the head and removing the brain would be a trivial solution in any situation. Cows in the area of Dartmouth were AFM inspected, and the school leaders also had spoken to their family removed and evacuated their cattle and stocked up or shelved some titration that can
Sí.
you are, a hoodie covering your eyes, or the filter make it harder for you to see? Well, in the hunter's case, it doesn't matter if it has hood on or not. Consider it barely even has eyes anymore. Looking under the hood, you can see a faint glimmer of light similar to the common victim's eyes in the dark. The hunter, maybe due to its mutation, might begin clawing its own eyes out. So it may be relying on its sense of animalistic smell to stalk survivors, or its sense of hearing, what's simply called echolocation, to track its prey. Much like a bat in the dark, using sound reflection from visible surfaces to figure out where something may be in a dark or blinded state. This comparison to Batman's favorite animal is the reasoning behind an unused character model for the hunter where he would hang from a ceiling. An idea for the hunter in pre-production that got scrapped, and honestly, the hunter being able to jump upside down on the ceiling would not only be difficult to master, but also jarring hunters being upside down with latched onto a ceiling. Talk about motion sickness flipping around on that thing. All other special effects wouldn't get a rather loud audio burst to simplify use while feeling characteristic threat is. The hunter is the only infected that remains silent as he uses that function of leaving the house. This silence leaves a perfect opportunity for those playing as the hunter to sneak in and scratch down unsuspecting other survivors. Like all other special effects, the hunter does use a neat sound cue when it does become aggressive, though. Its distinctive growls, snarls, and screams can be particularly discernible. It's the initial low-tone growl alerts both teams that the hunter just entered his pouncing stance. As long as the hunter is crouching, he will not stop growling, so if you're trying to be snappy, get ready for a player unknown's type run. When actually pouncing, the hunter goes from the quietest effective to the right motherfucker in the distance. The second he jumps upwards to attack, he lets out an ear-piercing scream, which will definitely give away his position. The last different sound cue a hunter will emit is upon death. When you gun down a hunter, it will give out a yelp similar to an injured dog. This initial growl may be recycled sound files, probably from microphone development team originally had plans for an infected species of canine. This is furthered by audio file when the hunter attacks objects being named zombie dog underscore attack. Valve figured sticking to humans was a better fit for the green flu epidemic and also not fall in a similar light as Resident Evil. The hunter will also make a unique noise when scratching the walls, other infected or destructible objects. It's a weird scratchy growl mixed with a clawing sound effect that gives away the fact that you're clawing away at something. Now, the vocal patterns and behavior of the hunter are given an additional cue if being operated by the AI. When a bot hunter is shot, they will behave in a more brutal fashion. If they are shot before pouncing, they will yell out a yelp and escape to a safer location by jumping backwards. This may signify that the hunter's preferred method of hunting its prey is purely through sight. When discovered, ground treatment to rectify this situation, it can be unharmed until a successful attack can be achieved. When a hunter finds an uninfected victim, it will on top of them, pinning them down, possibly using the increased strength in its lungs, and proceed to use its sharp claws to rip its victims to shreds. In Left 4 Dead 2, if the hunter is on the survivor long enough, its jacket will be stained with the blood of the enemy whose way that it was waiting would say. But before we go into the damage and dying statistics for the hunter, I also want to cover the differences between its Left 4 Dead 1 model and its Left 4 Dead 2 model. In the first game, it's in a relatively undamaged hoodie with duct tape on its major joints. In Left 4 Dead 2, however, its hoodie beyond the duct tape is torn off and its bubbly, reddened, battered flesh is shown. This may be due to either the hunter's habit to claw many of its own flesh, or that since Left 4 Dead 2 is in a more hot and humid climate compared to the grid and cold landscape in Left 4 Dead 1, which would lead to the hunter tearing off its clothing to acclimate to the warmer environments. Now, on to some official ways to play the hunter, and also some numbers and figures to possibly make you go, oh. The hunter's special effective method, push those straight away will remove the most, being able to cause the most damage in the quickest amount of time. The hunter is also useful for killing off any downed survivors quickly, since he is the only infected that can latch on to a downed survivor. The hunter is also great for helping out the team for a collaborative attack. If the survivors are separated in groups of two, you can help a jockey, smoker, or charger who has just landed an attack while hunting the other survivor running to their aid. And just like every other special effect, they are followed with a musical score. The hunter paired with a string composition that really breaks the ears. Like piano keys. And a score that sounds like a Cherokee crowd being good. Now, that's some of the ways you should be using hunt sport, but more often than not, people will just need a hunter as a quick way to get 4 to 6 points of damage by jumping on a person who is in the middle of 3 allies near them. Good job, buddy. Hope you like bullets, infiltrating your stealth from 3 different angles. Point being, wait for an opportunity instead of rushing in mindlessly. The most important part of getting good with a hunter is simply learning how to use his pounce effectively. When pouncing, always look upwards and think this in your head. Whenever the hunter is looking straight at in the air, think that he will actually jump a few feet below that and go from there, much like a slightly curled arrow from a bow. Kind of hard for me to explain, but that's what the video is here for anyways. The hunter also has the ability to jump from wall to wall like good old Mario. This can be achieved while you're in the air after pouncing if you press the left bumper on the Xbox controller or the key on the PC that makes you 180 while you're against the wall, and hit pounce again, you will launch off that flat surface towards wherever you're aiming at afterwards. This can be done indefinitely until you plummet to the earth completely. One strategy I use is paired with his pouncing capabilities is to jump wildly around the survivors without actually attacking them by pouncing outwards and constantly near them. Not only will the constant screaming be annoying as hell to the enemy team, but it can also provide side cover towards anyone else that spawns up so they can sneak in and get a good rainbow charge with them. With the hunter on the constant move without a set pounce, it can be very damaging due to effectively going to kill the hunter. If the survivors do get attacked by your team, go ahead and proceed to pounce someone trying to help out. If your team falls and you get shot from jump, you can proceed to keep hiding in death for the hunter or still with something entertaining to watch, waiting for the goals. If you catch your quick hunter to get out of bounds or on top of skyboxes, is to line back up parallel to a wall, aim straight at some spot, point slightly outwards, and while you're jumping straight up, switch between aiming outwards to the sky and straight to the sky. Continuing to do this while pouncing upwards will allow the hunter to scale any tall surface and even set up an unconventional 25-point pounce spot. If you don't know what I mean by 25, now one of the most appealing parts of performing as the hunter is to stick a 25-point pounce. The higher you are and the longer you're in the air, the more damage the initial strike of your hunt will cause. The cap of the damage being 25. Although at the initial release of Left 4 Dead 1, there was no cap, so a hunter residing at the top of, say, a dead air hotel could instantly uncap a survivor even if they're at 100 health. But this open method was quickly nerfed. The amount of meters between the initial jump and the survivor's location pretty much goes 1 meter equals 1 point, which is why you can get a 12-point pounce even if you're on the same elevation as a survivor. Now, if you're having a difficult time sticking the landing from a high situation, try thinking preemptively. While you need to still calculate the arch of your jump, you also need to think of where an enemy survivor will be a few seconds ahead of time from their spot before you jump. I usually wait till the survivor is in a state of constant running without any breaks to figure out where I can stick the landing on them. If you feel like your jump was a bit off, you can always slightly change your direction while you're in the air mid-jump, but not by much. Another factor in landing conversions, the hunter is capable of stealing unintensive victims by pouncing on someone that smoked or jockeyed, or the next person pizza with you for stealing a kill. This actually is better for the team in some cases. If a survivor is super far away from the rest of the group, a jockey in the victim being hunted would actually have two great benefits. One, the survivor would die much faster, and two, the jockey wouldn't have to deal with his annoying 30-second recharge time that occurs when jockey fully uncaps a survivor on his own. Now, don't end up doing this when both team survivors are nearby. Instead, protect those who are attempting to free their teammate that's either smoked, jockeying, what have you. It's all about reading the situation and getting the most damage out of an attack and allowing your team to be at the top of their form at all times. On that note, the hunter should always keep an eye on the witch from a high place. If a survivor gets cocky and tries to crown the witch, pounce down on them before they reach her and pin them down. Now that they're getting shredded to pieces near the witch, they are powerless while the witch hits her boiling point and absolutely tears their balls apart. Now, I was skeptical to report this, but a hunter on fire can actually cause a little bit more damage to a survivor, possibly because it's panicked and wanting to deliver its kill before it burns to death. While on fire, though, the hunter will lose its stealth capabilities as it yeps in pain from the flames covering its body until it keels over from melting. Earlier, I talked about the hunter having an unused animation of hanging from the ceiling upside down. Well, this may have been an ability of his that was kept during development. But did you know that the hunter also originally had two other abilities that many would have deemed OP? Originally, the hunter put his back against a wall, he would become camouflaged and nearly invisible to the naked eye and to the survivors. This was cut because the creators felt like having an infected turn invisible would seem too far-fetched. The function also had a health regeneration ability that eventually was scrapped as well. Just think about it. The hunter turning invisible and regenerating his health basically owns the slip of the bottom for your full health back in the day. According to a 2011 code, the hunter was the most favored special effective at 20%. Side note, back in 2010, I cosplayed as a hunter of Dallas's Oklahoma information, and y'all have brought it up before, but we'll get there. It was the easiest special effect to dress up as, since I'm not that, and don't have the budget of typical schematics, as nothing but volume as police and duct tape and a lot of fake blood. Oh, another special effective profile? Man, this should be easy. This week, as you guessed by the start of the video and the thumbnail, is the heavy-handed, one-arm specialist cowboy country boy himself. Please don't charge me with neglect for not posting this sooner. This week, we're going to charge you up with special effective profile, the Charger. At first glance, some can see the Charger to be a victim to a new strain of gigantism that may have been adversely affected by the green flu epidemic. Not only by the fact that his right arm is gigantic, but also how his left foot has grown enough to rip his pants and to look like an actual deformed case of gigantism. The increasing muscle mass in its left leg may be a reasoning as to how it can suddenly propel itself forward in a non-stop charge. Its left leg gaining the gigantism strain would help to balance the body and its top right half out, so it wouldn't teeter over like a lever wobble. Although similar to the Charger Trunks and in a similar strength output and armor, the Charger is still in the same weight as its other member special effective companions. Whether or not the Charger is a smaller different strain of the Trunks mutation is never really brought up. The major difference between the Tink and Charger is the fact that the Charger can support all of his upper body weight without having to lean over too much. The Tink also having no chin, while the Charger has lost a majority of the fleshed out its skull as well. The Charger's most recognizable attribute being its gigantic arm, which looks like a gigantic scab just being ready to do it. Or maybe that's just me. I picked my scabs as a kid, don't tell me the Marines I didn't pick it. People always say something to pick scabs off. I can't be the only one, man. Anyway, but the Charger's main form of attack has caused his arm to become a battleground of scars, cuts, bruises, calluses, and injuries, enough to make the arm a literal battering ram, which can cause him to seem to smack or pound the infected for extended periods of time without burning out the flesh. Now, with one arm becoming a literal piece of armor, the other had to be balanced, or else the bone operator would feel it to be too OP, as well as genetics. The right arm staples so much of the body's muscle mass that the left arm of the Charger to be shriveled up and look like it was a deflated balloon. It's safe to say the Charger has no control over its left arm, since it can look around mindlessly as the Charger navigates through the apocalyptic hellscape. As I said earlier, the Charger probably is the most zombie-looking character when it comes to its face. It's literally its face rotted or maybe torn or ripped off. It also has bloodstains from what may have been vomit all over its chest and barely any teeth remaining in its mouth. These all may be from the sheer force of slamming into objects at such high speeds so frequently healthy. Beyond its bodily appearance and functions, the Charger sports a half-worn pair of overalls, leading fans to speculate that he is some sort of southern country boy, or at least a plumber, or maybe he is early models and designs for the Charger would include a pair of cavity-style designs with the giant head and two small arms for literally headbutting survivors head-on. Another design gave it a hulking but free-limbed animal-like persona and kind of practical persona, but like I said, the Charger grew bad blood still away from making infected animal creatures and needed the green flu exclusively to human hosts. Remnants of these designs could still illustrate the fact that the Charger has created images that function properly and with the Charger's distinctive sounds and animalistic screeches. The Charger would give out a raspy yell when spawned in. To me, he kind of sounds like a mix of a velociraptor calling for help and a zombie
Completely normal.
fierce special effective force monsters being made will be stunned from the impact for a moment as well. It's important to note when the charger stumbles after a failed charge to a wall, you will be vulnerable for just a short period. So be sure to get in as much damage as possible before you can either escape or get a fully sucker punch in. AI-controlled chargers will spend a longer amount of time stumbling, about 2.5 seconds compared to a 1-second long stumble from a player-controlled charger. Now, this only pertains to campaign chargers, not versus bot chargers. So if you're sure you see a charger being played by a bot, you have a little bit of leeway to try to run them down when they fail a charge. Just be wary since AI-controlled infected seem to be ungodly quick to get you with their secondary attacks, even if they're not facing you. When facing a charger, it's important to note something right off the bat. If you don't already know this, learn it now. You cannot shove a charger off screen. The only way to get a charger to stop pounding someone to death is to either kill it or melee weapon. It would kill a charger in 2 screens as full health, or if you're playing any other mode besides versus, the explosive rounds to stun it. Explosive rounds will be weak versus mode used that, or what you might want to deploy just a little bit. You can also blow up propane tanks and the fire canisters in the soft spots near the charger to cause it to stop. That's purely situational. If you hear a charge sound, then make sure you continue to not climb up against your military formation, or else you're all lit up fried. If you're in a long, small corridor of a hallway and a charger comes, try to help the guards to the best of your abilities. Obviously, and many survivors to limit the amount of casualties from a single charge. If at least one person is unaffected by the charge, you at least have the chance to spend the time to gun down the attacking charger. If you do find yourself face to face with a charger, make sure to spray from left and right and to keep your distance from the charger as much as possible. The wider the distance between you two, the better chance you have at dodging a one-direction attacker. Try to keep a melee weapon handy when facing a charger up close. If they fail a charge, they may become desperate to land some sort of damage and will rush nearby survivors if they have to. If you have a shotgun, however, just unload. The shotgun and melee can lay out about the same damage in seconds of time against the charger. The charger being the only small playable special effective that can survive more than one melee screen. Now, when playing as the charger, you have a lot more factors to work with. Like I said earlier, chargers love long, narrow corridors that force a team to line up in tight spaces. The stinger is one of the charger's best friends, since the stick can tack on nicely to a survivor getting temporized. Even if the charger is killed while the splitter pedal is active, the animation of the survivor getting up will still take over 2 seconds, which in turn to splitter damage can equate to a huge chunk of their health bar. The charger is also one of the core healing objectives, so keep this in mind. Besides the mandatory statement of attacking if they are on their own, always keep in mind to help out other healing objectives by attacking survivors that are coming to the aid of a fellow survivor who is jockeying, smoked, or hunted. But keep in mind, the charger can disrupt the attacks of other effective easily in 2 different ways. If the special effective is attacking for a solid surface and the charger hits the wall nearby the special effective, the special effective will be stunned at that moment and the survivor will be freed momentarily. The charger also has the ability to snipe effective away from a jockey or smoker. As I said with the hunter mode, if a smoker or jockey is successful in an attack, they could be facing very high recharge times. Charging a jockey or smoke survivor in a beneficial moment is completely situational. If a survivor is straying from a spot when someone is jockeying them, it would be better for you to charge the jockey victim so the jockey won't face the excruciating 30-second recharge time after downing the survivor. The jockey can then proceed to protect you while you pound the survivor until he gets to reach. Besides pretty much stealing from the smoker, you can help the smoker out and add to his damage in certain situations. In a panic state, if the survivors are distracted or too far, instead of charging the survivor, you can proceed to literally turn the suffocating survivor into a punching bag. With the survivor unable to defend themselves, the charger can easily throw these hands all over them, landing 10 points per hit. It can bring a full health survivor down in a matter of seconds. Just make sure while you're beating the life out of them to keep an eye on your surroundings and to charge anyone that may approach your point. The charger can also benefit from a boomer's puke. If numerous survivors are boomed, you can try charging a survivor that isn't boomed and get away from the crowd. Since the blinded survivors can't see where their friend has been taken away to, while an infected horde beats into them and they are no longer blind, they will struggle to land a clear shot with all the fists flying. Now, I certainly couldn't forget the main reason people love the charger and why he is so important and scary in many critical situations. It's simple. The kill, baby! communicate someone from the game in a split second. If you can charge someone to the point where they are insensible and have their fingertip drop into a body of water or other miscellaneous out-of-bounds areas, you will be rewarded with 300 points on your damage meter after a successful insta-kill. And killing a survivor that quickly will reduce their point gains by a decent chunk as well. Landing these insta-kills can be sometimes a bit tricky, especially since you need to guesstimate when the survivor will be bleeding them. If you charge too early or too late, or are off by a few meters, rather than getting pissed off at how well you landed the movement, try to coordinate with your team. If a smoker or jockey can kill someone in front of an insta-kill spot, you can proceed to easily charge the victim and clip them. A jockey or smoker can also force a survivor over a ledge, wait for a teammate of theirs to start picking up a teammate, and during that animation of picking someone up, use that opportunity to charge them off as well. A perfect practice round for these strategies is the first chapter of Deadslinger. Since versus campaigns can end quickly, and since insta-kill spots are so close to spawn, you can easily practice insta-kills and then watch as people rage quit on the first chapter of the campaign. And now for some random trivia, I'm just going to read off from up in the wiki. In the Swamp Fever first chapter, you can see a charger set up like the Landis symbol right before you get across the river. Also, if the charger was actually coming somewhere over the sea, then by coincidence, like already across the Pacific River, if the charger was slammed up on top of the river, or if a wall was slammed up again into the wall, the charger is the second most dangerous mission in PvP, scientifically proven by a conversion that was conducted back in May of 2010. This week we are doing the Great Switch Theory tutorial to help you make your zombie starter. So this week we have a weapon and its special effect profile. Let's begin. This weapon protection. Creating a zombie starter focused for the right time of using it during the time the cancerous buildup in the lungs triggering the mutation in the breathable symptoms of a victim, causing large tumors to develop throughout the host's body, most prominently on the left side of his face. This tumor can also be a fungus, since infected individuals literally can have parts of their body die or wither, exposing the host to a number of fungi to spread and contaminate. Recently, people have discovered a vessel cure hiding an obnoxious gas known as the smoke, which gradually fumes from his orifices and fully flips out when he dies. While many people who have been toking cigarettes since puberty, the smoker's voice has become raspy, kind of like pretty how I'm now speaking. The most noticeable feature of the smoker, besides its, smoke, is the protruding tongues from its mouth and eventually a method of two, the sides of its head. While most refer to it and believe it to be a tongue, I and some others feel like it's more of an intestinal tract protruding from its body. While a tongue can only grow to about a foot or so, intestines can literally stretch out for miles. Earlier, I said that the burrows and gross bolts jump right up from the smoker's head could be a form of fungi, and when a fungi grows long enough, they can develop tentacle-like appendages all over. This could be the cause of why the smoker leans so prominently to the right, since he has so much weight from the appendages and tumors on the left side of his body. One of these tentacles, or the survivor called the tongue, it's used as his primary method of attacking uninfected individuals. When a smoker has spotted his prey, he will let out a very raspy scream and eject his tongue at high speed and literally lasso a survivor towards him. Looks like the smoker's got a little taxi zone. One really cool detail about the smoker's smoke, it is always protruding from his head. So, when he is going away from this position, he can punch you with his little big bird to find his location, much like the smoke's saliva that is floating around. Now, pulling the smoker will be effortlessly dragged out until either they hit an obstructing surface, falls off an edge where they somehow catch themselves, or come completely to the smoker, where he will proceed to claw them to death on top of being strangled. If the smoker is successful in killing a survivor with his pull, a loud bone cracking sound can be heard, possibly the spine of the survivor. If the tongue was broken off, the smoker will need 15 seconds to regenerate another reusable tongue to extract once again. This 15-second mark only occurs if the smoker lands a successful pull for a second or more, and then the tongue is broken. If the tongue shoots out and misses its target, think of it as a fisher reeling in his line. Realistically speaking, though, how could a creature such as the smoker continue to summon up yards upon yards of organs that can tighten up enough to kill someone? Besides the fungus explanation, for lack of pathogens. We can also look to the smoker's obvious links with cancer. Cancer can lead to the Hayflick limit breaking. The Hayflick limit is basically how many times a cluster of cells can keep dividing themselves before they have reached their limit. The limit of division of cells being anywhere between 40 to 60 times. This limit of cause of aging can also impair the ability to break, and to see how cancer can affect potentially the smoker's mutations may have developed upon itself enough or woven into principle to the point where regenerating organs like the intestines would be possible in a hyperactive state. So basically what he's saying is the organs are regenerating enough to where you can just grind it down as much as you want. This theory can somewhat be backed up with how a smoker can often take his blood tumor like smoker like too. With somewhat of a piped up brown tumor under his throat, this mass under his throat could possibly be a sporadic evolutionary tactic for the smoker in its predatory nature in order to regenerate his tongue faster, kind of like a cranking gun, storing all of his intestines in that frog-like sack. Now, to stop the smoker from killing someone, the survivors can either narrate the survivor being pulled, shoot or cut the tongue, or just go old school and shoot the ever-living hell out of the smoker. Upon death, the smoker will release a flow of greenish, foul-smelling gas that doesn't harm the survivors, but causes them to breathe uncontrollably while passing through, revealing the survivors' silhouettes and locations to other special effective. Now, effectively referred to as first mode, the smoker is one of the least favorite special effective to use for me, simply because it's a more of a slow to see what happens kind of a special effective versus a charger or leader who can initiate an attack that a group to follow through on. The smoker should and must be viewed as somewhat of a sniper amongst the infected. Keeping in mind that snipers prefer the high ground and rooftops on their enemies as well as distance. Always keep in mind that he is the only long distance hitting infected, while the other hitting infected, the charger, jockey, and hunter, have to be in direct contact with the survivor. The smoker has some survivability if he attacks from a hard to shoot at vantage point. Once you have a target in your rifle, you can execute your main attack as long as the circle is well over a survivor. Keep in mind when trying to kill a survivor of where they might be 1 to 2 seconds after the time of deployment. If a survivor gets behind an obstacle, the timer less than 1 to 3 seconds before you can shoot it back in. Be careful not to shoot your phone out though. It will give out a giant swooshing sound effect and it will give away your position when you're attempting to attack someone on the roof like it works together in the offensive. It's not your bag! You can easily identify when the smoker is effective in order to get the skin safely the smoker fully when they are tough, and it is possible for 2 smokers to exist at once, either 2 bot smokers or 1 home control smoker and 1 bot control smoker. That can lead to algorithmic failures, but the third of the less. As the smoker, you should always try to attack those that stray from the fly. That's just common sense. Those that are low on health, and you should also get anybody that's lagging behind their lanes or those that are least distracted in a panic, so the other distraction survivors won't realize that one has been dragged away. The smoker's can also have the ability to pierce through fences and other explosive objects. The smoker is also excellent in regard that he can pull someone over an edge and put them in a living on edge kind of state, causing the survivor to go into a helpless hanging state can make the survivors easier pickings with one possibly temporarily out of the picture. This can also prove to be a brilliant setup for the charger, since he can charge the survivor attempting to get their teammate back on their feet. On that note, always coordinate with your team to pull a synergetic attack. Smoking someone in front of an insta-kill spot will make the charger's life much easier, since he'll be able to keep the survivor completely still, whereas the jockey will continue to move sporadically in place and the charger might miss his clean opportunity. The smoker can also pull survivors through a fluid spit, causing extra damage, and like I said earlier, once an initiating an attack like a charger is executed, try and pull the survivor that is least seen by the group while they stare at the person who is taking a trip in the other direction. The smoker is also cunning enough to pull survivors towards the ledge. While it feels so much worse for those in the last group who feel like they might have to rush the smoke in a flare and turn off shooting as the smoke is hitting the ledge, or just allow the ledge to hit another survivor. The same can be said for the car alarms, as the smoker can hide most of the party behind the brick immediately before the individual pulls on them. And a note of warning, be careful when a well-aiming sniper rifle to your head can easily dispatch you in the air. And also, bots sometimes will push stalkers alarms even if they perfectly set them up. I know it's BS, but that's just how it is with the algorithm thing. Besides the smoker's throwing ability, he also has a secondary scratch attack like all his other special effective counterparts. The smoker can deal full guns of damage per hit, but like I said earlier, the smoker is a sniper infected, and his base 250 health isn't too suitable for attacking head on. However, if you find yourself the only rhythm 2 points is going down, you may want to jump in and give them a good old pitch slap. One more trick that's difficult to pull off and super situational is to start a survivor up an effective angle. This can only achieve if there's another effective that can climb the ladder. Once they're climbing, they will push the survivor upwards when they can get to the highest point. If the hunter's there to do it, he can hunt them and they can fall to their death or just take a lot of fall damage. If you are staring down a smoker by yourself, there are a few things you can do depending on what weapons you have available. If you have chainsaw and use it while the tongue is coming at you, the tongue will instantly break. You're pretty much invincible to the smoker at that point. Any melee weapon can achieve this same result, but requires precision timing to execute. If you're on an even level with the smoker, you can attempt to shoot him before and while he drags you. The first second of you being pulled, you are still free to attack however you wish. Use that split second to damage a smoker as much as possible to either kill him or make him a very weak target for your friends. That about covers the science, history, and battle strats in the smoker. Before we wrap up this video, I'll throw in a gotcha trivia for the smoker fans out there. Out of every special effective in the Myth Wukong, the smoker is the tallest. You may say smoking stunts your growth. Don't smoke, kids. The smoker was ranked number 2 in Game Informer's magazine's top 10 villains in 2008, stating there's nothing more terrifying than being dragged up the side of a building and realizing that there's nothing you can do to save yourself. In later versions of the game, the smoker's climb on the possible to damage survivors as long as they stayed in it. This was removed, and now the smoke is harmless, but several modified servers re-enabled this feature. One thing I'd like to know is how you shoot a smoker from when you view a survivor getting smoked and shoot it. There could be a virtual reality film gun in hand. It just looks funny. Opening up the barrels for the monkey like, maniacally laughing at his own joke, pumping addicted kids for his favorite effective himself. Let's move we're doing special effective robot and jockey. Standing the shortest among the ranks in special effective, evidently because of his hunchback to monkey-like stature, the jockey seems to suffer from many different ailments and symptoms worsened by the beaver epidemic. Looking on the surface and on the medical trees of the jockey, there are two different possibilities on its medical afflictions. Its spine curved to the point where it doesn't really seem to have a neck on the jockey, but rather a hunchback deformity on the specimen to the point where he may begin yelling sanctuary. As briefly explained in my What Exactly is the Infection in Local video, the jockey prior to the infection may have been confined to a wheelchair due to paralysis. As I've described to the smoker, the green glue would enhance regenerative abilities in the infected to where the paralysis would be cured, but under osteodysplasia, the spine curve similar to an advancement in scoliosis, causing the jockey to hunch over to such an extreme degree. The vocal cues and eyes of the jockey would also pick up others suffering from dementia. Dementia basically causes a person to go insane, laugh maniacally, and yet grasp at the severity of a given situation. This would explain how the jockey is constantly laughing either when it's running or running away, spotting a survivor or riding a victim to their death. The jockey's eyes are also the most widely seen of the special effective and infected overall. While many infected have a deadly gaze or wind-out pupils, the jockey's pupils are detailed and look as if he hadn't slept since level 18, canon for 2003. These symptoms may also be an irreversible effect of severe brain damage. Like without, even stated in the developer commentary, that the jockey does suffer from mania, which is the root cause of his laughter. Looking at the jockey even closer, we can see that these signs of dementia or insanity are strengthened by how twitchy the jockey is consistently, whether you're looking through first or third-person perspective. The jockey will constantly be darting its head all around while its head will shake sporadically. While in first person, he will be positioned like a praying mantis, and his right hand will shake frantically while the left hand will twitch every few seconds, which may indicate that the jockey is right-handed or possibly even right-brained. Right-brained individuals are said to be more creative, outward thinking, and visualizing a less critical thought process, which may also contribute to his maniacal state. Yes, I'm saying creatives tend to be more insane, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Or maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. His fingers and toes have also bled due to the infection and are stained blood red. Whether it's from his or a victim's blood is unknown. The jockey's lips and skin have its mouth have where you can jump 15 to 20 feet high at any given time. The jockey uses this enhanced form of breathing to execute his main form of attack, therein which earned him his unique nickname based upon a professional horse rider and tender called jockeys. Since jockeys ride the survivor, this is what their name stems from. Jockeys in real life tend to be rather small, so as to be a lighter load for the horses. When leaping onto a survivor, he will wrap his legs around their shoulders, rest his torso against the back of their head, and begin to claw at their heads with his elongated and jagged fingers. The combination of having an insane, hunchbacked, rotting, laughing individual on the head clawing your face up causes the survivors to drop everything they're doing to get the jockey off their head. It's important to note the jockey doesn't necessarily have to jump onto a survivor's head. They just need to land on their head from a slightly higher position, and they will latch on. This will occur even if the jockey didn't mean to drop on top of them or not. The jockey uses his head to steer the snatched survivor in any direction he wants. That roughly 10% control is not to use punch or charge them into a situation where the survivor is completely helpless. The survivor has the ability to somewhat resist the direction in which the jockey is trying to take them. If you're the jockey, try and be perpendicular in the direction you take the survivor so they have less chance of resisting your influence. Now, if you are the survivor in this situation, go in the very opposite direction of where the jockey is taking you. You will take more damage per second, but at least you will slow down how far the jockey can separate you from your group or lead you into pathways like skip, climb, or plunge. Which leads me to the next portion of the video, tips and tricks for playing as and against the jockey in game. The jockey is probably the best effective at getting a survivor away from the group, mainly because of the control over where they can take the survivor. Be careful though, one melee and you will be knocked off the survivor and you will be at the mercy of a barrage of melee, weapons, and bullets since you have about a second of stumbling to deal with after being snapped. The jockey in versus will do 4 points per regular stretch and 4 points every second he is latched onto an enemy, and then 4 damage each preceding second. The jockey, like all other Feed infected, will not let go of their obtained survivor until they are either meleeed off, killed, or in the jockey's case, down the survivor. The jockey is the only special infected that lets the survivor go once they're knocked down to the ground and can't escape. If the jockey stays on the survivor for more than a second and legitimately knocks them down himself, he will hop off and have to wait up to 30 seconds before using this ability again. The same amount of time it takes to recharge the boomer's vomit attack. This timer can be shortened down to about 7 seconds in a number of ways. If you hop on a survivor with 4 or less health, they will go down immediately and your ability will recharge just as fast. You can gain this instant recharge if you also pull a survivor off of the edge to where you yourself don't die right afterwards, like the sugar pills in our brain. You can use that opportunity to cause constant permanent fatigue, like constantly coming back and knocking everyone off the edge. You can also have your friendly jockey, trainer, or hunter take over the kill so that you don't lose a 30-second recharge time. Because if someone steals your kill, you'll be able to get your ability back and get it back and revive almost instantly with that 7-second recharge versus 30 seconds. If you do find yourself with an elongated recharge time, don't work your way like a little bitch and simply wait for your ability. The jockey, like all others, can still use his secondary attack and scratch survivors. Since he is capable of downing people, if someone comes to pick up your teammate, go and scratch the down survivor to reset the revive timer. Not only will it buy your team more time for an attack or respawn time, but it will also annoy the hell out of all the other survivors involved. I stress this in each special infection profile with Feed Infected, but wait for an opportunity when either the team is distracted by a blinding boom, a charger disoriented the group's setup, or just attack a survivor who is straight for the block. Just be careful when jockeying near a group of close survivors. If you latch on to someone who has an ally nearby, they will stumble and they will know that somebody around them has been attacked. Now, contrary to popular belief, if you land in the same direction as the jockey, you will not in fact cause the jockey to move faster. And on another side note, when survivors lose some of their speed when they hit 40 health, they will retain the speed while they're being jockey ridden, if not below 40 health. When combating the jockey, you will find that finding the window of opportunity to fend him off while jumping can be frustrating and almost seem game-breaking. Bot jockeys can awkwardly jump backwards and latch on almost instantaneously. Keep this in mind when facing a hot drunk. Keep this in mind when facing a hot drunk jockey. Say that 3 times fast. Don't try and melee it while it's in the air. On the contrary, keep running backwards while it's trying to adhere to your Once he established the Earth University, he acted as best practice manager. Unlike other special effects, the jockey does not have a sound cue for when it specifically spots a survivor, since it is consistently active and doing, so just being aware when he is at the cutoff lines as he mounts deeper to his position. This is extremely important to note when you're actually playing as a jockey because he will laugh the loudest for the first phase of the game. That's all I have on speaking scientifically, competitively, and whatnot of a jockey, but let's come up short on some trivia with our hungriest little friend. Pro tip, crouch and look straight up to ascend to the next evolution and form of the jockey, the crab jockey. The crab jockey, a crab jockey. You can't strap in my face, yet a real disgrace when you don't use the bong wings to feed. A crab jockey. The jockey has a very enraging glitch that can easily kill it at any given time. While the jockey is airborne, if a special infected scratches it, a survivor bashes it, or even if the jockey is brutalized and hit by a common, basically if it's hit by anything while jumping, the jockey will instantly die no matter what health it is at. The strange bug was added in a patch and was never phased out before gameplay of Buffalo 2, causing for some funny and some raging moments. The only way I can Rick and Morty explain this is that the jockey's spine becoming mostly vulnerable and easily destructible when jumped and when struck causes it to snap and disable the jockey. In organization of the jockey's attack, every survivor stayed in the first person perspective when the jockey's hands are still on screen. The jockey was supposed to be the first special infected with the ability to dismount his target at command or escape him at his own will. However, this droid never appeared in the final version of the game. Oddly enough, when you look at a jockey from a different person's perspective, it looks as if he is very close to the ground, but his hand is always touching it. However, when you view the jockey's perspective, it looks as though he is a much taller and skinny upright individual, like many other infected. Now, of course, I have to bring this up. Everyone in the real world would make jokes about how the jockey was hugging survivors, and even survivors like Alice will refer to him as Humper. Jokes will assume Alice jumped on top of him because of the wild, childish-like method of attack. Well, until the jockey's jagged claws claw out his eyes.
You are all hereby found guilty of the crime of witch. I'm empty witch, to be burned at the stake until you are deemed fit to re-enter society. Goodbye, Mother.
If they're really witches, why don't they?
It's all played
Which
right off the game.
the shop. Created overly dramatic, manic depressive, hasn't had a pedicure since the 90s, staying home with a pint of ice cream and bottle of wine on Saturday night, filled with her underwear and post-diabetes only unplayable special effected herself. This week it's special effected profile, Witch, Witch. Pronouns only for the person language. This week we're doing the witch. Given Jane is the first female special effected to try and maul survivors, she is the only infected the players cannot take control of. She is mostly a passive infected who will slowly hit herself much like any HCTs if they aren't already at survivor countries. Even though she is a highly rated special effected, survivor's nature of true resistance, designed as a highly risky playtime that survivors must avoid very frequently on the basis that she serves as the most effective weapon of transforming ever is when the first trigger to allow transmission of first blood. This release back in 2008 pioneered chance affected individuals into taking a stand on many movies and shows with very violent plants and such urgent case unbelievable. A few years ago, I wasn't sick enough to stand in and batter pots and watches during the dances. Which but pretending it's rather long length. Her eyes are sometimes going wide captions until her white reflects a red demonic dating method of survivor. Her physique, she is probably even more skeletal compared to the earlier special effects counterparts, due to some medical diversification that was amplified by the group without her. Some exemplification was brutalized force, no physical and local harm. Who knows where it could very well then either incapacitate or even kill a survivor in one swipe, or physically rip it to shreds off her ground. She is always felt with constant privacy. So, this constant silence, often crying, may be due to a serotonin imbalance. Serotonin, the chemical released in the brain that we connect with happiness, and due to the imbalance, the witch pre-infection would be suffering from clinical depression. Psychological trauma may also be severe enough to trigger the infection to transform a woman into the witch. Evidence of this occurring can be seen in the past scene when the witch is seen at the altar planting herself in a wedding dress. The mental distress of being left at the altar would mentally destroy the poor bride. Considering at the start of the infection, the witch was the only female special victim in some protection device managed by discipline even female first-born women. Perhaps breeding a female heightens the chances of growth hormones causing an infection, as well as heightened chances of menstrual stress occurring. That may be another greatest test why the witch would be crying so frequently besides emotional and mental damage. She is seen to be somewhat anorexic even compared to common infected who are starting to show signs of malnourishment. Anorexia, or sometimes atheism, would cause a significant lack of fat, which the infection would lead to results such as fat muscle and not only physical but also cognitive. When lack of body fat muscle is apparent with an outbreak, the virus and even body itself will start tearing down vital organs just to keep the body working.
Basically, your body is cannibalizing itself by destroying your mental health. In women, undernutrition often shuts down the menstrual cycle as the body tries to release damaging chemicals. Bone density diminishes, which can cause severe amounts of pain. Ancestral green flu enhances all forms of the previous ailment. It would come fast that the witch would feel these severe pains even worse, possibly even being the only infected to feel pain. No wonder she is crying. I'd be crying like a bitch. This explanation of anorexia and malnourishment would explain why the sugar mill in Heart Lane has such a high number of witches roaming around its quarters. Sugar is an easily digestible carbohydrate that can suffice for some kind of nutrition for the body to break down. The witch becoming infected may also connect the sweet taste of the sugar to a small happiness it experienced during its possibly depressing life before. She adorns a set of razor-sharp claws that can tear the survivor to shreds within seconds, and in the comics, even Randy Blue is incapacitated to where he can barely even walk. Well, in my What Exactly is the Infection of Dumbledore video, I asked people what may be the root cause of their Jackson jaw size, and boy, I have been getting comments every day for the last 10 months. Some say that it's the anorexic symptoms causing the body to decay, and in a Netflix study, the hair and nails that continue to grow, and skin cells are what create both. But if anorexia would actually cause your hair and nails to become brittle, so being able to cut down on people with brittle nails doesn't seem possible. Clearly, supplements for her eating disorders may have also created nail and hair growth, and subsequently been transported by the green flu as a defense mechanism to evolve and adapt so she can defend herself against those who would claim of a seemingly helpless and sickly female infected. She became completely secluded and doesn't work in tandem with other infected or to actively hunt and kill uninfected individuals. She solely appears as a roadblock the survivors must either extinguish quickly or stealthily sneak by. Either way, she is a high-risk individual that could do some major damage to a group of survivors, specifically one in her case. Her behavior and maneuverability change completely depending on the time of day. In the darkness of dusk till the break of dawn, she will stay in a defensive sitting position, maybe due to her previous uninfected self needing to rest during the nighttime. She will remain seated until a survivor approaches them, fades them, or when drugs are being found close to her proximity. She will slowly rise up and begin to grunt and growl as she stares at the survivor who initially started to piss her off. Being sensitive to light and external sources, she will eventually stand up and reveal her claws to threaten the survivor. The witch has a very discernible musical score that follows her. The closer you are to her, the more you will hear a demonic child choir begin to chant. When she is attacking, that choir will begin to scream bloody murder. When day breaks, she will stand up on 2 feet and mope around aimlessly, shaking her face when either being seen or to protect her face from the sun's bright rays. The opposite of the witch phase, it's a bit harder for her to get this during daytime as she is less susceptible to flashlights and loud noises since daytime everything is more in the sun and daytime is usually a source of more noise to occur. She will still
survivor because she was terrified. This screen will show which brother best targeted the witch. Survivor under the influence of adrenaline, when she approaches her victim, she will proceed to swing her claw. Depending on the difficulty and setting, she will either down the survivor instantly or kill them in one fell swoop. Expert in realism will cause instant death, causing risk, and the one will just down the victim. When down, she will proceed to just maul the person to death. If she isn't killed and succeeds in stepping on a survivor, she will look both left and right at her surroundings as if she realizes she got into a blind rage, and then cover the head and run away crying, where she will eventually just disappear completely if running long enough. When the witch is in a full sprint, she will knock survivors away and cause them to stumble. If you stay in her way for too long, she will forget her original target and actually bring you down instead. Maybe because she got annoyed by the situation. I would be too. I hate when people walk straight into me. The witch can proceed to attack a second target if she downs a survivor, and then another survivor chucks a firebomb or a Molotov at her, or hits her with incendiary rounds, lighting her on fire. Although throwing a Molotov at a witch will reduce her running speed a little bit, unless she is a wandering witch, then she will still run at the same speed. Combating the witch, activate just use the laser, which dispatches her in the quickest way possible. Give her a shotgun and promptly unloading it in the middle of her back or head will immediately kill her in less than an inch of threatening the witch. This maneuver can be successful unless you play realism or expert difficulty. If you do end up pissing the witch off, you can run back to areas that she would not attack, like the center or attack where she would give up on her chase. When playing as the special effective, you can see the witch spawn in a white silhouette that turns red when she is turned. Plan your next attacks accordingly with the witch, since she has the power to instantly recap a survivor, or if you're playing realism versus instant KO. If you're playing as the smoker, set up behind the witch and try pulling the survivor to roll to. Even if you don't pull them away, you have a chance if the survivor spikes the gun and shoots you. Jockeys and chargers should attempt to steer survivors directly to the witcher to set her off. You can use the boomer's gurney to conceal the witch completely. A survivor that sees you from far away will assume that they can get a clean kill and prevent anyone getting damaged, when actually throwing bluff will trigger the witch. Be careful though, as sometimes the boomer's explosion can sometimes not set off the witch. Not only can special effectors do well in forcing a survivor to approach her, they can also work well in defending her. Earlier I said a survivor can KO the witch by pounding her, as a special effective try to run interference before they get close enough to kill her. Punchers fill this role pretty well, since they can attack a survivor the fastest, but a charger and jockey and even smoker can do just as well. Hell, even a spitter can spin around the radius of the witch to deter the survivor from approaching. Also, keep in mind, if the survivor is anywhere even remotely close to her, try scratching her. This will elevate her rage meter and cause her to positively stand up and be ready to attack. That's some science and pro tips out there, girl, but let's give her more than just a tip and see what kind of trivia we can dig up. The blind witch, like a Nazi, will have a very infiltration of their signs before they run, and if the startled her, a horrible spawn of zombies in Texas, maybe her angry family reception can get the villain electrocuted faster. You can also piss the blind witch off without approaching her or attacking her. If you play the sound system in here, the changing of a Here Comes the Bride song to a Midnight Rider song will trigger her rage. In the beta tests of the game, once started, the witch would originally try killing the entire survivor team, but that got this as it was way too difficult and frustrating for a team to try to conquer. And I can actually see somebody accidentally shoot her, and the witch screaming at the witch for 100. She also eventually has darker underwear and weird hair, but her hair is edgier and more realistic anyways. Despite wandering witches spawning exclusively in daytime levels, the finales of both Dead Center and Swamp Fever will only spawn sitting witches, despite it still being in broad daylight. She is also the root cause of a lot of wet dreams from sick individuals. This week is hold on. It's the bloated, bouncy, jiggly Taco Bell last night, vomiting primary gender infected Kim for herself. This week is special effective robot for Boomer. The
to better the scene in a leopard artificial cinematic, except for right here, the boomer comes in as the special effect with the greatest circumference and a whole lot of jungle cred. Coming with the least amount of health, but a wide variety of uses to kill the survivors, the boomer can also be seen as a good summary of what a decent portion of American Walmart shoppers look like. This is the only special effect that has a male and female strain affecting both genders, although there is no gameplay difference between the male and female boomer. There are stark differences in their general appearance and external medical afflictions. I'll get into that later. While many people would consider the boomer to have been a peaceful companion up until they became infected, it's likely that the truth may lie. While the boomer appears to be an overweight individual, fact is, and I'm just going to say is from now on, so I don't have to keep saying is or er every time, and since the male boomer was the first to appear, hashtag no sexist, his shirt seems widely stretched and only covering up his chest. The internal afflictions of the infection may be due to high levels of cholesterol or fatty tissue, which would lead to high amounts of bile in order to break down lipids, a fancy science name for fat. Now, you don't necessarily have to be fat to have fatty tissue and high cholesterol. The bile production within the boomer would have been magnified significantly during the infection to where the top half of the host body would be solely dedicated to producing the massive volumes of the green fluid. Organs in the upper half, including the esophagus, the stomach, basically its entire gastrointestinal system being hijacked to work non-stop on bile production to where it was converted into just one giant sack, constantly producing bile. All of his organs working overtime and without any breaks can cause high amounts of pressure, causing him to blow up to such degrees, causing a large area of the inside of his body to actually be hollow. Hence why this appears to be fat, but it's actually more like a balloon that's about 65% full of water and liquid. This would explain why the boomer is so fragile to damage, and upon death, his upper half completely explodes when disrupted enough, leaving behind a two-piece dark meat meal. Although the boomer can be as delicate as a cigar, it can still fall from great heights and take up hundreds of punches from survivors ineffective alike. The boomer's ability to not take fall damage is an anomaly in this regard, but since is super volatile, as is the way she takes action, is very good. Plot armor, my boys. Screw you, Jake. The strike that if you're playing against nothing but bot special effected and the boomer drops from a great height, he will actually die to fall damage. So, the boomer is the only special effected that cannot take fall damage. It's because of this bile buildup and extreme bloating in the boomer that he constantly is being sounding like he has pressure under his burrow. All over his body are giant boils that may also contain extra reserves of bile. Besides that, not much else describes the boomer, except for we see it again in Left 4 Dead 2. The number of boils on his body multiplying when the boomer arrives in Left 4 Dead 2. His skin is less gray and less bloated and more or less deflated, as if his body and skin is beginning to absorb the bile like a wet towel. With the addition of the C4, the boomer probably said that he was in a relationship on his Facebook when he found the female boomer born brunette. Becoming a boomer for her would be the same effects-wise, except for external alterations, as I said earlier. She doesn't show any boils on her bod, but does have fungus growing on parts of her body. Her arms seem to be suffering from necrosis, which can cause bodily cells to die out and force parts of the body to blacken and wilt, much like gangrene. Her teeth are also in bad shape, either from not brushing her teeth back when she was a normal person, or the constant puking of stomach acid and bile coming out of her mouth has worn down her enamel and corroded her teeth. She will also burp constantly, but in a more high-pitched tone, and can even sometimes sound like this will sound him off loudly as soon as he's special effective that want to reveal that the boomer wants to freeze and spawn because they can barely take damage at all. Yeah, the boomer and brunette utilize their excessive bile by vomiting, projectile vomiting, mind you, on survivors. When bile comes in contact with a living target, the preceding combination will attract more common affected to maul the individuals that were drenched. Now, I don't know the exact reason to why when they come in contact, well, maybe the pheromones of an uninfected individual interacting with the components of the bile that makes a very attractive scent for the common affected, or it just enrages them. The vomit will also distort the target's vision with a green wavy tint for a total of 15 seconds before their sight
restored. Those affected will also have their silhouettes painted purple when they're playing as infected, and survivors will see that wound allies turn an orangish yellow, alerting all allies and special affected that someone is in fact wounded. The boomer will vomit for just over a second and can arc the stream of the vomit depending on how he aims it from his mouth. It will take a full 30 seconds before the boomer can regenerate enough bile to douse his victims with it again. Now, when you're shooting the bile, remember that after about 3 or 4 feet, it will start arcing downwards. So when you shoot it outwards, think of how you would shoot a hose, or for guys, how you would piss in the toilet. The boomer has the additional ability of exploding upon death. When he dies, he will always explode, and anyone within a 5-meter radius will be covered in bile, with the exact same blinding and core-drawing effects. This makes the boomer more infected who will try to avoid spamming their guns up, and can cause people to change their game plan when a boomer infiltrates the resulting explosion can also blow back objects and people to far and high places. Dude, you get the foot of death, then and sometimes stuck on edge. Probably got so many have already blinded will not reset the effects of the bile blinded. So try and give it to survivors your blinded hit. You can move on people that are incapacitated as well. This is the most effective way to kill a survivor who's down, since common effective do 5 times extra damage to a down survivor. Use this to your advantage and vomit on someone who is down with someone else trying to pick them up. If a common effective comes and hits a survivor who is picked up, the timer has to be reset. Now, rushing up to someone who is down is not a bad idea. If you stand over them, why try to vomit on the rest of the survivors? Since a down survivor loses all mobility, they will be at the boomer's mercy until the boomer blows up. The resulting explosion on the down survivor can open up the window for fellow infected to attack. Comparable to this figure, the boomer isn't a pinning infected, but a supplementary infected, a support infected, in the regards that it can magnify the damage started by a pinner. If you vomit on someone pinned by a charger, jockey, hunter, or even a smoker, you can have a horde annihilate whoever is helpless to defend themselves and quickly kill or damage them. The boomer can also run interference between the pinning infected attacking their prey and a survivor trying to save their ally. If you stand in the line of fire, you can blow up and pinning infected so they can be free to run from gunfire. This can be effective for the smoker, hunter, and charger, since they don't let go of their target until they are dead. So if they have their target pin capped, you can have them stumble off and go for a new target. Exploding near a jockey can also prevent the hellacious 30-second recharge time for the jockey as well. The boomer has the same basic attack as all other special infected, and when he's out of options, can run up and scratch a survivor for 4 points of damage. You can use this scratch to your advantage in a sticky situation by resetting the pickup time on a down survivor. A survivor low on health or just attacking in general, people can aim a melee weapon on you or shoot you up close, or else they risk a bomb. Now, my biggest advice for playing effectively as the boomer is to be stealthy and in most situations be the person that's going to attack. The infected are always looking for opportunities to attack that would impede their turn. Running discreetly from a rooftop where no one is looking can cause panic and an effective attack frenzy. Your allies can capitalize on the unknown. If they don't feel comfortable with starting the attack, have a charger separate the group. Then come in and boom immediately, distracting survivors, then pin survivors, or be stunned survivors. Always look for chances where the survivors are off guard to attack and try to stay alive, because you can keep consecutively booming every 30 seconds if you fall back into spawn mode after a successful vomit. On that note, the boomer is the only infected to inspire a horrible weapon. The boomer bile is a converted form of the boomer bile by CDEP in order to study and understand the nuclear lore. Many have been left behind by the infected CDEP agents, and remaining survivors can use them to their advantage. The modifications to the bile have caused it to where uninfected individuals are unaffected by the bile's effects, but can be thrown on and activated by infected individuals and just being thrown on the ground. It's unknown what CDEP did to cause the bile's triggering effects to be caused by infected instead of uninfected at this point, but possibly incorporated non-infected pheromones into the bile that would activate once exposed to the air or infected individuals. When combating the boomer as a survivor, always try and keep your distance from the boomer when you hear them spawn. If he's in close quarters, push him away and fall back about 10 meters and shoot him. Keep in mind though, after 6 shots, he will die and blow up, affecting everyone in his vicinity. If you are downed and have a boomer scratching at you, I recommend not shooting him. It's better to have a boomer scratching at you at 4 points per scratch than a horde to literally curb stomp you and wipe you out and have the money a down survivor can come along Love is always surrounding him or her will not cripple and transfer the effects of the biobomb to all nearby infected. Although the irony of hitting a boomer with a biobomb is still pretty awesome. Now on that note, don't go throwing a biobomb when you or your allies are boomed on by the boomer. All this will do is spawn more infected and just make things more difficult for you and your friends. The cause of this is probably because there's just so many different sets and the mixed experiments and everything. The zombies don't know what to do, so they're going to attack any target that is guided by the nice green liquid. Now, once again, the science and pro tips are out of the way. Now, let's see what trivia we can study. Did you know the boomer was the very first special effective ever conceived? His death explosion actually used to only do explosive damage to surrounding survivors instead of doing the vomit effects. And the vomit used to be a bloody breath mess that cluttered your screen until they changed it to the green that we know. Somewhat like the hunter, the boomer has impaired vision due to the infection. A big boil covers up one of his eyes, but when playing as him, he can see perfectly. Even though the boomer is added for them too, they do not spawn on the campaign's dead center, hard rain, the passing, and the sacrifice without odds. They do, however, have a higher chance of spawning in spawn food, and the blonde candy post that may be why we say that women in the body tend to have high cholesterol. Now, this is pretty nice to know. If you are boomed on in any mode besides versus, if you go into auto mode and join back instantly, you will no longer be blinded, but you'll still have a blue brain up your ass. Destructive force that can decimate a team in seconds flat. That's right, we're doing the most vile, hated infected of them all. This week, it's special infected profile, Rochelle. Always curious though, she isn't a swallower, but this week it's the leaky, wet, dripping big mouth sitting on the street corner making that money. Loves to trip on acid, chicken toe girl, green fatty herself. This week it's definitely special effective profile, the spitter. The clinical and support effective, the spitter. Her way into the special effective roster. She is dressed rather scantily clad with a revealing bra, pants, and pink thong combo. I usually don't mention the clothing that the infected wear, but she is pretty specific and outstanding with her clothing. Her skin sagging with occasional injuries reminiscent of burn wounds, her feet somewhat scabbed and flattened as if they became footwear, and her most prominent feature, her wide, gaping mouth. These physical features of the spitter can all be attributed to the green fluid tightening the stomach acid production within her body. The spitter, before becoming what she is now, may have been dealing with Caelocybacter pylori infection, or bacterial ulcers. These ulcers being devoured by the body's overdose stomach acid production in response again to how the green fluid overstimulates production of bile in response to cholesterol in the boomer. Unlike the boomer, though, the spitter would not hijack the entire gastrointestinal system to create one large sack of stomach acid. Stomach acid having the ability to dissolve substances and burn them, the body would have a much more difficult time trying to adapt to the quicker routines of acid. The spitter's organs would attempt to duplicate the organs of the patient into a larger sack, but thanks to the high acidic substance of her spit, will actually repollute her organs as they try to navigate the spitter's body. This acid being through internal organs and joints and leaking into other bodily cavities, breaking down tissues, would explain why she walks in such an awkward way, why her body is starting to look very decomposed, and most notably, her wide, gaping mouth that stretches down most of her neck. The mouth, nose, jaw, cheeks, lips, chin, and majority of her neck have been dissolved due to the volumes of stomach acid that have dominated the host and constantly drooling from her mouth. This constant drool hidden area above her breast eroding the skin when she is stationary, and this will also actually leave a large peck on the ground behind her, giving away her position to nearby survivors. The stomach acid has also given the spitter an almost phosphorescent skin, her skin shining bright in dark settings, which can also give away her position if she is attempting to hide in the shadows. When she is killed, her skin will turn a regular fleshy pink as all the stomach acid in her body will warp itself and leave small puddles of burning green goo below. This can also be seen as similar to the boomer since both release volumes of the retained liquid upon death, yet the spitter has far less than expected liquid upon death. red mirror leaving things wet and shining bright like a diamond all over Rihanna's forehead. There's primary reasons why the mouth got so big, but it's not for what many people are thinking. Her primary purpose is to launch balls with her stomach acid at high speeds towards her prey. Due to her curvy mouth and how off-putting her neck has become, you can somewhat compare her new body build to that of a whale. When she spits, she straightens her neck out as it's linear to her stomach. This allows her to shoot the spit at the highest velocity possible. This is an example of using her deficiencies to her advantage. Although when she flushes, her mouth almost makes her look like a Canadian example. Her balls of stomach acid will always descend to the earth to create a pool of up to 10 foot area, but will never stick to a vertical surface or entity. This makes it quickly burning up after 5 seconds, but prevents fluid becoming more acidic before it finally evaporates completely. The ball of spit can bounce off vertical substances like walls and trees, but will instantly ignite and hit the ground if it hits an uninfected individual. After releasing a movie of spit, the spitter won't be able to spit again for 20 seconds. She will also lose the stored up spit in her body if she is stunned or shocked in any way. This may be due to how delicate her system is trying to build up fluids. As I said earlier, the brewer's entire body adapted to storing the bile safely, whereas the spitter's body is just struggling to constantly produce more. The pools of acid also a direct cause of why the bottom of the spitter's teeth have been calcified. Before we get into the strats for and against the spitter, I just want to bring up that she has quite a few rings on her small fingers. Her clothing choices and style of walking, which can either be due to the acid or her uninfected self and how she walked. And her rings give many people to believe that she was a prostitute with stomach issues. Don't worry, I'm trying to cover what the comment section is eventually going to look like. Who's looking at you, Charger Pat comments? Now, this spitter can cause the greatest amount of damage in the least amount of time, but it's super situational and relies heavily on her infected counterparts or the junkers to either her unawareness and survivors. Her spit can do up to 76 points of damage if they stay in the ring for a full period of time. Consider a subordinate focus she can spit on him and immobilize survivors to try to cause extreme damage to the survivors. The most common use for the spit is to either douse a survivor who's down to discourage their ally from picking them up or risk being damaged heavily while picking them up. The spit can also be used to discourage the survivors from entering a real area. The latter of these choices is very unreliable as people can easily climb through the first few seconds of the spit to escape damage. She is more importantly used as a conjunction with other infected. When playing as the spitter, wait for someone to pin the survivor before launching your acid outcome. If a survivor is hit by the charger or hunter, even if the charger or hunter dies, the animation of the survivor getting up will give the spit extra time to dish out both loads of damage. Smokers and jockeys can use the support as well, but they and the charger can more reliably lead survivors into the spit. The jockey can easily bring the survivor into the ring for you and even get an achievement for it. By the way, love to do those runs. The main reason the spitter was designed was because Valve got tired of seeing the survivors camping in a corner or small room and funneling common and special infected alike. Since in Left 4 Dead 1, we only had the boomer, smoker, hunter, and sometimes tank to work with, a small room with a one-door entry was a nightmare to try to beat out survivors through as infected. The spitter's pull of acid taking over a large area, enough to force camping survivors out of their roost. I was relieved to see the addition of the spitter simply because back in the day, I would castrate players for camping on the original Left 4 Dead and even Call of Duty. Call of Duty should really bring in the spitter to counter that style of legitimate strategy. The spitter can't always get out her stomach acid to get loud enough. That's why she got rewarded. Her relatively short nails can gouge the survivors for a total of 4 points per scratch. The fact that her nails don't break after multiple hits is astonishing. Whoever does her nails, it might be my fan zone. I bet they'd love to have some spitter brand nails. If you're in the midst of the survivors, your death pool of acid while small can be used efficiently. If a bullet is on a survivor and the killer is attempting to shoot the fireball, put yourself in the midst of them, and when you die, the acid will be below the fallen survivor as they struggle to get away. Dying in your way to prevent the production can also be helpful, but what I primarily use the death pool for is to die in an already established giant pool of green goo. Most players will be used to the amount of time it takes for the spit to evaporate. When someone is damaged by the spit, a small volume of children's choir music will play and fade out once the spit disappears. But when you die and the new spit is hidden in the old puddle, it will confidently walk through, not noticing that your death pool is still there and can cause damage to the body faster. The spitter is a fragile infected though, running red at just 100 health. Consider her as a sniper infected like the smoker and shoot your spitted survivors from hiding faraway places. The spitter is the worst infected to try to contact with. She spawns with a high-pitched screech, will constantly gurgle, her spit attack will leave a trail like a meteor, her spit will trail behind her at all times as she walks, and she glows bright green. Stay behind cover, spit, and go back behind cover. Survivors can melee her right as she spits and cancel the spit. As I said earlier, you can also reset her spit and timer by shoving her. Be careful when playing the dead center and passive finales, as well as scavenge mode. In these instances, the spitter can become the MVP infected. She can ignite gas cans with her spit attack that will get up on the survivors and then drop. The gas can must refill every minute or it can't be ignited. However, normal gas cans will not be ignited by the spitter's attack. The gas cans destroyed by the spitter will respawn at their original position and cause disruption in the survivor's plans to escape. Now that covers the rather long list of stats on the spitter, which Livia needs to be spitted out now, so let's go ahead and spit it out. Now behind the scenes, I'm just doing this for my opinion. As seen in the concept art, the spitter still does originally bring out and doesn't stick out like antennas. The spitter also has orange rounded stomachs. It biologically goes to breathe through acidic food, like I was talking about earlier. However, during playtesting, it became very apparent that many playtesters thought she was pregnant or called her pregnancy claims names. Val decided this was a very rocky territory and made her stomach flounder to avoid any confusion and to not call her pregnant. She also had a problem with pigeon toed and bird walk, changed for being more humorous and frightening. In addition, the spitter's primary attack was going to behave in a manner similar to the birder's bottle attack, in which the acid would stick to the survivor that it came in contact with. This concept, however, was scrapped since it made it way too easy for spitters to incap survivors. In earlier versions of the game, the spitter ran much faster and did not release any acid from her body. She also had an acid-like fist that would float for seconds in midair after she spun the survivors. This was an older version of tracking the spitter before the glowing fuel. Now, originally, the spitter's acid was vastly different as well when it came to color. It would start off green, then change to yellow, and finally red as time progressed to show how dangerous the spit was. In Mercy Hospital, from Myth Wukong, X-rays can be shown of a woman visible on the deck. The spitter wasn't in Leopard at one, but this could be seen as early signs and symptoms of an infected that would soon become the spitter. The spitter has the power to launch survivors way up in the air if she chooses, moving at the center of their body as they are falling. The chances for this to happen is 60%, but try it when you have friends behind them who are autistic, or you go live to either see them fall to their death or get to pet faces. No chin strap required, skipping leg day, talking about it, and really chunky himself. This week, it's the big one himself. This week, it's Special Effects Profile, Veteran Lab. No, that's not it. Working through as the largest special effective with the most damage, health, and overall bulk, the tank serves as a complete change of course of action with survivors. With almost a gorilla-like stance and warlike aggressive charge in head-first demeanor, the tank is the highest threat to take out any uninfected personnel. The tank is akin to the green fluid, abusing a physical host to its most extreme degree. Its upper body overtaken by a mountain of muscles that give it the ungodly strength to punch around heavy obstacles, break down walls, and destroy anything that lays before it. Now, why is the tank built like a tank? And why is he so much more aggressive and less accurate than most other special effects? One main difference lies behind the effects of muscular hypertrophy. Hypertrophy increases size, but skeletal muscular growth teaches
Many bodybuilders and people with intensive workout routines will take bodybuilding supplements, creatine, human growth hormone, and even anabolic steroids. These vitamins, supplements, and drugs give an extra boost to muscle growth and overall fitness. Green blue would use the outside manufactured chemicals to quickly involve the host. Now, steroids have a major side effect, as many people have come to know. By the way, don't take drugs, kids. The tank, while a hulking behemoth, has one small part about him that is very noticeable. His legs, archaic and relatively normal size compared to the rest of his grown out body, never skip leg day, bros. Steroids have been shown to make individuals sterile as well as affecting the genitalia, leaving the worsening parts of the body. The host may have been injecting anabolizing steroids directly to his arms and focusing on working out his arms while his legs stayed normal. Maybe a left at 3 rule in a tank with a normal torso and wicked strong legs. We say both effect confirmed. Now with the small size of his legs, you would assume only a fast effective to take pursuit, but he actually runs the same speed as a full health survivor. The scrawny legs playing a very small portion of his mobility and support to the giant body, but most of the support and speed is actually given to the tank while he relies on all parts of muscle mass to make his giant performance, constantly running around with such force as swelling his wrists and hands to a very high degree. But in Leopard 2, they have less of the publicity adapted to all the abuse by this specific, no charges were defended. The muscle mass growing backwards enough that his body becomes a weapon as well as armor. While we can see the damage it can deal and the very thickness of the muscle could also absorb the penetrating shots of hitting gunpowder. The muscles acting as a bullet sponge, his bones would also be mutating to adapt to the sheer weight of these muscles, thickening and hardening enough to where bulletproof. Did mention small injuries, which would explain why headshots on the tank don't do increased damage. The bone mass magnifying in conjunction with the muscle mass, so the skull would actually be pretty thick. Now, besides its physical characteristics, we need to look into the psyche of the tank and see why he is in a constant bout of rage. Rabies comes to mind, but doesn't really fit in with the medical description. Heavy brain damage is a reasonable outcome since the muscle mass around the head is constantly squeezing the skull and brain matter, and could have also been battered by battle and red with damage from charging in on enemies. But my reasoning would fall back on the drugs and supplements of bodybuilding. Steroids have been shown to cause unbridled points of rage and mood swings. The green blue would tap onto this emotional shift. Excited up to 11. The tank becomes like a horror scene before hits. Focusing on the target that he will not stop until the target or he is vanquished, and any obstacle in the way will be knocked aside. But the tank is not always on the move. The amount of mass in the human body is way too much energy to waste. The tank will rest and lie around corners or corridors, waiting for survivors to rear their non-fighting faces. After this period of rest, they will go all out. But with a catch. If a tank finds itself in a situation where it cannot reach its target in any way, he will keel over and die from a boiling point of frustration. This is the case with 8 out of 14. If a player takes over management control, they can also lose control if the tank does not successfully land a direct hit on a survivor. See, as a super pissed off person punching Michigan, it helps the person release some negative stress. If the stress is not relieved, the person will lose control, or the 8 out of 10 will give up on life and die from rage.
What are you looking at? What don't you want? No, me too. I want to talk. You talk. What? Are you the one talking? Look, you got it. You got it.
This is known as the tank's rage meter, and when it will start losing control as more unengaged time passes. As the tank, back in Left 4 Dead 1, he would only go after one survivor at a time until the whole team was wiped, even when they were down. But he grasped a better hero strategy and situational awareness after his further mutations in Left 4 Dead 2, and goes after any survivor that is nearby. Further mutations in Left 4 Dead 3 include the jaw being completely assimilated into his muscles, so his tongue completely jerks out like a necktie. His arm and wrists are less swollen, showing that his body is adapting to the constant stress, but does not take away from the sheer force behind his punches and lock throws. Which brings me to the strategies of playing as the tank. The tank has two forms of attack. His ability to absolutely decimate someone's whole body with one swing, one punch is all I need, and to rip a rock from beneath him and toss it at his
The tank has two primary forms of attack. In order to hit survivors from a long distance, he can perform two different types of rock throws. The tank can lift a chunk of concrete above his head and toss it from a higher point, while his secondary animation does a throw from its lower body, kind of an underhanded toss. If throwing from the lower body, try not to have any objects directly in front of you, or your rock throw will disintegrate the second it leaves your swollen hands. The rock will begin to lose its head while rock faces the end. You can unlock any regular pointless object, crushing this area with unusable projectiles will be shot outwards depending on where you're aiming your reticle. Try to get to some partially thrown for your chance. Getting up high and hitting rocks can keep you safe but generates gunfire and even odds off blows. Survivors have the chance to shoot the rock out of the air though, and then damage it enough. So try to throw a rock at them while you're distracted or jumping overboard to give them the least amount of time to react. His main form of attack pretty much does some major damage to the survivors on expedite bullets, and he can instantly knock someone down. Uses punch to knock survivors off ledges, into water, or into dangerous areas like fire or smoke. Be careful of the distance this knockback can create. After the knockback, the survivor spends a good second in the getting up animation, allowing you to use that time to throw down on them over and over again. Be careful though. If a survivor is rushing towards a safe room, you may end up aiding them in gaining distance towards their end goal. The punch can also be used to knock around debris like cars, dumpsters, and logs, as well as explode debris like boats and stacks of bricks and tombstones. When the tank hits survivors with a non-disintegrating debris, you will instantly handicap them. The tank also has the ability to hit the bell and the tester strength machine on chapter 454 to summon a predator. All you have to do is line it up and punch it once. Punching large objects into survivors depends on the angle of which the tank is facing. If the tank is angled upwards while punching you hard, the cart will shoot up at a high angle versus aiming straight forward, which will cause the car to slide along the ground. Be careful though, the stacked objects can sometimes be unpredictable in their direction, and if they hit you or your affected team in any way, it can cause massive amounts of friendly fire damage. Tanks can one-shot all special effects, excluding the charger, who can survive 2 hits from a heavy hitter directly, and in some rare cases, a bot tank will even kill infected if they stand in the way of its ultimate goal. Now, how durable is the muscle? The tank endurance threat has 106,000 pounds, so it can take a considerable amount of damage. But don't get cocky, because it can be relatively easy to dispatch a tank if a full team of 4 unlimited hits to the tank, especially if he is entirely in inferno and one on fire by a Molotov. Play conservatively, scope out a situation where a rock throw can be achievable, or when a survivor is an easy target. Never chase a full-health survivor unless you are special effective or healing the objectives or slowing them down if you're occupied with other survivors. Many new players make the mistake thinking that since they're such a giant zombie that they can charge in survivors to try punching the enemy team, much like a PI-controlled tank. Most of the time without team support, they will be snuffed out and probably rage quit. If you're in ghost mode as a special effective and suddenly get the prompt that you're becoming a tank, try your best to spawn in whatever special effective you are. If you are able to spawn in before switching to the tank, you will pass over the special effective to a bot and have an extra backup for your impending tank fight. While combating the tank, you're going to need a lot of lead, a lot of iron, a lot of puke, and most importantly, you're going to need to run. Alright, heroes and bullets though. When you hear this music, stop what you're doing. Scan the current area of your bullpen and start strategizing how well you can combat a tank in that given space. If it's not a big open space to where you have enough room to evade the tank's punches without constantly running into other teammates, find a space to where you can dodge and gain enough distance to shoot the tank as it tries to bridge the gap. Survivors tend to stockpile their Molotovs in the probable cause of the tank arriving. Molotovs will permanently light special effected on fire unless a body of water is nearby. While the tank is on fire, you will of course continue to take damage and will only last 30 seconds if the fire is not put out. In versus mode, he will also have his movement speed reduced and his rage meter will never appear. The movement speed decrease is not used in any mode besides versus with the tank. However, the tank can cut all your bullets though, or can sink all of your hits with a sharp or blunt melee weapon, 20 to be exact. So don't be afraid to get up close and personal with him if he is distracted or guns just aren't working. Just remember, the tank favors direct combat. Much like the Witch, the tank tends to spawn randomly throughout campaigns. However, he will not spawn in the first chapters of Dead Center and No Mercy. This excludes versus mode. Tanks will always arrive to open weapons, but not when seeing fire, so consider blending in. Survivors will face aware comments until they dissipate and the tank spawns. Gameplay balance aside, all infected will be happy with the tank indeed, because if the tank laying waste to all infected in front of them, bullets in the sacrifice comment, and good observation about the supporting story finales, the column infected car punching, and overall time as a tank. Considering play as a tank in regular versus, it's a 1 in 4 chance to even play as him each time he rolls dice. In tank mode, every special effect includes the tank. Now to end things off, a little bit of the trivia to get you by. The tank that's marked in the train card has a different skin in the sacrifice, having less clothing, a different tint to his skin, and even has Marines tattoos on his arm, giving it a unique mix of character. Finding the tank's previous unaffected life as either an active or former Marine that succumbed to the virus the government was trying to contain. This is also the only tank that has a sex mod outside of Fidelity. The tank was voted number 51 in IGN's all-time greatest video game villains. Tanks may be tough, but not as tough as William Bell Overbeck, where it took a total of 3 tanks to take their old man down, but not before he let one of them on fire and sacrificed himself for the greater good of his team. Despite the tank's ferocious nature, the survivors knew how to handle them in a 4v1 situation, but handling 3 tanks at once was considered too difficult of a task, and that's what had to bring Bill down. Rest in peace, brother. The tank in Left 4 Dead is also the government used the tank in Left 4 Dead 2. The first tank in Left 4 Dead 2 was commanded by Gargon Carl. He has some despicable portions of the Left 4 Dead 2 tank, and he looks like a giant skull. This special effective ticket, only special effects upgrade. So uncommon effective, violence looks standing out from the rest and actually having some fixed effects for stronger, stronger, and not very explosive than the other uncommon effective. This was very cool. Pretty good more attendant, hard-working survivor, always paying attention, running around dog water to some dogs. This week we start with all infected. This weekend's infected profile has joined the uncommon infected. Within each campaign resides a sick infected that correlates with the environment in which it resides. Due to the environment or the infected person's pre-existing worship power equates to their specific uncommon infected persona and therefore treatment ability. What exactly makes us refer to them as uncommon infected? Or more specifically, the base standard of the Green Kill epidemic. The common infected person's skin are got power, vanish, become gravity-gated, and the ability to climb and break through mostly any subject, but not open a door. Common flaws will fly from loud noises, dirty vomit, and rumor bomb grenades, and run towards pipe bombs. Commons can easily be dispersed, but in numbers can overwhelm survivors. Uncommon effective are similar to their common counterparts, except they have bigger shapes to give them an edge, or just general annoyance, or sometimes provide useful supplies for the people trying to stay alive. The structure of this video will be a bit different since we are covering 6 different subjects with smaller but still important to know details. We'll follow each campaign in chronological order and it's attached to uncommon effective. Keep in mind if you have played Left 4 Dead 1 or the campaigns Left 4 Dead 2 or play a modded campaign, you'll most likely see all of these variants at the same time in some way in each campaign. But throughout Left 4 Dead 2, these specific uncommon effective stay unique to their respective campaigns. In the initial outbreak of the new Villa Savannah, our American civil survivors found themselves caring for the hotel evacuation point to the non-resident center. Since these are highly concentrated government control points, many CETA, disease control agents, reside in the area. CETA agents are seen adorning a biohazard suit despite being in airtight suits. The infection still took them as victims. Someone assumed that they, the CETA agent, was living in the suit, but upon shooting and killing the agent, the suit will start to air out as if it's letting out the contained air of the deflated balloon. So either the infection was breathed in before or after you filled the suit, or the agents were picked before drowning your space marine child. It's equivalent to whether you're trying to completely remove the fire, or there is an environmental fire, or a by a gas can or Molotov. Some CETA agents will be running around with a biobomb attached to their tip, most likely the creators of the now widespread useful grenade, in order to examine and study the infection. CETA agents can also be found in the Sacrifice, No Mercy, and Dead Air. Before we drop out of them all, there's one infected that may just try to stop you from jacking his ride. That's right, Jimmy Gibbs Jr. himself, 35, survived the green flu epidemic.
Check it out, man. That's Jimmy Gibbs Jr.
Dibs on Gibbs.
No.
He can only climb legitimately in the atrium finale of Dead Center, and even then, only has a 5% chance of spawning. Even at that, in my 9 years playing the game, I have not seen him legitimately spawn even once. Jimmy Gibbs Jr. is also unique and powerful uncommon effective. He has a base 1,000 health, so basically 20 boomers worth. He has a fireproof driver suit, so he can't be lit on fire. He is not distracted by pipe bombs or fire bombs, so when he hits a survivor, will splatter a bunch of black oil on their screen. Exactly like the Muffin, which I'm getting too late. If the survivor have a 1,000 health, a well-placed headshot, or a melee weapon swing can kill him in one go. Also noteworthy, Mr. Coach and Mr. Ellis show a deep love for the man and will be very reluctant to put him down. As the survivors head strike, electric bridge stops for them to nurture the knowledge. While affected or rising workers, they come in contact with the fallen survivor infected. It's not introduced via the classic DLC. Fallen Survivor is a more cleaned up and zombified character model than story mode Winifred. This doesn't necessarily mean Winifred became infected and broke it out of its dog card, but it was just easier to reuse a character model that most players never even saw unless they used cheats. The Fallen Survivor is actually the most self-aware company infected. It carries with him a litany of supplies ranging from complex pipe bombs, molotovs, and elite pills that are not marked up. Considering he is so suited up in just his namesake alone, it's assumed he was a fallen survivor who was ready for the apocalypse, but melted it nonetheless. His sturdy training reinfection gave his body durability and 1,000 health to boot. But the kicker with this uncommon infected is that he will attack until he is damaged in any way. If he is shot even once, he will actually start to run away from the survivors, showing that neither survivalist nature has caused him to have a sense of self-preservation and not want to die. This can prove to be annoying to survivors trying to acquire his no longer needed supplies. He will, however, much like Jimmy Gibb, die in just one swing from a melee weapon despite having so much health. Side note, even though the fallen survivor was scratched from the game at launch, you can still see him in the trailer for Left 4 Dead 2 out of place with the swamp fever plantation finale alongside the now acclaimed Dory. Moving to the Carnival of Darkness, what's one thing you always see at a carnival? Well, let's ask Georgie and his sewer drawing friend. It's that freaking crowd. The crowd won't appear when the survivors actually show up to the carnival in Chapter 2. We have Jordan's striped pants, suspenders, and clown-witted, a big red nose, which may make him will honk loudly. Until you or your team attract their attention. Now, if you shoot the clown that's near you, they'll stop even though it's close and then resume chasing you. Now, another interesting side note was speculations that Zombieland was supposed to be set in the same universe as Left 4 Dead, but legal issues prevented this from occurring. The clown zombie in Zombieland may have been inspired by the clown uncommon infected in Left 4 Dead 2 or vice versa. Getting away by helicopters, the survivors crash landed in a swamp. Here they encounter the only uncommon infected that is truly a product of their environment and adapted to its climate versus just one of those equipment that gave it a convenient edge. The Mudmen are uncommon infected that run around on all fours covered in mud, and when hitting survivors will partially blind them with slow mud, a lot like Jimmy Gibbs Jr.'s aerial effect. The reason for all these attributes is because of, well, the mud. Running through mud on just two legs would prove to be difficult, so the infected adapted to run through the muck in an easier fashion. And actually, they run faster in water versus on land, and actually provides a stealthy fashion of movement. Considering he is in a lower stance, it's harder for survivors to see him approaching in knee-deep water. Being covered in mud and slinging mud also gives him somewhat of a camouflage and lighter effect. If you are lucky enough to be German or Australian, perhaps potentially acquiring the censored version of the game, the blinding effects of the Mudman would not appear since the mud effects are on the war screens that were downloaded illegally from all German and Australian copies of digital downloads. Mudmen do make appearances in Death Toll, Wild Harvest, and the Mother Cannon's full stream. Taking a photo where Claire told the survivors had to stop and get gas, and along the way had to get an entire workforce of worker uncommon infected. We are seen wearing hard hats, reflective vests, and clear masks. The reason for them being prominent in the Hard Rain campaign is probably due to the nearby sugar mill. They would have been either employed by Ducatel Sugar or construction crews working on renovations of the sugar mill right as the infection hit. Since they are wearing these sound-canceling earmuffs, they cannot hear pipe bombs that are thrown by survivors and will ignore the effects of any and all pipe bombs. Although they will still hear when a car alarms and other voice-summoning events occur. I know that they can still hear that, but not pipe bombs. I guess they just wanted to see what everyone else was up to in such a hurry. The worker infected will also, possibly due to faulty programming, not go after bile bombs if they do not hit infected. If it hits the ground, they will ignore it and go after survivors completely. They will also make appearances in No Mercy, Dinner, and The Sacrifice, probably because each of these campaigns have large portions where there are buildings under construction. And now to the last and most annoying of their infected, or as many say the SWAT or zombie found in the parish. Although these specific riot infected actually aren't from a police force or SWAT team, they are actually agents hired by CETA from ground control who also fell victim to the green flu. When wearing riot gear, they can only be damaged by hitting them in the back. Even katanas can't penetrate them from the front. Ooh, which can get quite annoying if you end up shoving them against a wall. God damn it, die! By Resident Powers, chainsaws can break through their armor and getting blown up by grenades and flaming launchers. In a life that sometimes will produce the cause of the death or the byproduct of death, much like the CETA agent and its byproducts and home survived safety supplies. Earlier, I brought up how the Muslim Musketeers are basically a group of German groups for the game. While the riot-infected upon launch was completely absent from German and Australian versions of the game, as it is unlawful to show images of violence against traffic. Down the road, where the crowd fans are working out in the group and security on the front of their armor. That way, it always happened in the game. About seeing the riot-infected coach was showing some insight and jealousy, stating that he wants armor as well. Which, honestly, is a brilliant idea. I don't know why people in The Walking Dead and The Left 4 Dead and a lot of different zombie genres don't wear body armor because, zombies tend to get bitey. Just like the fallen survivor being out of place in the trailer for Left 4 Dead 2, the riot-infected can be seen taking away Ellis's gun right before getting in the elevator of the dead center, which coincidentally, despite riot-infected not spawning for another campaign, riot-infected can also be found in No Mercy, Dead Air, and Coldstream. Note that map covers the individual traits of each uncommon effective, but there is still a few common traits they all share. Amongst each uncommon effective is a part of them that is reflective. That means that a part of their body can shine bright to make them more distinguishable from unaffected at a quick glance, especially if you have your flashlight on. Examples include the CETA agent's reflective biohazard suit, the fallen survivor's somewhat reflective first aid kit if he has it, the clown's reflective makeup on his face, which is the hardest to tell at a glance. The mud on the bed's body can be reflective. Worker infected and force staffed are reflective vests, and the riot infected have an armband, and the more security on the dress being reflective. Sorry, Germany and Australia, you don't get that one. While we covered all the special infected that walked around the game in 2 games, we have covered every last special infected that we never saw in the next day and spent the remainder of their existence. I've just sketched the concept art, and I do this that if there is a zombie survivor special we know can play to this day. This week, we're taking a look at the 10 special infected that were never officially released. This is Special Effects 1 by Cat Horn, Unreleased Special Effects. Starting off with the biggest special effective is Screamer. Running infected special effective controls back electrically from the infected. That card unit represents the ability to replace the infected back in. This primary duty is to wander around aimlessly until it stumbles upon the survivors, where he will see them, if he was illuminated by the flashlight, or damaged by the gunfire, we don't know. But the fact is, if he was triggered, he would frantically run away to safety. If he did find safety inside the safe space, he would let out a few piercing screams that would signal for terminal terror. Many aspects of the screamer exist, but many of them get customized in the process to scratch and recycle used in other special effects down the road. In early versions of Left 4 Dead, the screamer and Brutal were two separate existed. As I discussed in the Brutal profile, the Brutal's deadly explosive used just caught a such handful of screamer that the penetration was not worth anything. When determined our standard, and if Left 4 Dead after Val made the creative decision to incorporate the point mechanic of the screamer source and incorporate it into the Brutal trial, ultimately making the Brutal a more viable and disruptive effective to attach. Concept and idea of the screamer was this high-pitched well screaming. Effectively launches quick recycled and repeat the potential for when he was alerting the survivors of a hunter's full-on aggressive attack. The screamer's notion of wandering around without a clear direction was inspiration for Walker Bush in Left 4 Dead 2. The only clear difference is these two wander individuals in the formation of active choices while the screamer could have moved away. The idea of an infected actually running away to safety was also created not especially infected, but an uncommon infected that enabled all the survivors. This uncommon infected could only spawn in one dimension, so such fans would have to take the idea Imagine trying to hunt down the screeners with 30 common offenses in front of you on experts. It would make the game so damn boring. So the development of the screener was smart enough then to say that all you needed was a fully replicated model in some reference file in the coding link you don't want before it would have made the final cut. Basically, if you would fully scratch right before the game or Left 4 Dead released a demo of Quick Launch 2007, it was dissected and recycled into the offenses known as Women for Which, known on Tricky Ends, the Fallen Survivor. Thanks to the Steam Workshop, however, and Left 4 Dead's talented fan base, you can actually mod a fully rendered 3D screener in place of the delivery of the game to see what it may have been like if the screener had made the cut. But it cost 2 years to release in this game. It's a truly worth it beauty privilege. Now the idea of an infected dog, rumors stir around the development team was to bring to life a special infected, much like a dog or a dog that became a special infected. When Left 4 Dead 2 rolled around, many more infected ideas were tossed between developers, one of which was a preview called the Concept. Not much of these ideas came to pass, but it seemed potential for keeping votes, and eventually the hellhole found his new area, the Overwatch, where he was promptly renamed Raid. Many think that the ultimate main concept share the same fate as the Overwatch. Other concept art effects have appeared over the years, all designed by reputed miners, including Bob, Bruce Bob, and many similar generations, and every more. Myth Wukong, Lunatic Tiger. Not much about these effect ideas or evidence that these were behind the run jobs in these cases. The only detail is that the graph version of this literal optimism that actually had a deeper concept that could have actually had some decent ground for users. Exactly infected. Surprising, unknown special ability that carried around in its stomach a horde of rats. That's right, rats. Don't tell me where it is. He would unleash this horde of rats on unsuspecting survivors in his stomach and mouth. This horde of rats and mice would most likely infect the survivors and cause residual damage for however long they were on the survivor. This idea of a ton of fully rendered rats cutting down a special infected to attack a survivor may have been too difficult to design as well as explain. I would have hated to see this experiment working in this rat world and trying to explain how a horde of rats only came to and inhabited the stem mud and followed his commands like some kind of zombie giant ogre. Now, beyond inventing the just designs of hypothetical attacks, there was one special invention that Valve tried vehemently to make into the final cut of the game, much like the screener, the leaker. No, he doesn't work for WikiLeaks. No, this guy would have had a concept that, to this day, hasn't been used in the Left 4 Dead franchise, but for good reason. The leaker would be somewhat similar to the spinner in there in regards to using possible clues to attack. You can walk around, sit upon a bit of that spot, and say something with the picture of rounds like dynamite. If survivors would have walked up top of one, it would set off like a bomb and damage them heavily. However, during beta tests, players did make note that the leaker would have planted himself, and the survivors would take extra precautions to avoid the very noticeable implant. You can see the footage here of what might have been like, we're using a video in this example, if you got close to him, it looks like you would have taken about 30 points of damage on a little bit of, would be severe damage, I guess. That's all speculation. The leaker's main ability was not very mobile and very, I want to stress that, very situational. If experienced players were to face a player-controlled leaker, they would easily avoid it and leave the person controlling the leaker to be very frustrated. The leaker may have been a precursor to the spinner, considering the spinner can forcefully choose a damaging area of effect from a distance. The spinner being designed after the idea of the leaker, the spinner also tends to leak everywhere she runs, and also is the only infected that can cause damage besides the tank outside of hitting and melee abilities. The survivors would have a fewer kinetic action sunsets scenarios that could either leave them dead, together, separated, or rebuilding in worlds. But what about the infected that dominated the populace of the United States? That's actually a variable with not too many different instances, but the difference is severely drastic. This time around, we are looking at what happens to the infected after Left 4 Dead 2. A strong possibility would be similar to what happened to the infected at the end of 28 Days Later. Keep in mind the events in Left 4 Dead 1 occurred 2 weeks after the infection, and Left 4 Dead 2 was just one more week after that. So a total of 21 days had passed since the very first human was infected with the green flu virus. Most people were still freshly infected and were, for more or less, at the healthiest point that their bodies will be here on out. Even though most people tend to was not the case for those who voluntarily hunger-striked, but also those who were suffering during a famine, or even worse, during concentration camps where scarce amounts of water were the only thing keeping suffering people alive. Food is important to survival, but water is an even bigger requirement. Humans can typically only last 3 to 4 days without water, considering we are literally 60% water, but it is much more necessary to our survival than food is. Without water, a person will suffer from dehydration, which can lead to seizures, overheating of the body to the point of heat stroke, kidney problems, and a severe drop in blood sugar and pressure. It would go as far to say that these infected boys, at some degree, suffer from the same basic human afflictions, but to either better or worse extent. The infection causes victims to frequently vomit and possibly suffer from diarrhea. Can't really tell unless you pull down their pants, which would expel more fluids from the body, increasing the demand for H2O. As much as a fever, sweating, and increasing urination would be taxing on the body as well, which a fever and sweating is pretty much given with the green flu as well. All these factors conclude to be deadly. Before we get into how an infected can survive without food and water, it is also important to note that humans have been shown to go 8 to 11 days without sleep before collapsing or outright dying due to exhaustion. These also shown to sleep well and get rest, and just giraffes, which are signs of insomnia, not Hodgkin's, Sahara, and victims of rabies. The real world is similar to rabies in the fact that it's a sport form of undiscovered disease. Don't let the flu name fool you. This disease was given such a nicer name as the flu to prevent mass panic. Rabies will eat away at the brain, causing delirium, hallucinations, and in 70% of report cases, a fever stroke, which results in overly hyper and excited behavior, a fear of water, which explains the infected's inability to swim or consume one, and sometimes a fear of flying, which may be why helicopter pilots became infected so quickly while airborne, causing an increasing fear of being in the air to trigger the brain to mutate. People suffering from rabies can also live anywhere between 10 days to 2 years before their brain completely shuts down or their vital organs follow suit. So what does this mean for an infected and its survivability over time? A lot. Like I said earlier, the infected are still living, somewhat breathing human beings who are undergoing a deadly disease that will eventually kill them. But in the meantime, they will do everything in their power to tear apart those who do not share their affliction. So these are pretty much advanced strains of rabies that people are infected with who cannot benefit from what I will call, from here on out, the 3 necessities of life: eating, drinking, and sleeping. These people, these infected, these common, these specials, anybody that's got the green flu, they will not last long. After 3 weeks, their cognitive functions and motor skills seem to have stayed at a peak performance rate when it comes to animalistic traits. Common infected show enhanced dexterity, so their conscious state seems to be at least primal level, considering they lack the prior common sense to open doors. This isn't shown in the games or the comics that the infected eat their victims, but actually just use their teeth to tear them apart and spread their infection. They're shown to wheeze and swallow themselves down and somewhat like the rest of them, but not at full speed. They are only shown to drink water, so it's safe to assume these will all accumulate and take their toll on the green flu patients. It would be safe to assume that the infected mutate enough to where they could survive for at least a month without the flu essentials of life, but, like I always say, these are just estimations and just discussion talk. Their bodies will break down fat and lose muscle much faster to compensate for malnourishment, so while these boys, they would also seem to look even skinnier and hungry. Their hair would fall out of gray, as showing no signs of anorexia, malnourishment, and their bones would be more readily visible through their flesh and would be more brittle and susceptible to damage. They would most likely begin to lose their ability to climb tall surfaces and start to look like the infected 28 days later. They were just withering bodies struggling to even move on the streets of London, as shown at the very end of the movie. This would only account for humans who have experienced the full length of the infection. Those that are freshly infected would still retain their motor skills until a certain amount of time has passed, depending on how healthy they were pre-infection. If the group of survivors were to last past a month and were immune to the effects of the outbreak, they could easily outlast the infected as they slowly died out over time, as long as no new personnel are influenced by the virus. The infected would most likely keel over, and the rotting corpses would fill the landscape. A lot of cremating is going to have to be done at that point. Break out the hazmat suit and let them dredge. We got some cleaning up to do.
You need more lemon pledge.
Though that accounts for the regular infected who don't show much difference from regular humans, what about the special infected who are highly immune to the versions of the human body? Special infected would probably not last long over a monthly or even weekly basis, comparable to the common infected who are still the most human-like without extreme bodily defects going down the body like we can consider. Looking into special infected, we can make quick assumptions brothers. Black female podcast. How to take about 35 total left. Yep, we posted back in 2013 because of arthritis. Yep, I'm part metal. Really makes sense. Over time, the arthritis would restrict the hunter's abilities and prevent branches like jumping from occurring. After some time, the arthritis would spread more and more till his whole body would seize up and constrict, leaving him immobilized until he eventually died of the three necessities of life. The skull would eventually develop enough tumors that it would just shut down its entire body. There's currently blanket tools proof of that the tumors are taking over his body at an alarming rate, and eventually his whole carcass would look like a mountain of bubble wrap. Really, really disgusting looking bubble wrap. The ruler's body would eventually shut down from its own doing, considering it's seizing most of his vital organs to just make bile 24/7. The body would consistently corrode from the amount of bile produced and eventually eat through the skin, and the ruler would kill over in a green mass. The same nature is better as her stomach acid would completely destroy its own body, as it has already been shown to be doing. It would be safe to say that the boomer and spitter would probably be the first infected to die out over time. It's hard to say what would become of the jockey in charge of. However, the jockey mania would probably mutate enough to where the brain would suffer from such extreme amounts of mental stress that it would eventually just shut itself down. The charger would probably die from EMBS, extreme meat bleeding syndrome. His right arm would probably so much would grow 3 times as large that his heart rate would fluctuate so heavily it would seize up the turbocharger. There you go, you got your one last charger fat joke. I'm not doing anymore. Fat. Seriously though, considering how withered one side of his body has become, it would be safe to say the body would be bordering the right side of his body and shut down all organs that are located along the left side of his body, i.e. his heart. And the last of the special effects of the tank would honestly die just to see its wish, if not see it. The tank overstimulating its own body to the maximum would utterly deprive the host of necessary nutrients, especially since no new protein or energy sources are entering the body. Probably would be difficult to say how and what nutrition is the upkeep of this kind of body. The tank would either die of heart palpitations or lose a blood mass, and his body would just flat out shut down in the frustrated confession. Either way, all that body mass is just not gonna work. It's just gonna make him shut the hell down. Plus, he skipped leg day. From what bodybuilders tell me, never skipped leg day. I don't know. I haven't entered the gym in like 5 years. I'm a scrawny little bitch. Those are the scientific sounding outcomes of what would happen to the infected, but it could be safe to say that the mutations of the green flu could cause them to have an extended life period without the necessities of life. But I find it hard to believe. The events of Leopard spanned to 3 weeks after the first infection, but given about 5 more weeks or 2 months after the first infection, when the entirety of the North and South American continents are possibly overrun, or just the U.S. is quarantined. Once there is a point where no new infected thing can be created, we can finally note the steady decline of old infected dying out. It is also safe to say that there would be different special infected strains as the green flu mutated over time, but a virus strain can only mutate as much as there is a population to incubate it in. Plus, I think I can make a whole video of new special infected ideas, even if it's still not around, but I'm not going to make up my own design because I can't draw worth a damn, or not on Adobe, whatever. Anyways, overall, I would say the infection would go on as normal, but factors of human life would interfere and begin to kill off veteran infected while the green flu runs rampant and add more soldiers to its green army. Nothing lives forever. When the infected won't last long in a world where basic human necessities are a must and exist. What happens to the survivors and infected after the events of Leopard's death? But there aren't only living things trying to exist in this universe. There are also entities and people within those organizations trying to stand strong and combat the green flu epidemic. Those organizations try to contain, research, and eventually extinguish this pandemic during its initial outbreak. Although Leopard was heavily either on research or extinguishing more so than the latter. The other reports took an analytical look at the courses of action taken during the outbreak by these organizations, how they were ongoing effect spread, what they did during the containment protocols, and what eventually happened when all hell broke loose, with preceding after effects being controlled. Today, we're going to ask what happened to CETA and the military during and after Leopard's death. Formed in 1988, the Civil Emergency and Defense Agency, based on 2 realized organizations, FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the CDC, Center for Disease Control, has been proactive in aiding and protecting Americans when it came to national emergencies such as natural and man-made disasters, and then working to pick up diseases and recover during the aftermath. Sometime during the initial first infection, later period, CETA had gone into hasty action to prevent and combat the disease from spreading further. When first signs of symptoms were starting to crop up, CETA started an awareness campaign to keep the public aware of a new disease spreading rather rapidly. High-volume areas started sprouting up left and right, but not to immediate alarm to the populace. As a way of disease prevention, CETA distributed posters detailing the importance of washing hands. This, of course, during the early stages of the disease when they thought it could be quelled with some soap and water. After further research on the disease, they began to realize how viral and aggressive it was. To not cause a panic, they labeled this virus as the green flu, since generally most people consider the flu as nothing which remains medically dangerous. CETA also began to update their campaign and distribution links with health tips such as wearing face masks and sealing off windows, showing that the disease had become airborne. Soon after the virus's mutation to the air, CETA agents began to wear brown plastic suits and started evacuating health-infected zones and cities. If a city was already seeing infection, they would disperse the non-infected citizens for basic screening exams, while also trying to find samples from those who were fully infected. The center performed hundreds of disease emergency assessment dispatch campaigns as seen in Parish. It's going on there, so that the screenings could be billed anywhere at any given time. While informing those who were already quarantined on one flu, areas not yet succumbed to the green flu pandemic were awaiting official information from CETA. They planned on releasing television and radio broadcasts detailing quarantine cities and suburbs and the severity of the disease. But once they discovered the true terror behind its rapidly increasing infected count, they began to place news of the virus under wraps by holding infected individuals in solitary buildings, and all information was withheld to prevent civil unrest. The conspiracy this created spurred multiple news stations and sources across the country to go to major cities to investigate, including Ohio native Rochelle heading to Savannah, Georgia, where we could see a snapshot of her at work with CETA agents in full fine-plastic suits in the background. CETA's campaign on preventing the disease eventually went well beyond its original intents as people realized how catastrophic the damage was beginning to become from the infection. Riots and chaos ensued in major cities like New Orleans, Louisiana, and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, with the swirling madness of half the population infected and half panicking and causing destruction of the streets. CETA quickly turned to hiring outside security forces in conjunction with local authorities to quell rioters and keep the peace in evacuation centers. This security force, not quite like the military branch, was equipped with helmets, bulletproof tires, and weapons functioned to not only carry knives, but as a part of CETA's non-lethal force policy to not carry guns, these security officers were integral in keeping sanctuary sites alive and in order for them until everything went down south. Local newscast ends up. At least they earned the title of the most annoying uncoming places in the country. With the terminal public now aware and subjected to the elements of riots and infection, CETA opened up evacuation centers. If people were unable to flee major cities, CETA had set up high-security outposts in places like malls, hospitals, airports, and even bus stations. CETA would eventually post bulletins in paper and over radio frequencies to the public to announce established locations to find safe haven. I will go over each outpost and their status during the infection later in this video, but I still need to cover what happened to CETA and them being overthrown by the military. With how spread out these centers were, CETA representatives would communicate over the radio with each other, updating the condition of each center, keeping a sense of order, but only for a short time. For people that were not properly armed or willing to attempt to find harborage at one of these centers, CETA would post bulletins much like outpost checklists on details on how to make a safe room, which explains why so many safe rooms with heavy-duty doors exist in the left-of-dead universe, as well as instructing citizens to barricade themselves in the basements and rooms with further storage. Kick my ass. While the evacuation centers were up and running, CETA had full access to return people newly infected with the virus, to fully infected individuals quarantined off, and people who either died from the green flu symptoms or were infected and were executed by armed personnel or military. Although not much of the research was open to the public, the scientists encountered in the left-field conference was employed by CETA, and as I've said numerous times before, came to the conclusion that the green flu was a continuously mutating virus that was adapting quicker than being airborne and sometimes not, that it is obviously transferred through blood and saliva, and that some humans can carry the virus but not fall prey to its effects, namely becoming carriers. CETA got out to the point of running research on this mission, but when considering the young ratio on how the populace would convert into either common or one of 8 specialists as seen in the first chapter of Dead Center, how likely this realistic conversion rate was that only extensive research was done on the former would determine evacuations until 2 weeks after the first infection. As we can see from the intro for Left 4 Dead 1, when Bill inspects the corpse of a dead mover, saying he has never seen anything like this before. However, a group of 4 survivors encountering the special infection for the first time may not be conclusive enough. In the first chapter of Dead Center, we can see research photos and information on the mover in one of the conference rooms. Looking at the photographs taken, we can see the mover in his original state during the events and time frame of Left 4 Dead 1 with less belly, boils, and a darker tone to his skin. This may show that any research on the special infected was done in the Pennsylvania area right as the special infected started cropping up. Considering most CETA sites in the area were overgrown, it's more than likely that they forwarded all research to other CETA sites in the southern United States. It's also good to note that the mover was probably the only original special infected specimen that came captured alive, considering he is the least aggressive comparatively to the hunter, both the witch and tank, who all displayed constant aggressive attacks, while the mover himself can only waddle around and puke and swing his arms wildly. They did, however, use these contained movers to their advantage and collected samples of its vomit to study and even reprogrammed their molecular structure to negatively react with infected personnel, causing an opposite effect of its intended purpose. This can be shown as when the sea images can have human eyes attached to the cell content of human research and that they collected both as a way of self-defense, or that they were collecting them on the first steps of weaponizing this epidemic to the government's advantage and possibly even mobile to use in war and other battling methods. Now, I did say CETA had captured a tank, but this was most likely unintentional. These sites also told Hart containing the captured tank specimen that was being transported to an undisclosed location. However, it's more than likely the tank was merely just another regular infected tossed to the survivors en route to the scene after being closed off in a car. Either that or the plane was being used to transport survivors to a CETA evacuation site, and while the survivors did not disclose or did not know they were harboring the living fluid, they mutated rapidly into the tank during the train's departure. Evidence of this is shown when the survivors inspect the inside of the car the tank was in, bathed completely in blood with numerous corpses scattered around. Sick metal, showing the tank went on a rampage of death and carnage in a densely populated front space. Another tank in the port of the sacrifice shows it had shackles on at one point, maybe showing he was bound, bruised for research purposes until, he broke out. But beyond that, it's unknown. With the advent of the special infected, the epidemic got so out of control, it initiated an extreme public and international health hazard, as well as a global emergency. The U.S. government ordered an immediate suspension of all CETA operations to be taken over by the military, occurring sometime between day 22 and day 24 of the infection. Once martial law was declared in 14 cities and rural areas, lawlessness was becoming more rampant and government intervention allowed the use of deadly force, a very different approach that CETA had been trying to avoid. The Army and Marine Force even broadcasted for those who were held up in their own safe house, spreading the propaganda that CETA's law to ban the use of firearms for safety was lifted, and the U.S. Armed Forces even encouraged civilians to take up arms to defend themselves. Public opinion on CETA had already been strained, as we could depicted such public sentiments as CETA sucks or CETA blows. People living in fear of the infection had finally gained hope when a more direct approach came with the military's involvement. However, this threat of relief was short-lived. The Army resorted to fencing the general public off, separating individuals that ran them, and even gunning down any infected or possible carriers if it saw fit for the larger group of people. We see scattered portraits of just those people who perished when New Orleans was a central hub of CETA activities being overthrown by military intervention. Specifically in Chapter 2, where survivors must go into a CETA Disease Emergency Assessment Dispatch Trailer, man, that's a mouthful, to access the screening center. Bodies scattered about the screening trailer that leads to a long line of chain link fences running around towards the bus station where more than likely hundreds of survivors would be held. Talking about what the survivors can see, it's more than obvious that places like the bus station were overrun by the infected, either killing the personnel, infecting them, or driving them out to find them safely. When outposts controlled by the military are overrun, usually communications between bases will cease and leave other fortifications to fend for themselves, as shown in Sacrifice Comic. As time progressed, a large majority of sectors were consumed by the hordes. Now let's discuss CETA's evacuation centers and what exactly happened to them as the Greek fleet began to dominate the cities and rural areas. Keep in mind, with the little bit amount of information I have that Left 4 Dead has, I have to use the comprehensive list on the Left 4 Dead Wiki. Now, 5 locations listed but are never seen are Fairfield Municipal Park, Park, that was overrun. Hewlett Recreation Center, that was overrun. Greenham Junior High School, overrun. Fairfield Civic Arena, that was overrun too. And Morton High School in Augusta, that was overrun. We can assume they were amongst the first SETA established cities and areas that were overrun, although it was unknown if the military intervention would be breached or not. Now let's get to the stuff we do know. Mercy Hospital, it was overrun. Its location was designated as the 8th evacuation center, but not believe the origin site of the wound cleared. The hospital could not have been used as a lab source to diagnose and combat the virus. Riverside First Church, before assigned to this site, being a big city surrounded just without infecting, how could the military pull out the abandoning civilians, leaving eventually only one man to vent himself in the overrun church? Lakeshore International Airport, located in Newell, Pennsylvania, the airport could have been where the infection started. For that area, with the passengers coming on the aircraft who contracted the disease, SETA went to quarantine the airport, but was unsuccessful and did not get there in time. The military hastily decided to carpet bomb the airport, which is why the place is so wrecked. However, the bombing was way too late, since the entire city had already become overrun. Myth Wukong, infected from the city of Newburgh in Delaware, finally found their way to the forest. SETA tried to set up a base at Dodgery Farm, but due to lack of resources, was quickly overrun and wiped out. Better the dead count may have been researched on by SETA to see how the green flu affected livestock, or they could have been looking into if the green flu had started from the cows. The city of Atlanta, Georgia. Only hearsay about this one, but it was overrun. It was established through postings that it was one of the major SETA sites with military assistance. But much like The Walking Dead, we can see it didn't last long. The Vanna Hotel, the only successful evacuation attempt we have seen. It is the whole reason of why survivors must find another rescue. Can you imagine how different things would be if Coach, Nick, Rochelle, and Ellis were just a minute sooner? We wouldn't have any of looking at two going on. We do see many SETA agents in that hotel. You can see how large portion of SETA agents did not make it to evacuation. When we recall, once they counted down to 45, you can't see the last of 345. It was so very huge. Eventually, shit broke out and took hours where the place was overrun. Now, the city of Windsor, Georgia, where the casting of sacrifice took place, Windsor seemed to want to fend for itself. With the absence of SETA equipment, iPad systems going away in that city, biomarkers and numerous fire survivors with supplies, they were totally armed and ready to do shit without government interference. Very, very important. Now, the court ordered the use of the casting systems take place. We do see a bit of SETA intervention, most likely just to get the power running again via gas generators to lower the bridge. But the sound of the bridge lowering would have attracted a horde and wiped them out. Winter notes another example of a successful evacuation. The Beach Strip Stadium, where the Midnight Riders were to perform, held a number of survivors and kept their minds at ease with entertainment and music. The Midnight Riders, working in conjunction with SETA to keep people at peace, once the town came to a talking area to people's safety, then the Midnight Riders decidedly took their tour bus to find work for the safe. The Anvil Park and the bus station, well, this one was overrun. The GameStop inspection zone was a military takeover of SETA operations that was quickly overrun, with many people at advanced space pinned between walls and soldiers. Many fell prey to the infected attack, much like the scene 28 weeks later when the rage virus infected attacked the parking garage. Considering the sheer population size of New Orleans, it was a scarce chance of surviving. The military at that point fired indiscriminately and killed any and all pedestrians on site. They were not taking any risks. Kind of like that one scene 28 weeks later again. Veterans Memorial Bridge, the final evac site. The bridge was raised to slow down the progress of any infected trying to make it to the mainland. It was quickly taking control of a military operation. Staying very discreet and had anyone attempting to be evacuated. It was very cautious on who it brought with them. It would seem there was a successful evac, and plans to bomb the bridge out of control were about to be executed until a ragtag group of four potential carriers appeared and then escaped with. It would also seem the military outpost could be unaware of the true full losses with the infection, as shown in the sacrifice piled into those two beds that were overrun and massacred, creating a distrust in lingering survivors. Surrender that the military still persists as well as SETA, but most outposts in the mainland have been overrun with most personnel dead or infected. As the infection spreads further west, we will probably see more outposts fall unless they were able to suppress the ever-growing number of infected and even mutations of the specialist sector. With the great green flu wars combating the west soon, it's more than likely SETA activities will be limited to laboratory procedures efforts for further research in the safe area, with most of the eastern side of the U.S. wiped out. All branches of the U.S. military were not taking any more risks on the front line, leading to full firepower to pull the infection back. Sadly, Confederate policies that made home striking of the eastern border, wiping out lingering threats while establishing a border in the middle of the U.S. if they could establish all of that intact, however. Let's start things off. I asked the fans which survivor would be the best to start off this 8-part series, and the answer went loud and clear. It is Rochelle. Just kidding. It's Alice. So let's take a look at the storytelling, zombie skill loving, and redneck gun-toting character, and how he managed to make up 1/4 of the second group of survivors. Survivor profile. Now, this is according to the official website for Left 4 Dead. Ellis is a 23-year-old male from Savannah, Georgia, and the founder describes him as a mechanic with a love of life, important anxiety, and the ability to drink and set night, never to impress his friends. And being born and raised in Savannah, Ellis divides up his time working in the local garage, hanging out with his buddies and dropping by for some weekend for fun. But he doesn't have the flexibility or patience to man the zombies as he goes forward. Now, Ellis is looking for new things to occupy his time and finding plenty. Turns out the zombie apocalypse won't wait for anyone, and there's no shortage of crazy stuff to keep trouble for his crew members with. Ellis is so overly optimistic, it's sometimes either sickening or just plain funny because of what kind of person he is. I'm not a managed culture, everything inside the joke for such things as horses, guns, and what the heck? Kittyland. Yeah, I look like some sort of queer to you. Kittyland, being overly supportive of his friends, he will do anything to save them and will reassure them of how fun the situation is, no matter how dark, depressing, and dangerous it is. It's rare when Ellis will make any negative comments about others, except in the case of a certain stop sign. If someone belittles or makes disparaging remarks about Jim Gibbs or his car, then Ellis will literally threaten to kill them. What's the story with Jimmy Gibbs Jr.? He's a dead man. He is a dead man. Folks, we got a new goal. The world's gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to hunt that biker man down. Thanks, Coach. Ellis has even gone on to say that he would bury Jimmy's child if coaching were allowed him to. Besides that, he tends to get stuck on memory lane talking about his friend or lover, Keith, frequently, and will revolve of survivors of his past discussing things, sometimes even when they just happen. I ever tell you about the time my buddy Keith and I were on the top of a burning building, and we had to fight our way down like 5 pools of zombies? I guess that was you guys. Before the Green Flu outbreak, Ellis was a busy man running an auto repair and possibly scrapping shop with his friends. And even the only conventional thing with Ellis on the face. That's right, most of the man who does any work is Ellis on some point. His shirt is a direct reference to his old group of friends, as the name does shifters, excavating cultivators that work to pull cars together. You can't argue with having a better name to call themselves. And to the point where they've even made t-shirts. Now, bullshifters are family of bullshitters, those that work on the shift crew system. Not telling if the band or framing company work in the same way, but I think it would have worked perfectly with both bullshifters, going to a second interview. Interestingly enough, you can get the shop your Xbox 360 avatar if you win 10 versus players at the end. Now, when it comes to his interactions with the other three survivors, there are some varied opinions. Coach seeing him with equal when it comes to their knowledge in the homestead of Savannah, Georgia, but a mentor-student connection since Coach is used to young adolescents in his career. This is furthered by the fact that Coach will take a jockey on his back for Ellis, since Ellis is so known to have just style. Rochelle tends to see him as a straightforward southern guy who's just sweet and caring, and always sticks up for him in any kind of verbal confrontation. Which, speaking of verbal confrontation, Ellis's relationship with Nick is mostly, I would say, different. Nick, being a calm man and patient-hearted individual, it's as if they were yin and yang in each other, two sides of the same coin. When he first meets Nick, can't stand him or him boys him a peril, referring to him as Uncle Walls at any given chance, the same nickname for the Charger, and will constantly come down on Ellis for his youthful ignorance and southern upbringing. Ellis, however, never speaks ill of Nick and even shows paramount respect for his buddy Nick. Although after you're spending enough time together, Nick shows some respect for Ellis's survivability, but then again, if you're stuck with someone long enough, you either shoot them or get along long enough to you're in the clear. And I don't see a bullet hole in the back of Ellis's skull just yet. And let's not forget about his interactions with the original Upper New Mexico. When he interacts with Francis and Nick and goes and smokes them, that's called throwing kind of stuff. Die, my darling, and where evil stare. And are you a fan of Team Fortress 2? Well, so is Alice, as it states in the passing campaign. When it comes to likability, Alice was pulled as the #1 favorite survivor amongst fans on both Xbox 360 at 43% and on PC, where we share the top 5 with Blink at 34%. Don't worry, coach, you're #1 at 5, but Alice also seemed to be widely disliked by the special infected, seeing as out in the Left 4 Dead 2 trailer, every single special infected attacks him and him alone. Next on the chopping block is Rochelle, Mike, and Zoe. Let's get into it from the loving, smart talking, caring, and fan favorite college girl. Survivor profile. Now, this is coming from the Left 4 Dead wiki. Her age is unknown, but she was most likely in her early 20s, considering how close to Alice's age she seems to be since he was 23. And she is someone who my age, I'd say 19, college age. Hometown, somewhere in Salem, Pennsylvania. After spending her first semester holed up in a living room watching her horror movies, Zoe was given a choice. Stay in reality or go fight for the grand climb. Now that the plan is overrun with murdered zombies with powerful explosives and death, Zoe is definitely remembered that she's been studying up on the life subject after another. Besides, sounding like she's in a role again. Zoe was a bubbly but sheltered ambidextrous college student at Harvard, where she was studying to be a filmmaker. But her well-attended classes would spend her academic time watching horror movies and telling her mom to binge watching on Netflix was research. She got into love with this film genre from her father, who introduced her to zombie movies, slasher flicks, and killer clowns from outer space since she was just a toddler. Now you might ask how a horror movie that got proficient with the firearm. Well, that's thanks to her dad Wade, who was trying to get her to become a police officer, giving her practice with a gun at a firing range. Now, a typical mom probably wouldn't go nowhere near that line of work. She wanted her daughter to pursue an education, and her father wanted her to follow in his footsteps, and that's one of the reasons her parents were divorcing and fighting since we should. Midway through a parental confrontation, the breathing outbreak had just been starting when the infected busted their way in and got a nice bite of his own mom, Caroline's face. After events, Zoe's dad won the argument and shoots his now infected ex-wife, although she takes about out of him in the process. Since the both of them were horror movie and zombie movie fanatics, they both came to the conclusion that he must be killed before turning. Although, if you watched What Exactly is the Infection in Left 4 Dead video that I put out a few weeks ago, you would see that Wade was most likely a carrier, and his death most likely was not needed. This putting Zoe through so much mental stress since the death of both her parents in such a heat of the moment action until she felt to be gentle that would become her source of faith. Circumstances and most of all death were so the same, and her relationships with them reflect on how a makeshift family kept her grounded so the apocalypse didn't overtake her state of mind. Now, her relationship with Lewis is the least common one, considering they only trust each other for a little while. There's not much to talking about. Zoe and Francis differ a lot in perspective. Interestingly enough, she has the same combat capacity as Francis, despite them being much different scenes. And then again, Coach, you're talking too much just video game talk. Oh yeah, Francis has some history with Zoe, though, from the day that Left 4 Dead and Turtle Rock Studios was the under development. Some people don't fucking get it at all. Let's not talk about that. And when Francis looked like a brutal bunch of retards, Zoe and Francis were to be romantically involved with each other. But having two survivors in the same group falling for each other proved to be distracting, and once doubt took over, they decided to remove any trace of the romance. Now, when it comes to their interactions with Rana, I'd say they play more as brothers and sisters. So basically, not Francis in the friend zone, but that's okay, because the friend zone doesn't exist. For Zoe, fun of Francis for his infatuation with Rochelle and Bassett, and of course, Zoe gets her a new play with her favorite zombie boy, but more on that later. Probably the deepest relationship in the Left 4 Dead series, Zoe found a fatherhood in Will soon after the death of her own father. Many of you draw the similarities of Will and Zoe to Joel and Ellie from The Last of Us. Whenever Zoe faces emotional distress, she would go to hug Will, much like a daughter to her dad. This relationship is really signified in the second Us comic when Will sacrifices himself for the group and Zoe's carefree demeanor shifts drastically, becoming more snarky and distant, but also more eagerly. But she's mostly snarky and distant towards the second group of survivors.
shifted from the reserved horror mode to expanding, and Severo as his former woman. Will's life was basically there to help Zoe adapt better to the zombie apocalypse, but also to transfer his traits into Zoe so that she may survive and find hope. Speaking of hopeful, Ellis's hopeful puppy dog charms weren't very effective on Zoe as she passed Bob's temptations and stopped them from going straight to business. Despite shooting him down or ignoring his boyish advances, upon their departure in the Jim Gibbs, Zoe said she will miss him and wonders if the teens should have merged.
Maybe we should have gone with him. Maybe he should have come with us.
As for Nick, she hates them and wouldn't mind if he back if she would have to. She doesn't prefer swim coach at all, and her interaction with Rochelle is one of relief. Seeing another living woman out there in the art world, thank God this is going to be too much of a sausage fest. Besides her personality, background, and relationships, Elsa has some cool trivia on her favorite zombie killing Amazon. She is voiced by Jen Taylor, who has also voiced Cortana in the Halo series, as well as Princess Peach and Toad in Super Mario. The name Zoe is a very common sound, which means life. Was voiced by two Christian saints, Eliza and Peter Church. So you can see the irony in someone that has life and then replaces with death. Although technically they don't represent no twins. But I'm not the biggest fan of her boyfriend putting on a second hoodie to obviously give him the image of the hunter. The film could have easily just had the scene of her survivor. Blood Harvest looking forest, as she hears clue sequence for Zoe, scared and alone, and Blood Harvest looking forest, as she hears a hunter scurry around and roar. Using sound effects straight from the game, which is a nice touch. I'm glad they're using sound effects directly from the game. As we all know, the hunter's most notable trait is repeating all of the pieces in powerful counters. Making exception that with Lisa would be quite never stay hostage of the company now. But instead, the sound of the hunter outside, and look for it, don't see it again. Seems to just be What we need to keep in mind throughout this non-public movie's production that staff did actually switch out due to budget issues, and we got the trade here in the movie, but I'm sure the timeline must be the first dimension of the movie's time. Let's build good contract. It's obvious at a private point today, and the documentary was placed over these scenes. What is that? Whatever time of day it was, instead of making it hard to see what's going on with what you can shot. I know one is during nighttime, but this picture is doing if you know that you reach out to all people, darkness that is the rest of the city. Interesting to see a place so well lit amidst the zombie
I'm aware. I'll kill him. I know what I'm doing. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate it. I know. I really do know that if you kill all fucking 9, you get to fight a boss or whatever. I've played this game before, you know. It's not my first time around. You're like the 4th person to come in and tell me to kill all 9 lanterns. Like, I would have done it either way. Just because I like killing things. They only spawn in the pagoda realm. Is that what you just said? Let me just check the chat. Yeah, alright, okay, they only spawn when the thingy happens. Okay, good to know. Thank you. That's actually useful information. Not the most fun round. Ah, oh my god. I got shot by an arrow by some fucking random fucker. That is the most... Okay, I take it back. The Pagoda Realm is awful. I didn't even know there was anything that could shoot them. I can fucking go all the way back up there. I'm not fighting everything again, I'm rolling. Do not kill this area final, but dude, the way I've been playing this game, I've done every single secret boss encounter, I've done every optional boss encounter, I've done absolutely everything. I'm not going to even come close to killing the final boss before I'm absolutely sure that every single chest and every single fucking secret has been unlocked. I promise you that. I've got like a checklist on my phone that is logging it, and I've also got ChatGPT to remind me of secrets that I may possibly miss. Like, I'm not gonna miss anything, I promise you. Press B to dodge arrow. I'm playing on thingy. I know that you can use this to dodge arrows. But I didn't even know the arrow was coming. That was the problem. No idea there was even an arrow. This way towards me. Okay, let's go. I'm good. That's the LT. Left trigger. Yeah, I'm from the UK, England. What about you? I'm gonna assume that you're from some sort of foreign country to England. Maybe America. Using PC, but maybe like it's early morning, so well, the chances you wake up and decide to watch stream. Oh yeah, we need variables. Oh, England, great. Sister, so America then? I'm assuming you're from America.
Assuming their immunity to the virus means they are the chosen ones. Again, uncharacteristic for a role like Zoe, this.
India, dude. My first guess was India. I just didn't want to say it. Because, and like the reason for that is because I get quite a lot of people that join these streams usually around this time of day, and usually they're from some sort of like Asian country like India, Taiwan, shit like that. Let's find out if there's any wardens on this floor. I'm not one of them. What do you mean you're not one of them? One of who? I know how to treat people and their sentiments. Well, I didn't say being from India was a bad thing. Yeah. Nothing wrong with being from India, dude. You know, a lot of Indian people are wankers, don't get me wrong, but it's not all of you. You can streams, enjoy your streams with my help, fan or anything. Well, that's very nice of you. It's strange, like, I stream, I only stream to capture my footage of my gameplay, because usually I do quite well. You know, when it comes to, like, boss fights and stuff like that, like, I like to capture that sort of thing. But, yeah, I do get a lot of people joining. Just in the past few days, I've quite a few different people joining and subscribing and stuff like that, and I appreciate it a lot, but I never really expected it. Usually people don't know English or they just come in your chat and shit, anything, and well, I would have to agree with you there. I'm not gonna lie, quite a lot of Indian people are like that. more than I would like to admit. But they shit on us because we shit on them. That's something you have to understand. Like, maybe if the greater culture surrounding England and America and stuff like that didn't insult Indians so much, maybe they wouldn't, you know. Is this a boss that I shouldn't kill? Captain Mercy's vision. No, I actually don't wish to visit India. All I've heard about visiting India is horror stories, and I can't do well in the heat either. Like, I'm a person that absolutely hates heat. Like, I struggle with it so bad. And I'm a really picky eater as well. Like, I'm autistic, so I won't be eating curry and stuff like that. What's his name? Yeah, but can I kill Captain Lotus? I'm just checking something. Because last time I played this game, there was something that I did. I can't remember exactly what it was. That made me... Okay, yeah, no, he's safe to kill. Sorry, I have to pause. I get tics really, really badly. Can the officials like to, if I invite you, you like to come? No, but in the future. I mean, hang on. What did he say? Let me just read what you just said. I'm from the officials, like, police. Are you saying that you're part of the Indian police force? I mean, I would, in the future. At some point, I would like to travel the world. How come you're inviting me to India anyway? Is this just a hypothetical question? What? That's good. When you said police, are you saying that you're in the police force in India? Oh shit, no way. That's cool, dude. I wouldn't have expected a member of the Indian police force to visit one of my streams. Back to streams. Drop them out. Oh, this guy's tough. No, it's okay, I can do both. He's lowered my health. Oh shit, I didn't even realize how low my health was. Ah, he was so... I didn't realize that I was slowly having my health drained. That was my worst mistake, otherwise I definitely could have done that straight away. Fucking little water. I'll deal with you in a minute. Huh. Already lost part of my health. No, I've played many Souls games. I played Sekiro, Elden Ring, a bit of Bloodborne, Liza P. I played this game before as well. I love Souls games. My favourite was Sekiro. I'm going to tell you something, and it's going to sound like a lie, because it will sound like bullshit. But when I first played Sekiro, and it was my first time, like, it was my first Souls game after Elden Ring, I beat the final boss on, like, my 4th attempt. I was so impressed with myself. And I love Sekiro. I've recently replayed it again, and yeah, I didn't do as well this time. But, oh my god, it's not paying attention. Come on. Fucking Jesus Christ. I'm gonna die. This is it. Yeah. He fucked me up. Oh well. I was so close on the first attempt as well. I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that's actually true. Elden Ring was the first one that I played. Elden Ring was the first Souls game that I properly played. I played many like Souls likes before, like the Jedi Survivor series and stuff like that. But I wasn't really familiar with actual Elden Ring, actual Dark Souls games. But then yeah, I played Elden Ring. I played that a couple times. Well, I played that a few times. Probably played for it like 3 or 4 times. I love that game. Night Rain was amazing. Not Night Rain. What was the DLC called? Whatever the DLC was, the final boss of the DLC, Consort Radahn. I swear to God, he's the boss that's given me the most trouble ever out of any of them. Why are you beating the trump cards from the hardest game list? Well, no, I haven't played Berserker Kazan Berserker, whatever the fuck. I will play it one day though, because it looks fun. Sorry, I've got Tourette's. I get really bad tics, especially when I'm like trying to do multiple things at once. Yeah, I should put more sparks into Foundation, which is what I'm doing. I've upgraded the stance that I'm going to be using the most, and now I'm going to put most of my sparks into Foundation. Fucking Jesus Christ. I'm just going to lock in for a second. Doing this just to avoid dying. Did I just get fucked? Like completely fucked by circumstance. Watch this. There you go. That is how it's done. Browse box 3. Let me just log that into my checklist. What is that? Browse box 3. Chill resistant. I honestly could have done it on my first attempt if I wasn't being so fucking stupid. How do I get out of here? Is there anything else? In fact, I think that was a legendary spirit. What did I get then?
If I was a betting man, I would assume that all 4 of these sketches here were just placeholders referencing badasses with guns. History beyond those drawings have
Talisman teleport.
what changed?
What do you mean talisman teleport? God, this guy, I'm sorry, the road around the people, he's messed my face here. Yeah, well, he wasn't that hard. It only took me 4 attempts. Oh, I got a gourd. No, I did not. I did not get a gourd. Walk across there. I'm gonna fuck around about here for a little bit, but I'm gonna go back up after to clear some more of the wardens. Alright, okay. Oh, were you telling me to do that so I could go back up to the shrine? I already knew that thing existed. That's a thing in like every Souls game. Usually in Souls games it means sacrificing all your souls, but in this game there's no penalty for it. I'm just gonna explore around here for a bit. I can always go back up there. Explore or something. Oh wait, hang on. Are we back by any chance? I just got a map. Yeah, they added a map. I always thought, like, when I first played this game. Yeah, this is part of chapter 3. When I first played this game, like, I didn't remember there being a map here, but, like, as I'm coming back to do a replay, obviously there's a map. Like, was that added with an update or something?
Seen in the E3 2019 here, this cosmetic
Let's go clear a few of the enemies out, and then prepare for the wardens. Yeah, I didn't think they had a map when the game was released. Shit, I just pressed something on my... Hang on. You can the left side of the glow slot so you can do... Hang on, let me just Google. Let me just check something, because it's time to fight the warden. You can put it in the left side of your gourd slot so you can do a quick teleport. Nah, it's okay, I don't need that. I never use it that much anyway, so it's not a big deal. There you go. Oh my god, something's in my eye. Where's it gonna go? Where's it gonna go? Where's it gonna go? Yeah. I didn't need to use cross stance. You get everything. Dude, I got absolutely everything. Everything that I could possibly get, I got all the Luong scales, did all the secret fights, and I'm going to do the exact same thing for this chapter. And then the chapter after that, so on and so forth. Like, I'm going to spend a few more hours here, at least. I could clear this area in like an hour, but I'm going to spend a few more hours here. Oh, you fucking wanker. What? Whoa! What a dick. Where am I now? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm gonna die anyway. That was killing me. Scorpion Lord. I didn't really hate any boss in this game. Like, no, the only boss that fucking, like, properly gave me trouble my first time around was Erlang, like, the secret fucking final-ish boss encounter. He was the one that gave me so much trouble. His attacks felt so bullshit and so unfair. But, yeah, it can be done relatively. I mean, no, not relatively easily, but it's still possible. I think I should just run past here. Yeah, that's just gonna keep happening. Erlang is hard until you realize the fan breaks sealed. Actually, yeah, I believe. I don't think I knew that. I do not think I knew that. That's actually a 100 IQ move, fucking hell. Just use Cloud Step and run past. I didn't even think about that. That was a clever approach. I think of Cloud Step completely as a combat move. I never think to use it to get away from enemies or anything like that. Wonderful. This is going to be an enemy. Fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I can always tell. You know what? I never ever use red fights, just for normal combat encounters. Might as well use it here since this is an enemy spirit. Fucking hell, this guy's got loads of health. Why do you have so much health? Fucking hell, yeah, what the hell? Yeah, I know he's a mini boss. Check for wardens. Oh, there's two over there. For now, though, it's exploring time. That's how you do it. Why fuck about? There's a chest, yeah. Like, pretty sure there's a chest, like, here. Just do arrow deflecting thing when you're immobile. Yeah, but why? It doesn't do that much damage. And I'd prefer to... Do you mean to... Does it gather focus quickly or something? I'll try it out. Yeah, I thought you were gonna... I thought it'd be something to do with focus. Well, I will do. It depends what I'm trying to do. If I'm trying to build focus, then sure. But if I'm trying to just fucking deal as much damage as possible, then... Yes. Yeah, we need to spend points and spin attack to make it effective. That's what I mean, I've spent no points in spin attack at all. Like, if you actually have a look at my upgrade tree, you'll see that I've pretty much focused on my smash dances and getting on all these and shit like that. Put a few into pillar stance, and then very, very little in foundation.
Hands down, and probably the most changes to her overall design and story and everything else across the spectrum, more so than all other 7 playable survivors. And that is saying a lot because the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors had a ton of iterations. Despite this, she would still end up having a good chunk of her recorded and even included dialogue from the game and only accessible via developer console for over a decade.
Yeah, more definitely needs to go into stamina. I have noticed that stamina has been one of the biggest things that's holding me back. I've just put no points into it at all. I don't really want to cheese a game though. Like, I enjoy boss fights being hard, but fucking hell, why did it even let me do that? Like, when boss fights aren't hard, it takes the enjoyment out of the game for me quite heavily. I very, very much enjoy hard boss fights. Boss fights that really test me are my favourite. Like that boss I just did a few minutes ago, even though I did it in like 4 attempts, it was still a difficult boss and I enjoyed that. So I'm just gonna put my sparks into what will help me with my playstyle. And yeah. See the chest there? How do I get to that? kill all the enemies around here, so when the wardens come, I'm ready. Oh. Fucking hell. Please don't be an enemy. Go for that. Well, there's one. I'm not going to be able to get the other one before time runs out. Especially because I don't have any spells, but I'll do my best. Alright, how to do it? Sorry, I'll read that in a second. Rock Solid is good. Yeah, I don't really use Rock Solid. I mean, I tried it. I don't really want to put any upgrade points into it. The timing is a bit like, ah shit. Use the board. The timing is a bit iffy. If you know what you're doing, then yeah, it'll be like a decent offensive option because it gives you an opportunity to do some punishment. But for me, Cloud Step I'll use just plainly for versatility, like you said before. I never even used the map though.
Wide open to land with the torso, and its left arm left withered and rotten as its other arm looks like it's suffering from gigantism. The Charger's dominant arm was, of course, the focal point here. The other arm is basically useless. The Charger's
Basically, with first time you can do instant point at heavy attacks with successful rock solid parry, instant more points in one shot. Not the biggest fan of first stance. I respect it as a viable option, but for me, smash and pillar stance are my favourites. Pillar stance just because I like doing this and sitting on the pillar. Well, first stance because smash stance because it's just like pure offensive versatility. Yellow Luong fight. I'm sure I've already done the Yellow Luong fight.
A swine-like squeal that makes special effective only referred to as
No, I haven't done it. That's 4.
It's from the concept of an effective dog. Yet in this case, which is actually real possibilities that help the concept of a man was confirmed by dead steps to work on instead of
Didn't know that. That's an interesting little detail. Did you, so I'm assuming you guys are both on the airline fight. See if there's any wardens I'm missing. Probably not. Probably all on the next floor. The Rat Prince quest. You're gonna have to. I killed the Rat Prince. No, I didn't. I didn't kill the small rat. I missed out on getting his spirit, but I did kill the Rat Prince in chapter 2. Because if I remember correctly, there is a Rat Prince in chapter 2 that you can fight. It's not that quest. I think the quest he's referring to is for the spear. I don't know. Well, I killed the Rat Prince thing. In chapter 2. And then I got the secret wall as well. This guy's a fucking beast. Yes, it's all, there's a lot of man in my heart. Village entrance. Best starts in chapter 2, you have to disrupt the conversation of rats in the house and like 4 spirits. You mean with the rattle drum? Are you on about the rattle drum quest? Because I've done the rattle drum quest. Then you have to like go around and like bang the rattle drum in 4 different locations. Because I have done that quest.